And please, there we go. At least they can hear. Yes. Yes, we do. Very much want that. They'd be a little bit older.
Friends, being an immigrant.
There we
Another
go.
one of our friends, being a Jersey girl.
I think they heard you. They started hearing you mid-sentence in that. We were still talking about California Diaries. Hi, guys. We're here. We should be heard now. I don't know why we weren't heard before. We're here now. Oh,
Okay,
no
my
sound.
thing
Oh,
is
no.
not loading the video, so I gotta refresh the page unless I want to do it on. I'm gonna do it on my phone. Might be better if I do it on my phone.
Experiencing Once Upon a Time through your episode reviews. Thank you so much. Don't apologize for that. I love hearing that people love really anything that I make, but Once Upon a Time is my rehashing the whole Once Upon a Time thing has been my hyperfixation lately, and so knowing that people actually enjoy watching what I feel like making is very nice. So thank you for watching. It means a lot. Watching what I
Okay, there we go.
Weird energy in my parents' house is making me sick. Oh dear.
Burn some sage.
Burn some sage if that's your thing. You can do sound cleansing. That's my personal go-to. Burn some incense.
Take a cross and yell like the God Warrior.
Yeah, all the various things.
All right.
Establish boundaries. Oh no, I do not have a VCR. I want to get one though, or I might have one in the garage, but I'll have to look.
Yeah. I have a DVD VCR player, as I was telling Avery earlier.
It's April Fool's Day in Australia. We're gonna have April Fool's Day, God help us, reading Imagines tomorrow here in the US, which feels appropriate. Space Machine commercial, the Transformers commercial. I did not. No, I was so tired when I filmed that, but I got it done. They don't have any sage. Very anti-witchcraft.
Sage is not anti-witchcraft. Sage is very much a religious practice. Or cultural, actually. It's a very cultural practice.
Yeah.
Laser says, all the April Fools, lol, lol, lol. Oldie, 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 oldie.
You're gonna have trauma for April Fool's Day. I apologize for that. We have read, if you're just now joining us, we have read these first 7 books in the series, and now we are reading what is technically listed as book 7.5. It is a midquel between book 7 that we just read last week and book 8. So it is Megamorphs.
It is
1.
It is the mid-season finale.
It is the mid-season season 1 finale.
Yeah.
Yes, so this is going to be reading. These were published after the main series or like during, but it takes place here, right?
Oh yeah, did I show you my shirt? I got this like a few Christmases ago.
So cute. Hang on. I got a few pins for my pin collection, and one of the ones that I have, I don't know if anybody can see this. It's easier.
Wrong camera.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
It's a Sailor Moon with all of the Sailor Scouts and Luna and Artemis, and I just thought that was really cute. There we go.
So since it's the mid-season finale, we will be taking a 1-week hiatus.
Yes.
From our regularly scheduled program.
Not because we have other obligations, solely because we want to immerse you in the experience.
Yeah. In the meantime, we suggest you check out the Next Top Model franchises that I posted on the Discord.
Yes.
We have Asia's Next Top Model, we got Canada's Next Top Model, and we got Mexico's Next Top Model on the Discord.
I'm excited.
And then I'll be posting some other ones in the near future, like Australia's Next Top Model, Britain's Next Top Model, New Zealand Next Top Model, just to name a few.
Sweet. So before I get started, I'm reading the first half, but am I reading to a chapter length or am I reading to a page length this time?
Chapter length.
That's okay. That's what I thought, because that's what you usually do. But Okay. Cool. 44 chapters. At least the chapters in books like this are never very long. That's what I like about kids' books. One of the things I
Yeah.
like about
Oh
kids'
no,
books.
you're reading to chapter 20. Chapter 20.
Oh, chapter 20. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna pick up at chapter 21.
Right, that's what I remembered because of the yeah. I remember now. That's funny. My day hasn't been good. I'm sorry, Natty. Oh, I'm sorry, Natty. That sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry. Well, hopefully we can distract you with Animorphs drama. I'm just gonna get into it because we have a bit of book. So I'll start chapter one. Chapter
Alright.
one is this is the first book that all of them will narrate, all six of them. Chapter one is narrated by Jake. My name is Jake. Just Jake. No last name, or at least no last name I can tell you. I am an animorph. I guess that makes me one of the most hunted, endangered species on Earth. The Yerks want me dead. They want my friends dead. So if they knew who I was and how to find me, I wouldn't have a chance. That's why I wouldn't tell you my last name. And I won't tell you what city or state I live in because I want to go on living. I want to go on living so I can go on fighting them. Are you one of those people who looks up at the night sky and wonders whether there's life out there among the stars? Do you wonder about UFOs? Do you wonder whether aliens will ever come to Earth? Well, stop wondering. The Yerks are here. They're a species of parasites, just little slugs, really. Little slugs that crawl inside your head and wrap themselves around your brain and make you do whatever they want you to do. When that happens, you stop being a true human being. You become a controller. That's what we call a human who is under the control of a yerk. When you talk to a controller, you may be looking at a human face. You may hear a human voice, but what you're really talking to is a yerk. And they are everywhere. If you think you haven't seen one, you're wrong. The policeman in his patrol car, the clerk at the grocery store, your teacher, your pastor, your doctor, any of them might be a controller. Your mother, father, sister, or best friend, they could all be controllers. I know. My brother Tom is one of them. They have taken my brother from me and made him an enemy. I sit at the breakfast table every morning and make small talk, knowing that all the while Tom is not Tom anymore. And they have taken my best friend's mother. Everyone thinks Marco's mother is dead. Only he and I know the truth. She, too, is one of them. They are everywhere. They can be anyone. They tear lives apart. They do unspeakable things. And we stand against them alone. Only we know the threat. We five Animorphs and one Andalite. 5 human kids with the power to become any animal we touch. And a kid from another planet who looks like some weird mix of a deer, human, and scorpion. The 6 of us against all the might of the Yerks and all of the evil geniuses of their leader, Visser Three. Which is why Rachel was worried about leaving even for a weekend. We were all together that Friday evening. Marco, Cassie, Tobias, Rachel, and me. Axe wasn't there because he would have to change into his human morph. He doesn't like to become human. I think he feels naked without his deadly tail. So it was just the 5 of us in Cassie's barn, surrounded by all the chattering, snuffling, chirping, preening, and smelly animals in their cages. The barn is also the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center. Cassie's parents are veterinarians. They use their barn to take in sick or injured wild animals. It's just this stupid 2-day gymnastics camp I signed up for a long time ago, Rachel was saying. It's no big deal. It's something I was going to do back, before. Rachel, you should go, Cassie said. Our entire lives cannot be about fighting the Yerks. We have to try to be semi-normal. I mean, it can't be all danger and battle and fear, right? So go. But for now, help me lift up this crow's cage. He's going up on that shelf. Cassie was trying to get us to help clean up the barn. We used the barn to get together. It was one of the few places we could meet with Tobias so he can't exactly go to the mall. Crows, Tobias said, in thought speak. that we heard only in our minds. I can't believe you're saving a crow. I hate crows. You know, he probably got that broken wing trying to mob a respectable hawk. That's how. Crows are total punks. Tobias was perched high in the rafters of the barn. From up there, he could fly in and out through the hayloft. Tobias is a red-tailed hawk. Actually, in his mind, in his soul, he's human. But the power to morph has a terrifying downside. Stay in a morph for more than 2 hours, and you stay forever. Tobias was trapped forever in a body with long, powerful wings, ripping taloned feet, and fierce, angry eyes that stared at you around his hooked beak. You would never guess that he had once been such a gentle guy. I guess he still is that guy, but he's also a hawk. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Crow, Tobias said in a mock threat. Obviously, the crow did not understand thought speak. Cassie smiled. Tobias, I promise when we release this guy, we'll take him far from your territory. I already told Melissa Chapman I wasn't going, Rachel said, going back to her own topic. She went up to the camp this afternoon right after school. Marco, who had been lying back on a big bale of hay and staring at the ceiling, sat up. Rachel doesn't think we can survive without her for 2 days. After all, she's the mighty Xena warrior princess. It was Marco's teasing nickname for Rachel. Rachel has a tendency to be very bold. Anytime there's something borderline insane that needs to be done, Rachel is always the first volunteer. Marco, you have hay stuck in your hair, Rachel said. He ignored her remark. Rachel thinks if she's not here and we have trouble, we'll all just run screaming and yammering like a bunch of scared little kids. He put on a phony, serious expression. All I want to know is this. Why don't you dress like Xena? I mean, the whole leather and sword thing would really work for you. Okay, shut up. I'll go, Rachel said. I'll go. I'm going. Just to get away from Marco for a couple of days. I'll catch a bus tomorrow morning. Think of me when you're on uneven parallel bars, Marco said. But it wasn't to Marco that Rachel looked. It was to Tobias. You guys will stay out of trouble while I'm gone, won't you? We'll be fine, Rachel, Tobias said. I saw Cassie smile to my gaze met hers. She gave a slight nod. Cassie has a theory that Rachel and Tobias like each other. Not that Rachel has ever said anything, even though Rachel and Cassie are best friends. Cassie thinks it's sweet and romantic. I just think it's kind of sad. I mean, as far as we know, Tobias will never be fully human again. We should all just enjoy a nice, normal weekend, I said. I have normal fun. We've had plenty of danger and excitement. Marco sent me a sly, resentful look. Some of us are going to have more fun than others. Some of us are going to pool parties, and some of us were not invited to. He shook his fist melodramatically at the ceiling. Why? Why does that girl what does that girl have against me? I rolled my eyes. Here we go again. Cassie rescued me. I need someone strong to come outside with me. Help me carry in some new cages from the truck. Marco? Oh, my back, Marco cried. A sudden, shooting pain. I'm coming, Cassie, I said. I gave Marco a shove, pushing him back in his bale of hay. You are so pathetic. Don't strain yourself, Marco said with a cocky grin. Outside, out of the golden glow of the barn lights, it was getting dark. A full moon had risen, and you could just see the first stars off to the east. Pickup truck was piled precariously high with wire cages. I climbed up and began to untie the rope and held them in place. It seems strange, Rachel going away, even for a couple days, Cassie said, and it seems even stranger that it would seem strange. I mean, it should be no big deal. Well, I guess when life turns completely crazy, that it's the normal things that start to seem strange. Cassie nodded slowly for a while. She said nothing. She just stood there with her arms crossed, looking up at the moon. I climbed down off the truck. What's bothering you? She shrugged. Nothing, just a feeling. I don't know. Bad dreams, I guess. I have those too, I said. We all do. You can't live through all this and not have it bother you. What's the dream about? The ant thing? We'd morphed ants once. We'd gone down into an ant tunnel and had been attacked by an enemy colony of ants. No one wanted to go through that ever again. Not ever. No, not the ants, Cassie said. At least not directly. It's dumb. There's something, I don't even know what it is, but it's not a good thing. And it asked me to make a choice. In the dream, I have to decide who lives and who dies. I moved closer to Cassie and put my arm around her shoulder. There were goosebumps on her bare arms. I never used to be afraid, Jake, Cassie said. Not of anything. And now it's like I'm afraid all the time. You deal with it, though, I said. It made me nervous talking about feeling like this. I guess I think if you just don't talk about the fear, it'll go away. You always deal with it, I repeated. So far, Cassie said softly. So far. Okay. How's chat?
Hi Christopher, our
Oh, is the audio
residential Animorphs expert.
is the audio glitchy for anybody else? Let's see if I can change something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a show. See if you can guess which parts they could actually manage given the show's parameters.
Laser says it's more of a buzzing sound.
More of a buzzing sound. Okay, let me see. Might be something that could be fixed with. Let's see.
Alright, so while she's fixing that chat, let me go ahead and recap for the people who don't know, and this is their like more or less they're catching up. So all five of them, even though the book will probably say it, all five of them have powers. And that they got from a alien Andalite, which is like a blue centaur looking alien with extra eyes on antennas and a scorpion tail. And because he was dying, so he gave him the power to morph into animals by touching the animal to acquire their DNA. And so he does that because there are these parasite aliens that are already on Earth, taking over people, turning them into controllers. So they're basically trying to hold off the advancement of their domination by basically being like just an annoying middleman while they wait for the Andalite backup to come to Earth, which would take a couple years. 2 years is what we heard. And so
Like
lately, their escapades have come to them needing to destroy Kendrona Tower because the Yerks every 3 days go to this underground layer, hop out of their host bodies, and then swim around in a pool that is shot with Kendrona rays from their alien sun. That's pretty much it. Jake is the leader, the straight man. Rachel, except for the fact that he always said that everyone else said that Rachel's beautiful, but we never hear anyone else say Rachel's beautiful,
Would it be
except for
weird if it
him.
wasn't his cousin?
Yeah, Rachel, which is his cousin. Rachel is the one that's very girly, but also isn't afraid to get all rough and tumble and chip some nails and scrape some skin. Marco, which is he's the sarcastic and reluctant one, but we learn he deals with it by he's sarcastic because he's coping with the death of his mom, which we later find out is Visser One. Um, then you have Cassie, who is the moral compass of the whole group, making sure that everyone is morally sound and also going against them sometimes, even though it does annoy them, but it's for their benefit of not going insane from the war. And she's the one with the animal barn and the hookup to the gardens, which is a Busch Gardens type of amusement park where they get their animal morphs from most of the time, the good ones. And then
Good
you have
ones.
Tobias, yeah, Tobias, who was a person, and then he got trapped in a hawk morph, a red tail hawk morph, because when they went on their first mission, he was trapped in the underground layer for more than 2 hours. So the rule being that if you morph for more than 2 hours, you are stuck as the animal you morph into. And then in book 4, they run across Axe, who is in an underground, who is underwater in a dome that was part of the Andalite mothership. Oh look, Pizza Giant is with us. Hi Pizza. We're fixing some audio issue.
Pizza.
So they had to go to the ocean and as dolphins, and then they had to find Axe, and they found Axe, and it was basically a race between them and Visser Three. Visser Three being the main bad guy for the Animorphs for the time being right now. He's just the very much mustache twirling bad guy who very much loathe the Animorphs and their meddling ways.
In our interpretation, he would absolutely be played by Tim Curry if this was a movie.
Yeah, a very Nigel Thornberry,
Yes.
Tim Curry.
I think the audio should be better. I turned it down slightly, so if I sound quiet, that might be why. I just thought maybe that was where the background noise was coming from, if it was just a little too high, but it should be good. I'm seeing levels, so at least I know I'm being heard. That's good.
All right, can everyone hear me and Avery now?
Yeah, this is our first mid-pool. Technically book 7.5 in the series.
I don't see anything from chat, so.
I'll give it a second.
It's an in-between-quel, like Lion King 1.5.
Yes. A weirdly good Lion King movie, from what I remember.
I'm gonna say it's the only good Disney direct-to-DVD Disney sequel.
Yeah, there aren't that many good ones, direct sequels. We can hear you. Okay, good. Good. Let's just continue on with chapter 2. Chapter 2 is from Rachel's perspective. This is the cousin. My name is Rachel. I live with my mom and my 2 little sisters. We live pretty close to Jake. Can I just say really quick, if they all had to start off with like, I can't tell you my name and I'd be like, guys, I swear. We live pretty close to Jake, who lives pretty close to Marco. Cassie is the furthest out because she lives on a farm. I guess we're a pretty average bunch of kids. I mean, we were a pretty average bunch. Marco lives with his dad. I live with my mom. Jake and Cassie each have both parents around. We go to school, we do homework, we hang at the mall, we listen to music, go to movies on the weekend. Normal, boringly average. Until one night when we happened to hook up together at the mall and decide to take a shortcut through an abandoned construction site off the highway.
They're saying now the audio's gone.
Audio's gone. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, hang on. Thank you. Thank you for keeping an eye on that. It's weird. I'm still seeing levels. The audio is gone. It's weird. I'm seeing levels. Let me turn it back up. Maybe that's it. What audio? Let's see. Can you guys hear now? Is that better? Maybe it was just too quiet. One, two, three. Do I need to do the 10 dual commandments check that I do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can still hear the both of you. Okay. It might just be something on Karasu's end. But let's keep going. I'm gonna assume that everybody heard the first couple paragraphs. We weren't a group back then. Jake was my cousin, but we didn't really see each other, except at school. Cassie was my best friend, and had been for a long time, but Marco was just Jake's friend. And Tobias, not mine. And Tobias was this guy Jake felt sorry for because he came from such a messed up home and got picked on by bullies. That's Jake. When he sees some guy getting his head stuffed into a toilet at school, he is absolutely going to stop it. Jake isn't some big tough guy or anything. It's just that When he tells you in that calm, reasonable voice of his to stop picking on someone, you stop. You just do. Jake is sort of the one in charge. It's not something he ever wanted, it just seems natural for him to take over. Not that Jake is without his own level of stupidity. I mean, he was right there with us, walking through an isolated, abandoned construction site that night. Wasn't the smartest thing we ever did, but the way it turned out, the real danger that night was not from some mad slasher. The real danger was from a totally unexpected direction. See, that's where the damaged Andalite spaceship landed, right there in the construction site. That's where we saw our first alien. That's where we learned about the Yeerk threat, and that's where the Andalite Prince Elfingor gave us our power to morph. That's where Elfingor died too. We watched it happen. We watched that brave, decent kind creature be murdered by Visser Three, murdered for trying to protect the people of Earth. Anyway, that's when we became a group. It was Marco who came up with a name for what we were. Animorphs. Persons who can morph animals. The Andalite left us the burden of fighting the Yeerks and gave us that one weapon, the power to morph. Like all weapons, it had dangers, even those who use it for a good cause. Just ask Tobias. Just like Tobias. But it is an awesome power. We have done some damage to the Yeerks, and to be honest with you, sometimes the morphing power is just plain fun. Right now, though, my normal life is calling. It was already getting warm by this time. By the time I walked over to the school the next morning, the bus to the camp was due to come at 11. I go to school an hour early. I stopped on the sidewalk in front of the school and checked my watch. The sun was climbing fast, and you could tell it was going to be a really hot day. I smiled. It would be a good day for flying with Tobias before I left. It's no big thing. It's just that I kind of take care of stuff Tobias needs. I bring him books, sometimes, things he can't get in the woods. But Tobias isn't always an easy guy to find, especially in the morning when he's likely to be out hunting for his breakfast. I knew I would need great eyes and speed to find him and still get back in time to catch the bus. It's funny how it never even occurred to me that I was in a very dangerous position. See, my mom and my friends all thought I was heading to camp. They wouldn't expect to see me for a couple of days, but the camp people didn't think I was coming, so they wouldn't expect to see me either. But none of this occurred to me. After all, what did I have to worry about? Little did I know. So I entered the woods, put my outer clothing in my bag, hid it beneath some low-lying bushes, and took a quick look around to make sure I was alone. Then I began to morph. I focused my mind on one of the many animals whose DNA is part of me. Every morphing is unique. The changes never happen the same way twice. This time, the first thing to change was my mouth. My lips grew hard and stiff, and when I rolled my eyes downward, I could see my mouth become bright yellow and bulge outwards. Body horror. As that happened, I began to shrink. The pine needle-covered ground came up toward me as I lost a foot of height. Within a few seconds, then another foot. The strangest thing, though, was my skin. The flesh on my bare arms began to melt like candle wax. It melted and ran together. It formed intricate patterns like a tattoo of feathers. Suddenly, the painted feather patterns were no longer just designs. Actual feathers began to emerge. The feathers were dark brown, except for the ones that replaced my blonde hair and the skin of my face and neck. Those feathers were all snowy white. By the time the morph was nearly complete, I only stood about 2 feet tall. My feet had split open and formed yellow talons, each of which ended in a wicked, hooked claw. My arms rose up, my horizontal long feathers sprouted from them, even as my solid, heavy human bones became hollow and light. It took just a few minutes for the transformation to be done. I was no longer human. I was a bald eagle. I turned to face the breeze and opened my wings. They stretched 6 feet from tip to tip. I felt the wind press against my feathers. Stretching my muscles, I flapped several times, with great power. And then I was airborne. I drew my talons up snug against my body. I flapped and rose, I flapped more, and soared above the trees. The top branches reached for me, but missed. I flapped still more and caught a good, strong headwind. It was like an invisible wedge that forced me up and up. Up and up I rose till I was several 100 feet above the treetops. I could see the school down below. I could see the bus parked in the empty lot, and being an eagle, I could see a great deal more. Looking through the eyes of the eagle is like having built-in binoculars. From hundreds of feet in the air, I could see field mice just poking their noses out of their holes. I could see ants crawling up the trunks of trees. I could look down through the water of a stream and see tiny fish feeding there. I could see everything like no human will ever see. I turned toward the deeper woods where Tobias lived. Maybe there is something better than flying free, high above the trees, riding the wind, but I doubt it. It was the freedom beyond any dream of freedom. I loved it. For all the pain that it has come from the war with the Yerks, I swear sometimes just being able to fly makes it all worthwhile. I was close to Tobias's territory when I spotted something interesting below me. It was a deer-like animal running swiftly through the trees. When I focused my laser intensity eagle sight, I could see the semi-human torso and face and the deadly scorpion tail. Axe, or Aximili escarathis is still? I don't know. That's the best I got. To use his complete name, Axe is an Andalite, the only Andalite to survive a terrible space battle with the Yerks. Prince Elfingor was his brother. It was fun watching him run. I've never seen anything that can look like a delicate and that can look as delicate and cute one minute and as dangerous the next as an Andalite. I decided to swoop down over Axe and say hi. I spilled a little air from my wings and dropped, thrilled by the feeling of a controlled fall from hundreds of feet up. It's like jumping off a skyscraper knowing you can survive. I dropped toward the trees. I actually had time to notice the nest in a high branch. Just out of the corner of my eye, I had time to think, isn't that cute, baby birds? And then they hit me. Swoop! Swoop! Faster than me, more agile, small, dark birds zipped straight at me like they were going to hit. Too many of them. Swoop! 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 I turned a hard left in a flash. I knew what was happening. They thought I was attacking their nest. They were mobbing me, trying to drive me off. I banked a hard turn, too fast. I was still going fast from the dive. Too fast, bank left, turn, wham! I barely saw the tree trunk before I hit, head first. Down I fell, down through the branches that tore at me, banged me, slapped me, ripped at my feathers. I hit the ground hard. I was hurt. I knew I was hurt. Fading out, my mind was swimming, human thoughts, eagle instinct, all swirling, shifting. I was falling down, down a dark well, down. Morph out, I told myself, Rachel. Morph out! Then I was gone. Rachel. So,
because you're like aximally, it's aximally, like facsimile, aximile, escaruth, ishtil.
Ishtil. Okay.
Yeah.
Simile, Escaruth, Ishtil. Okay. Hi, Ellery. Hi, Tarfield Owl. Um, Rachel was narrating that chapter. Yes. Rachel was narrating that chapter. Marco is going to be on the next chapter. I believe it looks like it's going to go, well, no, because Tobias had a book before Marco, so never mind. I was about to say it looks like it's going to go in the order that their books go, but scratch that. That's not what's happening.
Yeah.
When she said she brought Tobias books, I was just picturing a hawk with reading glasses, just like flipping pages of books with his little talons.
With the little feathers.
Yeah. It was actually a very cute thought. Yeah, we had Jake's chapter and then Rachel's chapter. Yeah, that's as far as we got. So
The first chapter of Jake's where he doesn't mention that his cousin is pretty.
No, but he did seem weirdly competitive and upset when he was talking about how Cassie kept saying that Rachel and Tobias like each other. It's like,
They
I think
don't.
it's sad. Because he's never gonna be human again. It's like, okay, calm down. She's your cousin. And you have a girlfriend.
I think a little bit of the yerk that was in his brain is still in there. Like,
Ugh.
isn't it sad that you will no longer be human?
Oh god. No, that's just Jake's jealousy, I think. Dear god. Question: when they reference Disney World, when they reference going to the Disney parks in that, the last book or the book before last, did they say Disney World or Disneyland? Because that really helps in the California versus Florida fight. Disney
I
World
don't
would not be on
remember.
the
I
West
think
Coast.
they said Disney World.
I think they said Disney World too. Uh, Chick romance. No!
Oh, it's
No!
not tragic.
Oh, if we're talking about Rachel and Tobias, the bird boy, then yeah, that's a tragic romance. But Jake and his cousin Rachel are not a tragic romance.
They are forbidden romance.
Not
It
in
would
like the
make
cool
a
way, in the like,
wonderful
please
Hallmark
God. Oh God.
and make a wonderful Hallmark movie.
Jeez. All right, chapter.
Morph me in May.
No, it's gotta be Christmas
Something like
though.
that.
We wish you
Okay,
a Merry
something in Christmas.
Morphmas.
Something
Okay.
like that.
Okay. Anyway, chapter 3 is Marco. So this is Marco talking. Look, it's simple, I explained patiently. There's this party, this pool party, and I was not invited. Not only was I not invited, but the girl who's having the party went out of her way to not invite me. By the way, hi, my name is Marco, and I'm an Animorph too. I'm the smart, cute one. No, seriously, Jake is the bossy one, Cassie is the nice one, Rachel is the stupidly brave one, and Tobias is a bird. I am the cute one. All the girls think so, all except Darlene. So you are not wanted at this party, but you want to go anyway. That was Axe speaking. Well, not exactly speaking. He's an Andalite, and Andalites don't have mouths. They do thought speak. It's like telepathy. We can all do it when we're in a morph, but for Andalites, it's their normal language. Axe's real name. Oh, again? All right. Aximile Esgaruth Ishthil? Ishthil?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? Now you know why we just call him Axe. That's right, I explained to him. I mean, Jake and Cassie were both invited. Rachel was invited, but she's going to that stupid gymnastics thing. Basically, everyone at school is invited. All I'm saying is that there must be a reason why I was not invited, and I think I know what the reason is. Darlene likes me. There's no other possible explanation. Axe looked puzzled. Is that a common among humans? Do you avoid the ones you like? Axe stared at me with his main eyes. He has 4 eyes altogether, 2 of them fairly normal. The other 2 eyes are on these stalk-like things that stick out at the top of his head, like those little horns a giraffe has. On the end of each stalk, he has an eye, which he can point in any direction. Very weird, but you can't sneak up on a guy, that's for sure. On the guy, that's for sure. I am confused, Axe said. It's okay, you don't need to understand. I just want you to go with me. To the party? That's right. We have to go to the party to see what Darlene says about me. She and her cheerleader friends are probably going to talk about me. I want to hear what they say. And you want me to go with you? Yeah, you and me. I need someone to watch my back. But Prince Jake will be at the party, won't he? I rolled my eyes. Axe is convinced Jake is a prince because Andalites are into the whole royalty thing. Yes, Jake will be there. But Jake is not going to help me spy on Darlene, is he? Neither will Cassie. Cassie doesn't exactly fit in with the cheerleading crowd. They talk about clothes and guys. Cassie talks about animals and saving the world or whatever. Pardon me if I sound skeptical, and please don't be offended, Axe said, but I sense that maybe this is a dishonorable idea. You sense right, Axe. Tobias. He zipped swiftly overhead and landed on a low branch. He was carrying something in his beak. Hi, Tobias, I said. Do you have it? Yes, and you know how hard it is to fly around with a live squirming mouse in my beak? Drop it down to me, I said. You are a twisted, devious human being, Marco, Tobias said. Axe, if you have any sense, you won't get involved in this. Tobias, I am suffering. I have small, itching bumps on parts of my body. Marco has agreed to help me if I will help him. He has a rare medicine that will help. Marco, you're blackmailing Axe with flea powder? Axe is my friend. You just picked up a. It's normal. It's the woods. Don't let Marco jerk you. Just give me the mouse and stop acting like a parent, I interrupted. I'm not blackmailing anyone. I'll bring X a flea powder. Jeez. This is the suspicion around here. Tobias dropped the mouse and I caught it with one hand. It squirmed and I almost dropped it. But as I began to acquire it, it calmed down. See, if you want to morph into an animal, you have to acquire it first. You have to make contact. Then you sort of focus on it, concentrate on it. The animal goes into a trance, and meanwhile, the animal's DNA is being absorbed. Don't ask me how it works. It's some weird Andalite biotechnology. I just know it works. When I was done acquiring the mouse, I handed it to Axe. He had to use his hands to hold on. When I was, Andalite arms and hands are kind of puny, and of course, they also have 4 legs and those pretty strong. I mean, Axe can haul when he wants to. I'll bet he could do 40 miles an hour. Then there's the tail. The tail is the reason Andalites will never be considered truly cute. I've seen Axe use his tail on full-grown Hork-Bajir warriors, and fast? Man, you don't even see it move. It's like, whop! All of a sudden, a Hork-Bajir only has 1 arm. I believe Axe could chop down a tree with his tail if he felt like it. Marco, you know Jake will roast you alive behind this, Tobias said. Morphing for personal reasons? Hey, Jake was invited to the party, all right. He'll be soaking up the rays at poolside. He'll be having a good time. Meanwhile, I, his best friend, was not even invited. Jake is big on justice. I ask you, is this justice? No, clearly not. Marco, Jake says, the last time you were invited to one of Darlene's pool parties, you floated Baby Ruth bar in the pool and told everyone it was, maybe that's why you weren't invited. I was like, I protested. I didn't know any better. Besides, it was funny. Marco, you were not 6. You were 10. Whatever. Who remembers this stuff? Darlene does. I ignored Tobias. Are you done acquiring the mouse? I asked Axe. If so, give it back to Tobias for lunch. I've eaten, thanks, Tobias said, but you shouldn't laugh. You want to go play mouse? You better remember something. There are a lot of predators who enjoy eating mice. It's a dangerous world out there. And who would know that better than you, Mr. Predator? Tobias laughed. Even we predators get out ours sometimes. I saw a bald eagle get mobbed by a bunch of jays this morning. Slammed into a tree. Oh no, Rachel. I guess the eagle was going after their nest. There won't be any eagles at the party, I said. The bird world is your problem, dude. I have a party to attend. Darlene likes him, Axe said, but she doesn't like him. That's pretty much how everyone feels about Marco, Tobias said with a laugh. That's funny. So.
Sure.
She's like, Marco, you're blackmailing you with flea powder? With flea powder?
When they said Darlene, I was thinking of Roseanne.
Same.
He likes the sarcastic type of way. I can make you feel like a man, David. Take out the trash.
Marco, stop this or else. Stop bullying my son, Marco. I need you to talk to your son about bullying my son.
They're not bullying, that's just how it is. How boys are boys. One of them has to be the lead and one of them has to follow.
Axe is like the little brother that's just like trying to tag along and catch up, and they're all just like, Axe.
Yeah.
Alright. Chapter 4. This is Jake again. I feel bad even going to this party, I said. Darlene should have invited Marco. He wouldn't have done the Baby Ruth thing again. It's much more mature now. Sort of. I feel a little guilty too, Cassie said. She lowered her voice to a whisper and put her mouth close to my ear. But I seem to remember you saying she would always take all... we should all take the weekend off and be normal. So am I going to be normal? So I am going to be normal. Oh my god, my brain did not like that sentence. I don't know why. We were both in our swimsuits, sitting in those long pool chairs. You know, the ones you can adjust so you're lying down or sitting up. They were 40 or 50 kids around the pool. Darlene's family has money, I guess, because it's a very nice pool. I feel like if you have any pool that shows some kind of money, like an in-ground pool is pretty swanky, I think.
Nah, some people, I think it could. I'm gonna contest that because I
Okay.
know people who have pools and they're not like money.
Okay. Fair enough. Um,
But
well, I mean,
they don't like maintain it either. So
well, I guess like my parents are from Florida, and again, if this is Florida, everybody has pools, so
everyone's backyard is the ocean. So.
yeah. There was a long table loaded up with chips and dip and cold cuts, and there were coolers full of iced soft drinks. There was decent rock music playing on the stereo. Some kids were dancing. It wasn't even noon yet, but the sun was already bright. It was going to be hot, that was for sure. I almost envied Rachel heading up to the mountains. It would probably be cooler up there. It feels weird to just sit around and relax, I said. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I heard a blood curdling scream. Yeah! Someone shrieked. Oh, 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 oh! Someone else cried. I sat straight up. Trouble. I could feel the familiar rush of adrenaline. I quickly looked around, checking for the way to escape. The places where we could stand and fight. The places we might be able to hide for a quick morph. People were running. No, on a closer look, only a couple of girls were running. They were the ones screaming. That's Darlene, Cassie said. She sent me a puzzled, worried look. Oh, 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 get it away from me! Darlene screamed, get it away! Darlene ran straight toward us. She ran like the hounds of hell were right behind her. Help me, she screamed. It's after me. What is it? I yelled at no one in particular. Mice, the girl named Tracy yelled. Mice! Ugh. Girls are always scared of mice and stuff. I think mice are adorable. Them. Two tiny, harmless little mice. Two little mice chasing Darlene like a pair of lions trying to bring down a buffalo. Darlene dodged right. The mice were right after her. And then something very interesting happened. This guy named Hans yelled, Darlene, run this way! I'll stop them! Darlene headed for me. Darlene headed for Hans. Hans raised his foot up, ready to stomp the mice. They shot past, but suddenly the mice turned a sharp left, shot around behind Hans, and tore off after Darlene again. Right then I knew. The mice had heard Hans's plan. They had dodged away to safety. Real mice don't chase people, Cassie said, giving me a meaningful look. No, they don't, I agreed. Marco, Cassie whispered, and he must have dragged Axe into it too. I'll kill him, I said, just as soon as we save him. I raced around the pool, tore through a mess of overturned chairs and soda cans and paper plates. Cassie went the other way. Help me! Help me! Help! Lead screamed, running toward the patio door. Hey! Cassie yelled as loudly as she could. It's just a couple of mice, nothing to be afraid of. One of the mice hesitated. Marco had recognized Cassie's voice. You know, if those mice want to live, they should go to Cassie, I said, trying to sound like I was making a joke. Otherwise, someone might kill them. Then, under my breath, I added, someone like me. I heard that, Marco said to me in the thought speak. I could hear his thought speak, but since I was not in morph, I could not reply. Probably a good thing. I might have used some words I shouldn't use. It was total pandemonium. 40 kids running around like idiots, half running away from the mice, half running after the mice, everyone making lots of noise. Come here, little mice, Cassie said loudly. We were trying to make Marco realize he had to head for Cassie. I knew he could hear us. Mice have excellent hearing. But Marco either didn't get it or he had decided he wasn't done chasing Darlene. Darlene was not done screaming either. She reached into the patio door. She was still screaming as she disappeared into her house. Marco was after her like a shot, with Axe right behind. Don't worry, I heard Marco say in the thought speak a few seconds later. We're down in the basement. We're demorphing. Just make sure no one comes into the basement looking for mice. Oh man, I muttered. I ran for the patio door. Thump! I slammed hard into Hans, and both of us went rolling. No less than 8 other people slammed into us, one right after another. It was like some bad football game. All of us jumbled together, yelling and giggling and pushing and trying to untangle our legs and arms. As it turned out, that pileup saved my life. I sucked wind and tried to stand up, and the sky above grew dark. It was so sudden and so complete that everyone just froze. I looked up. The sun was hidden behind a swirling cloud of dust like a flat tornado. A tornado in a clear sky. I felt a terrible sensation of dread from deep down inside. The dust swarm grew solid. Within seconds, it assumed a shape like nothing ever seen on planet Earth. And then it struck. Back to Marco, chapter 5. Is Rachel okay, though? Like, we haven't heard from Rachel in, like, a second. Is she okay?
She died in practically every book. She'll be fine.
She's good. That got
That
morbid.
baby Ruth trick, though, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, that got morbid is really just kind of the catchphrase for all of these books. They all get a little morbid.
So yeah, California Diaries just skips all that and just goes straight to morbid.
California Diaries takes like a vacation in just sad, and then goes morbid. It kind of switches. But yeah. Bye, Karasu.
All right, feel better, Karasu, if you're out of it.
For Karasu, I'm sorry if I've been saying your name wrong. All right, chapter 5 is Marco. Okay, maybe it was a little immature to sneak into Darlene's party as a mouse, but you didn't hear what she said about me. Me and X morphed in a vacant lot a block away. Then we toddled over to our little mouse legs to the party. Of course, we first had to get used to the mouse morph. See, when you're a morph, you don't just get the animal body, you get the brain too. Most animal brains are loaded with different instincts, usually hunger, also fear. The mouse had a lot of each. He was very obsessed about food. He was one scared little animal. It's often that way when you first morph into new species. As soon as Axe and I achieved total mousehood, those instincts kicked in big time. Run! Run, run, run! The mouse didn't like being out in the open, in a broad daylight. It was scared of predators. Seriously scared. Run! Run, run, run! So we ran. It was like 1 minute you're normal human thinking, isn't it fascinating shrinking down like this, growing a tail, having big whiskers, and the next minute the mouse brain kicks in and suddenly you are charged up with the energy of 1,000 cups of coffee on top of 1,000 bowls of Captain Crunch, and you are energized. I can't control that creature, Axe wailed. It's insane. Just go with it, I said. It'll chill out eventually. Let me tell you, mice can move those little legs. It was like being strapped to the front bumper of an Indy 500 car. Zoom! We hauled butt, zipping in the wild terror over leaves of grass as big as trees, pieces of gravel the size of beach balls, and bugs the size of collies. That much I'm used to. I've morphed small animals before, but what was sick was that I really, really wanted to stop and eat some of those bugs. There was this one beetle, kind of bluish black, and the mouse brain was like, cool, lunch. But I was more terrified than it was hungry. So we just kept running, like out of control lunatics. And I missed out on the flavor of bug. Eventually, we were able to get some control. Axe, you okay, man? I called to him in thought speak. I am fine. But these mice have very powerful instincts. Yeah, scared little things, aren't they? Animals develop instincts for good reason, Axe said darkly. If the mouse is cautious, it probably is good. It has good reasons. Well, if we see any cats, we'll just morph back, I said. Yeah, if we live long enough. Yes, if we live long enough. In any case, we toddled off to the party, 2 little mice looking for a good time. Mouse senses are excellent, fortunately. Hearing is great, the sense of smell is great, the eyes are decent, but it's hard to see much when you're only an inch tall and your face is down in at dirt level. Still, I was able to locate Darlene by the sound of her voice. She was talking to her friends about the usual stuff. School, music, some cute guy on TV. Axe and I hid underneath Darlene's chair, so I was able to hear everything pretty well. All I could see of Darlene was that enormous chair roof over my head, stretched bands of interwoven plastic bulging down like they might burst and crush me. Quite a distance away, I could see her legs, looking like two gigantic pink pillars. Well, this is boring, I said to Axe. What did you expect? I expected them to be talking about me, naturally, I said. Then it occurred to me. I could thought speak to Darlene. I would just say the word Margot in her head. She wouldn't know where it had come from. She probably thought someone had said it aloud. With thought speak, you can either do it to everyone, so everyone hears you, or sort of aim it at just one person. Marco, I said. What? Darlene asked. What about Marco? Nothing about Marco, this girl named Kara said. Good, because I don't even want his name mentioned at my party. He's such a jerk. I mean, after what he did, throwing Baby Ruth bars in my pool, panicking everybody. Mature, a girl named Ellen said. No, duh, Darlene said. He thinks he's so cool and so cute, but he's totally not. He's always making jokes about stuff that aren't even funny. Well, I could stand them saying I was immature. That's what girls always say. But saying I wasn't funny, I would show them funny. Oh, yes. I took off. I ran for the legs. Axe came after me yelling, What are we doing? We're just going to see how good Darlene's sense of humor is, I yelled back. I ran for the big pink leg. I saw the foot pressing heavily down on the grass. I shot past her heel, which was like a wall to me, and aimed for the toes. Let me just say this. Darlene thinks she's perfect in every way, but her toenails definitely needed trimming. I scampered right onto her foot. I zoomed across her foot, then I scrambled wildly around her ankle and back over her toes. Yeehaw! I crowed to Axe. That'll give her something else to complain about. Oh! Oh! Darlene screamed. Up flew the foot. I jumped off just in time, and then she was out of there, screaming and yammering like a total ninny. Naturally, I chased her, and naturally Axe came with me. It was total absolute fun. I'm sorry, I know it was wrong and all, but man, it was so cool. That is, until I heard Hans yelling about how he was going to stomp me. That would never do. I did not intend to be stomped by Hans' big stinky foot. I heard Jake's voice yelling and Cassie's sweeter but still annoyed voice. Oh man, it's Jake, I said to Axe, busted. I raced for cover, looking for a place to morph back to human. Big, stomping feet were landing all around me. They were slow, but man, they were big. Everyone was totally overreacting. I mean, give me a break. I was 2 inches long. How scary could I possibly be? Then it occurred to me, the house. We could run inside and race down to the basement where no one would be. Morph back real fast, and then I would be just me and Andalite. And an Andalite. Great. That wouldn't look strange. Axe, stay with me. We need to demorph. Then you have to do your human morph real quick, okay? I have the feeling, Marco, that this was not a good idea. Nah, everything according to plan. Zoom over the threshold into the patio. Zoom into the house itself. Zoom past a hysterical Darlene, who was on the couch with a pillow over her head. Zoom along the carpet till we hit linoleum. Suddenly, the scent of dark places, mouse places. Yes, it was going to work. We ran across a step and leaped, falling, plop, to land on the next step. Again and again, step after step, we sped at a speed that felt like we were flying rockets. It was so cool. If you overlook the fact that it was maybe slightly stupid, don't worry, I called Jake in a thought speak. We're in the basement. We're going to demorph. Just make sure no one comes down to the basement looking for me. We lost our pursuers. No one followed us down the steps, and even as I ran, I started to demorph. I was halfway back to a human, a strange mix of mouse and tail and huge ears and human legs, a scary-looking creature, the way Mickey Mouse would look if he'd been invented by Stephen King.
Oh my gosh.
Looked even worse, half mouse, half Andalite. Just as I was running, thinking, hey, this will be all fine, the entire world just flew apart. Crunch! Sunlight streamed down. The entire roof had been ripped away. The entire roof! Wind and beams and concrete just shattered and ripped and fell in huge chunks. I couldn't even make sense of it. I ran the entire world around me was just being shredded like the universe was being run through a food processor. Then I saw it. It was gigantic, enormous, a creature that seemed to be made of nothing but teeth and blades and destruction. It was like 20 Hork-Bajiras glued together and given dragon wings. It was It was ripping the house apart with unbelievable power. The noise was terrifying. The scream of ripping wood, the shattering crunch of concrete being torn up, just torn up like there was nothing. Pipes bending, wires sizzling and popping like they exploded as they exploded into showers of sparks. Look out! I yelled to Axe with my now human voice. Beams were falling around us. Splinters were flying through the air. I barely noticed that I had finished morphing. I was human again. Somehow Axe had kept his concentration and was fully in his human morph. We were defenseless, two kids without a weapon between us. Above our heads, where there had been a house just seconds before, the beast hovered in the sun. It looked down at us with a dozen weird eyes that seemed to be stuck here and there at random. It stared at us the way I'd seen Tobias stare at his prey. It was going to destroy us. There was no question in my mind, and no question that it could. Oh man, I don't like this. Then the eyes all flickered at once. The beast seemed uncertain. And to my utter relief and utter amazement, the thing began to disappear. He became dust again, just a cloud of dust that thinned and disappeared. I was shaking so badly I couldn't stand up, but I was alive. Well, that's unfortunate. No, go back. I don't need to see my thumbnail. We all know what the thumbnail looks like. No, go back to my thumbnail. Ah. All right.
So Patrick says my house didn't burn down. Don't
I'm
know
glad.
if you're referencing the book or if you're just like saying that your house just didn't burn down.
I'm glad that your house didn't burn down if that's true. I mean, like that's a good thing. In general. Really, it keeps thinking that we just want to see the thumbnail. Did I at least put the right thumbnail on this?
Yeah, you did.
Yes, it did. Okay, cool. Making sure. Did I?
But speaking of house burning down, I remember one time someone didn't outlet incorrectly when they were some construction on our house.
Yikes.
And so I was I heard like a radio noise, like a static noise. And then I was like, what is that? And then it died down and then it got louder and louder. And it only happened because it was raining. And then I saw that the electrical outlet exploded and then caught fire to the wall. So I was like, oh, I gotta move some stuff.
Oh
So
no!
yeah. It just burnt. It just scorched the wall a bit.
Just a bit. I would have been so freaked out. I'd have been like, nope.
Yeah.
Nope. But yeah, glad
You can
nobody's
panic
house.
later, right?
Yeah, you can
Right
panic
now,
later.
let me just move the stuff out the way.
I'm actually pretty good in the direct moment that disaster is happening. It's afterwards where I'm just like, oh, that just happened. Oh no. Okay. I'm glad everybody's house seems to be not burned. This is chapter 6. This is Rachel, so we get to hear from Rachel again. I woke up. I was on my back, lying on a bed.
We're doing pretty good on time.
We are. I'm trying to get through, just because I know we have extra pages today, and I don't want to leave them on a cliffhanger when we're not going to be here next week.
Yeah.
I woke up. I was on my back, lying on a bed of pine needles and crispy dried leaves. I was staring at the trees. The sun shone through the branches. My first thought was, what am I doing here? I had no idea how I had gotten in these woods, or even what woods these were. What am I doing here? I started to say out loud, but the words were garbled, mangled. They were more of a screech than actual words. I felt a tinkle of fear. What was going on? What was going on? Why was I here? Why couldn't I talk? I shouldn't be here. I should be... Where? Where should I be? I tried to concentrate. How had I come here? Where was I before? Where did I belong? But nothing came. Nothing. I couldn't remember how I'd gotten there. I couldn't remember where I'd been, ever. Suddenly it hit me in a wave of dread that made my heart skip several beats. I didn't know who I was. I did not know my own name. I tried, and then the Carrie Underwood song plays. I tried to sit up, and this is when I saw... I screamed a weird, high-pitched scream. My legs! They were encased in black leotard, and I could see that the upper half of each leg was shaped like a normal human leg, but the The bottom half suddenly changed shape, and from the bottom of the leotard, huge talons appeared. I looked at my hand. 5 fingers, 5 human fingers, but they sprouted with feathers. There were feathers sticking out of my flesh. I felt my face, skin on my cheeks, skin on my neck, but then bristling feathered fingers felt my mouth. It was a beak, a hard, tearing beak. It was a nightmare. That was it. I was having a nightmare. I had to wake up. I had to get out of this dream. Ah! I screamed again, as an unhuman sound of my own voice frightened me still more. Ah! I imagine it's how it sounds. I had to control the panic. I had to. But my legs, my face, my hands. Don't panic, I ordered myself. You will not panic. You will not panic. This isn't real. And yet I could feel the pine needles beneath me and the warmth of the sun as it landed through the branches. It all felt real. Was this how I always was? Was I some sort of freak? Half bird, half human? No, I knew that was wrong. And I knew that people did not become birds. And yet here I was, with feathers and a beak and no memory of who I was. I looked like some horrible creature who was halfway through changing from bird to human, or the other way around. Was that it? Had I been in the process of changing from one to the other? And which one was I really? Who was I? What was I? Come on, I ordered myself, get a grip, get a grip. But I could feel screams boiling up inside me. Couldn't scream. I could scream and scream and scream. No, start that and you'll never stop, I thought. Use your head. Think. I strained to remember, but it was as if half my brain were wrapped in a dense fog. I couldn't see through it, no matter how I tried. You're a human, I told myself silently. You're a human, not a bird. And if you could change this far, maybe you can change more. I closed my eyes. I wanted to concentrate, and I did not want to see my body. Terror rattled through me, shaking my bones, churning my insides. I was human. I wanted to be fully human. Human again. Then I began to feel changes. I opened my eyes. As I watched, the talons shriveled and split and became toes. It was revolting to watch. It made me sick, but I realized something. As soon as I lost concentration, the changes stopped. That had to be it. I must have been changing and something had broken my concentration. I could not stay the way I was. I was a nightmare. I had to get out. I felt a shadow over the sun. I thought it was a passing cloud. I couldn't let myself be distracted. I focused down again. Human. I wanted to be human. I felt the feathers melt into my skin. I felt my beak become soft lips. The sun was very dim now. Something was blocking it. I felt a chill. I looked up. Just above the trees, a cloud of dust swirled wildly like some flattened tornado. It swirled and concentrated. A dust cloud, but not a dust cloud really. As I lay there, I had a terrible feeling. A feeling that this swirling, thickening cloud was watching me, considering me, focusing on me. But I couldn't not allow myself to be distracted. I was still not fully human, and I wanted to be human again. Maybe once I was human, I would remember who I was. And then she remembers Jake, and she's like, oh no.
She's just like, with brown hair approaching me. And I just have this feeling of comfort and love.
Oh, great, amnesia.
Why is this bird talking to me? Have I gone mad?
She's an amnesiac eagle. That's like, amnesiac eagle would be a great name for a band.
What if it's like when she was morphing, the consciousness of the bird swapped with her human consciousness?
Oh god, it's like a mesh, so she can't remember everything about herself. That's terrifying.
The Fly. It's The Fly all over again.
Oh god. That's the only thing that could make this crazier, is if Jeff Goldblum was reading it to us. There we go. Alright. At least that was a short chapter. I guess eagles don't have that much span to write.
I mean, these are pretty short chapters. You're already on chapter 7.
That's true.
An hour.
Yep, an hour of reading. I'm already 7 chapters in. Pretty good.
And then while she's doing that, I'm working on my card game that I told her about.
How's that going?
It's going good. I'm working on adding mechanics to it. Like, well, to elaborate on everybody, I started just really quickly. I started on a card game board game based on mahjong, and so I wanted because I went to Barnes and Noble and I saw a bunch of games that are similar to each other, but nothing like mahjong. And I played mahjong with 4 players, and it's pretty good. So I thought of taking those mechanics and making it more like basically wrapping it into like a thrift store type of theme. So I'm adding like mechanic cards, so like a damage price tag, take a random card from one player for price check, meaning put it at the bottom of the card pile.
That's fun. I like this. I like this idea.
And then I'm doing one right now on layaway. So basically you can put a card to the side, and then after a certain number of turns, you can add it to your hand.
Ooh, I like that. That's a fun mechanism. I like that. When it's my turn to not be reading, I'm gonna keep working on my crochet endeavors.
It's not a TCG derp. It's a board game card game.
I'm kind of picturing Monopoly. I know that that's probably not what it is anything like, but
More of a 70s retro-ish, like an old outdated thrift store type of vibe.
I like it. That sounds very fun. Okay, let's get into chapter 7. This is Tobias, Bird Boy. Sorry, Tobias. I've seen a lot of strange things since that first evening when we walked through the construction site where the Andalite prince had landed his damaged fighter. Back then I was just a kid, a boy, a dork, I guess. It's getting hard to remember, but yeah, I guess I was a dweeb. I remember that I met Jake because he stepped in to save me from some punks who wanted to flush my head in the toilet. I love how much he uses the word punks, unironically. Well, a lot has changed since then. I've gotten so I can deal with being what I am now. I've accepted the fact that I am no longer completely human, but I'm not completely a hawk either. Like I said, I've seen strange things, but nothing stranger than what I saw in the morning as I floated in the high thermals a mile above Darlene's house. So I was flying cover. It's one of the ways I'm able to help my friends. Marco hadn't asked me to fly cover for his idiotic little escapade, but I figured I'd better. Besides, I'd already eaten. A small snake, an unusual delicacy for me. Ugh. I had nothing else to do really but catch a thermal and ride it up. A thermal is an updraft of warm air. You spread your wings and it lifts you up like an elevator. Once you're up, you can just float there forever. You barely have to flap your wings. Once you're so I was up pretty high. High enough that I could see everything from the edge of the woods to the south all the way to the center of the city a few miles away, but I stayed low enough that I could still watch Marco and Axe morph. They ran around like fools till they got a grip on their mouse brains. Then, as they gained control, they set off purposefully toward Darlene's house. Marco is an extremely smart guy. I don't know if Axe is smart for an Andalite, but he's really smart by human standards. Neither of them really understood how dangerous it is to be a mouse. Walking openly across a suburban lawn in broad daylight. I mean, you might as well just tie raw stakes to your legs and go for a walk with a wolf pack. Hawks kill mice, cats kill mice, and let me tell you something. 2 groups of animals you don't want chasing you are hawks and cats. From the air, I observed one fat tabby cat who spotted them passing by, but I guess he was full or just feeling too lazy, lying around in the sun. The cat let them pass undisturbed. Probably be my cats. My cats don't have the energy. They're just like, eh. I also spotted a Cooper's hawk checking them out. He was definitely thinking about mouse for lunch. I signaled the Coopers that they were my prey, and he backed off. Fortunately, I was bigger than he was, and he wasn't hungry enough to fight. I watched as Marco and Axe reach Darlene's pool party. I relaxed then. If they didn't get stepped on, they'd probably be safe. Still, watching the party made me a little sad. The people seemed to be having a good time. Kids were splashing at the pool and running around and yelling and talking. It was a whole different universe. than the one I lived in. I had the other Animorphs and Axe for friends, but I didn't have friends like myself. Hawks don't get together and have parties. Mostly when you see another hawk, it means trouble, fight for territory. Down below, I saw Marco chasing some girl. Good grief, I thought. Why am I not surprised? The girl ran inside the house. Marco and Axe ran after her, trailing a posse of guys, one of whom was clearly Jake. Then I began to see something bizarre, a dust storm. That's what it looked like anyway, like one of those little dust devils that kick up on the desert or prairie. It swirled like a compact tornado. I was fascinated because wind is very important to me. Wind is life and death to me sometimes. The tornado was getting tighter, more solid. I strained to have my hawk eyes see every detail. I spilled air from my wings and swooped lower to get a better view. And then it wasn't a dust cloud anymore. It was a creature, a beast made up of gnashing mouths and whirling blades. It dived at the house, ripping it apart like it was made of Legos. Excuse me. It seemed to be chewing its way through brick and wood and shingle. It was like watching a garbage disposal grind up a carrot. Kids were screaming. They were running wildly this way and that. Suddenly, half the house was gone. Just gone, and I couldn't see straight down into the basement. Straight down at Marco. Human once more, an axe in his human morph. I folded my wings back and dived like a rocket. Maybe I could distract the beast. Then, for no apparent reason, the beast began to dissolve. I pulled up sharply, still a few hundred feet up. I could see Marco practically faint from relief. Axe didn't look too happy either, but they were both alive, and Jake and Cassie both were staring up at the sky in horror. The dust beast dissolved into a cloud again. A human eye would not have seen anything after that, but I didn't have human eyes. I saw the dust cloud disperse, but I also saw the individual particles streaming away towards the forest. The particles were moving at incredible speed. They were not being blown by the wind. I was sure of that. They were moving at all on their own, very fast towards the woods. Well, that's disturbing. I feel like I've said that a lot in this series so far. Well, that's disturbing. One of my favorite eras of Disney is the 80s horror films. I'll put them in the chat. Oh, Disney had some wild times in the 80s. Have you seen Mr. Booty?
What was it? What was that movie? Something Wicked This Way Comes.
Yeah. Yep. That was on Discord. Aforementioned prank at the past party was probably lifted from Candy Shack. Yeah. Sorry, I could not read that word.
Never seen. What's Caddyshack?
Caddyshack is a movie from the 80s. I have actually never seen Caddyshack.
I've like seen Heather.
It's like slapstick pop. Well, it's like screwball comedy, I guess you could say.
Did you hear school's canceled today because Kurt and Ram killed each other in a repressed homosexual suicide pact? No way.
Heather's is just so dark, but so great. Something Wicked This Way Comes and Watcher in the Woods are free on YouTube. Nice. Right. Last I checked, the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror Disney Channel movie is also free on YouTube right now.
Yeah, that one's also another horror one.
That was fun.
Yeah. Oh, there was a Nickelodeon TV movie called Crybaby Lane or something. That's that only aired once or something. It was a Nickelodeon TV movie.
It's interesting.
But apparently someone was able to get a recording of it, and it's on YouTube.
Pizza sent me the book version of The Halloween Tree, which is fun because I've never actually gotten to read the book, but I have covered the movie and I love the movie.
The Halloween Tree?
Mm-hmm. It aired on Cartoon Network in the 90s. It's the one with Leonard Nimoy playing Mr. Mountroud, and then Ray Bradbury, who wrote the book, narrates it.
But is it Scary Godmother?
Nothing is quite Scary Godmother, is it? Or Scary Godmother.
I can't believe it was a book. They were books. The Scary Godmother. Apparently
know
those are
that
books.
either. But yeah, they were books, and I was just like, oh, that's cool.
It's like all of the other reindeer.
I know, I love all of the other reindeer. Okay. Whoop. Nope, go back. Okay. Chapter 8, Rachel. Human. Be human. I focused with all my power on that one thought. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to remember who I was. Remember who you are, with like Mufasa in the sky. What I looked like.
Remember who you are.
I felt my body change. It was a horrifying sensation. I could hear bones crunching. I could feel a sudden nausea as a human stomach reappeared. I seemed to itch all over as flesh absorbed feathers. Had I done this before? It didn't seem possible. It was disgusting, grotesque. I opened my eyes. Right above me. What was it? Mouths with needle sharp teeth, staring eyes, whirling blades. It was after me. Should I fly? Should I run? What was I? I leapt up, hoping I had legs. Yes, I could run. Yes, I ran. I ran. My own bare feet flashed ahead of me. Human feet. My arms pumped, but they still felt odd. The bones were connected wrong. I ran over pine needles that stabbed the tender soles of my feet. Oh, that has to suck. It was behind me. It chewed through a tree 4 feet thick, chewed it up and left splinters and sawdust behind. No, I screamed, and my voice was almost human. No, no, it was after me. It wanted to kill me. Why? What had I done? What had I done? Who was I that this monster wanted to destroy me? I raced as fast as I could, but I was faster. Entire trees were ripped from the ground to make way for it. The very ground itself was ripped up as if by some huge plow. The shrieking of destruction was all around me. What was happening to me? Help me! I screamed, and now my voice was truly human. The last of the changes were occurring. My arms pumped smoothly now. My eyes looked past a normal human nose. The beak was gone. But the beast, it was on me. Suddenly, a road. Cars flashing by. I ran for the road. The beast pursued me and ripping a path through the woods. Cars zooming past. If I ran out into the road, they would have hit me. If I stopped, the beast would devour me. I ran. Swoom! A car shot past me, missing me by inches. 6 lanes. A freeway. I ran, hoping against hope to survive. Horns, blaring horns, a truck, the beast. It hit the truck, or the truck hit it, I don't know which. The cabin of the truck was crumpled. I caught a flash of the driver yelling frantically, working the steering wheel. Then the trailer part, the part that had said Ben and Jerry, slammed into the dust beast. Screeching, screaming wheels, then wham! I tripped and went sprawling into the median strip. I rolled down a grassy slope into dirty water. The beast shredded the trailer, shredded it. Pints of ice cream exploded around like hand grenades. In the middle of terror, I was pelted by pints of Cherry Garcia and wavy gravy ice cream. Ugh! The beast rose from the truck. The driver climbed up out of the cab and ran. As the beast rose into the air, 100 manic eyes looked around. It saw me. There was no doubt that it saw me. But the eyes seemed confused. They seemed lost. The beast saw me, but did not recognize me. Suddenly, as I cowered in the ditch of the median strip, the beast simply dissolved into a cloud of dust, dissolved and blew away. Traffic had stopped on all 6 lanes, and people hung out of their windows to witness the spectacle of a tractor trailer lying across the road. I climbed shakily out of the ditch and was trembling so badly I could barely stand. I was muddy and wet and barefoot, wearing a black leotard. I stumbled across the road toward the sheltering woods. A man with a camcorder emerged from his car and began taping the wreck. From far off came the wail of the siren. I just wanted to get away, whoever I was. Cassie finally gets a chapter.
So Ellery's like, what? Heathers? And they're saying
Heathers?
Mean Girls is just sanitized Heathers. Actually, it's not because nobody dies in Mean Girls. And 2, everyone gets a happy ending in Mean Girls.
But I think that's what makes it sanitized Heathers, right?
No, because Veronica's already established in Heather's. She's not like a new kid. Whereas Mean Girl, she's a new kid.
Fair enough.
What was that?
What?
I said, what was that noise?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything. I'm sorry.
It was like a right now.
I did not hear that on my end.
She's a semi-neurotic egg. Sorry.
Hi, Paulo. How big is it? Is it a giant monster? It's big enough to chomp a semi-truck in half.
It's a Digimon.
Digimon.
Digital monsters.
Now it's in my head all over again. I just got it out of my head.
Alright then, next chapter.
Yeah, I saw somebody in the comments of the Digimon video real quick, and they were like, somebody was like, wow, I really like the theme song. And there were like 3 other people being like, the American theme song is trash. And I was like, okay, guys, everybody can have their opinions.
You purists. you purists who are like,
calm down.
You are just as bad as those people that say this is our country and blah blah blah. It's like, no, this is everyone's country. Let's not start with the whole English is the only language here nonsense.
Like, I mean, if that's like a a popular thing, that's valid and everything. But like, I felt bad because the one person was like, "Oh, I like this theme song," and then they were like, "It's trash," and I was like, "Oh no, guys, come on."
Yeah, because like Milo, who is not here, I don't think, which is sad. But Milo and I got into a discussion of card captors, because I like the cheesy original dub in English, which is like a completely different anime, and Milo likes the original card captors. And
both are valid.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That's what we try to do here. It's just like, if you like this, because I always got told my whole life that like all the things that I liked were like lame or bad or whatever, and so like we always try to be like, if you like this thing, that's valid. If you don't like this thing, that's also valid.
But if you chastise people for liking something, that's invalid.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that. Be nice when you disagree with people, please. I felt so bad. I was like, oh no. No, that's just their. It's like, it's my opinion.
That's my opinion. How do you know what's good for me?
Such a good iconic.
Yeah. It's the Real Housewives. A lot of Real Housewives clips are just so iconic.
Yup, they really are. All right.
Ooh, the ghetto. The ghetto.
Chapter 9. Segueing back. Cassie. Tornado my butt, Marco said angrily. That thing was alive. We were watching TV in my living room. Jake, Marco, Axe in his human morph, and me. Cassie. Cassie. It was afternoon. My parents weren't home yet, so we were safe, talking freely. The news was doing a special report. They had broken into a talk show to show film of what they described as a freak tornado. They were showing what was left of Darlene's house. The reporter was standing right where we'd had the pool party. You could see Darlene in the background with her parents picking through the wreckage. Oh, that's sad. The storm hit late this morning just before noon, the reporter said. Some young people were having a pool party, and they described a sort of funnel cloud that appeared quite suddenly out of a clear sky. Some of the kids who were here actually described it as seeing like a monster or a beast, but of course, they were quite frightened at the time. Pause. I know people are actually going through real like tornadoes right now, and I'm very sorry. I hope this isn't actually triggering to anybody. Because it's been
they don't live in California because we ain't got no tornadoes here in California.
Nope. But you know where there are tornadoes.
I've been seeing a lot of sorry to digress just a tiny bit more. I've been seeing a lot of those things on Instagram where people are like how people be acting when there's a tornado warning 15 miles away, and then they're just like going shopping at Aldi's or whatever.
Yeah, Oh yeah, and God forbid they're like, we might get a little bit of snow. Everybody's like, I need milk and bread, and it's like, why milk? Milk is gonna go bad as soon as you lose power, which is what's gonna happen if snow was actually bad enough that you were gonna get snowed in, which it's not.
You you bury it in the snow. You let it get cold in the snow.
Yeah, but here in Georgia, even at our most snowy weather, we get like 3 inches of snow.
Here down in Georgia, y'all, we get down near the 3 inches.
You gotta remember that like 2 inches of snow shut the whole city down a few years ago.
I mean, 1 inch of snow freaked Texas out, so
Oh gosh.
that was a thing back then. And I'd love to get into it, but we're reading Animorphs at the
Yeah.
moment. I just wanted to do that little accent of Georgia because I was watching King of the Hill, where they go down to New Orleans, and then you have this like Southern gentleman be like, Robert, this is not velvet, this is velveteen, and then he's just emulating that guy like, I'd like a window seat because this summer flower is wilting.
That's funny.
I don't
Oh,
get it. I don't get that flowery type of talk where it's like, I think
it's
I'll give
regional.
room service a jangle and have some etouffee.
Etouffee. Oh, that's great. Of course, they were quite frightened at the time. Okay. They were frightened, all right, Marco muttered. They were wetting their pants. I know only some minor injuries. A few of the kids suffered abrasions and minor cuts. The house itself was fully insured. That's a good thing, Marco said dryly. Wait, I skipped something. Wetting their pants, I know. The house was virtually destroyed, the reporter went on. Almost miraculously, there were only some minor injuries. A few of the kids suffered abrasions and minor cuts. The house itself was fully insured. That's a good thing, Marco said dryly, because we're talking a lot. We're talking a lot more than a paint job needed there. Now let's go out to the freeway, where the same tornado, or possibly a second tornado, destroyed a tractor trailer, holding up traffic for hours. The screen showed a Ben and Jerry's ice cream truck that looked like it had been blown apart by a bomb. Suddenly I saw something familiar. Hey, look, I said. What? Jake asked. It's gone now, I said. Are we taping this? Yeah, Marco said. What is it? Back the tape up. Back it up. VCR tape. I watched the camera as the camera panned back across the wreckage. Then, right there, I said, that girl, see? She's only in the shot for a second. Can you freeze frame her? Why? Jake asked. What is it? Marco rewound, then advanced the tape a frame at a time. A blurry figure appeared in the frame zone. What is the matter? Axe asked. Matter. Axe can be odd when he's in human morph. Hey, don't bully my child. Having a mouth and being able to make sounds just fascinates him. Look at that girl, I said. Tall, blonde hair, barefoot, wearing black leotard. Jake's eyes widened in shocked recognition. So did Marco's. Oh my god, Marco whispered. It is. It's Rachel. It has to be. She must have just come out of a morph, I said. That's her morphing suit, and being barefoot and all. See, when we morph, we can't morph much clothing, just something skin tight. And shoes? Forget shoes. I've tried morphing shoes. They end up looking like an entire pack of dogs played tug of war with them. Wouldn't that be better than having no shoes in the middle of the woods, though? I have questions.
You'd
What is
think.
what is Rachel doing out there? Jake demanded. She's supposed to be up in the mountains at that camp. You know what this means, Marco demanded. That thing that came after Axe and me was also right where Rachel was. Coincidence? I don't think so. Jake shook his head. No, not a coincidence. He looked at Axe. Do you know what this is? No, Axe said. I do not. It is not any race that I have ever heard of, but I agree. It is no coincidence. 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 Well, what is it? Marco demanded angrily. Tobias told us that it headed towards the forest at a very high speed, I said. It was heading for Rachel. The timing is right, the location is right. It attacked Marco and Axe, and then it stopped and went tearing off for Rachel. Why? What is the point? If it's some Yerk weapon, it should have finished us off. I mean, it had Axe and me cold. We need to talk to Rachel, Jake said. Cassie? I'll call. I went to the phone, the one in the kitchen. I dialed Rachel's number. I've probably dialed that number every day for years. On the third ring, hello? Hi, Jordan. Jordan is Rachel's younger sister. Is Rachel home? Duh, Cassie. She's at the gymnastics thing. The camp? I'm tingling up my spine. So she did go. Sure. She didn't come back early or anything? No. Why? Is something the matter? Nah, nothing. I was just thinking maybe. Never mind. Later. I hung up the phone and took several deep breaths. I didn't want to alarm the others. I went back to the living room. Marco was still yelling at the guy on the TV. It wasn't a tornado. Are people blind? A tornado does not have teeth. New sentence. Jake saw me first. I tried to conceal the fear I felt inside, but I can't hide anything from Jake. He knows me too well. What is it? He asked. Rachel. She isn't home. They think she's at camp. Jake, Marco, and Axe all just stared for a moment. Then Marco rewound the tape and played it back. Tall, blonde, a model's body, wearing black leotard and no shoes. It was Rachel, and she was definitely not at camp. Poor Rachel.
She was out at the farm. They sent her to the farm.
Disney would show someone's
When
geez, well,
when did they do that? When did they show their head getting chopped off?
not chopped off, but it made me think of Under Wraps, where the movie starts, because it was the first movie technically branded as a DCOM and not as a Magical World of Disney or Wonderful World of Disney presentation.
Yeah.
And it was so funny because it was way edgier is the right word, but it was definitely different in
I remember
vibe than
that opening
DCOMs.
scene
Yeah, the opening scene of the fake out scene of the horror movie where the guy's head gets like
of the
shoved
movie.
into the
Yeah.
yeah. It's like, oh my, I literally had to pause it and be like, Disney Channel movie. Okay, we're just Disney's having a moment right now.
Disney Channel. Express
Disney.
yourself.
Express yourself. So
I thought Northern Lights was the first DCOM, but
I mean, like Boogity, Bride of Boogity, all those things that are 80s that are technically Wonderful World of Disney. I still consider them Disney. I have them on my DCOMs playlist because they're the same thing. But like the first one to technically be branded as a DCOM, I believe, was Under Wraps in 1997.
yeah. But Diane Keaton was in this movie before Northern Light, or not before before Under Wraps. It starred Diane Keaton.
And then they honest to God had like horror, like honest to God horror movies in the 80s. It was wild. Oh, I need to watch that movie. I haven't seen it in ages.
Is it? I thought it was more of like a psycho, like more of a thriller chiller.
Not that one. Not that one. There's another one, and I'll think of the name in a second when I'm not trying to. My head's full of Ben and Jerry's and eagles and tornadoes with teeth.
Oh yeah, Ben and Jerry's. When they were talking about what is it, Cherry Garcia, chocolate Cherry Garcia. Remind me of Little Miss Sunshine. Where it's like, do you eat ice cream? Of course. My favorite flavor is chocolate cherry Garcia, but I think that counts more as the frozen yogurt. And then Abigail Bresson's character's like, she eats ice cream. Because her dad earlier in the movie is like, oh, well, ice cream's fattening to her. I'm like, everyone always cringes at that scene.
Yep, cringe. Very cringe. Alright, chapter 10. Rachel. Spent hours just walking in the woods, walking and trying to remember. Who was I? What was I? I didn't know. My name would not answer me. I remembered how to talk. I remembered what things were called. I knew that the sky was blue, and that the moon was white, and the ocean was deep, and that the winter was colder than the summer. I knew all the background things of life. It was like watching a TV show where you could see all the sets, but the characters were invisible. Of me, of who I was, and what I was, I knew nothing. Or not quite nothing. I knew that I was some sort of freak. I knew I could have the feathers and beak and legs of a bird, and I knew that I had some terrible enemy. The pine needle and it had fallen branches had made walking painful. That's what I said, but what else could I do? Where was I supposed to go? Some terrible beast was hunting me. Who could I possibly trust? Answer me! I yelled to no one but the trees. Who am I? The sound of my own voice reminded me I had to be careful. The beast from the sky might be out there, might still be looking for me. I walked away, hoping the clouds would lift from my memory. I knew I had amnesia. I remembered the word amnesia, but how had it happened? That I could not remember. I stayed fairly close to this highway that sliced through the forest. I could see flashes of cars through the trees a few hundred yards off to my right, but I stayed deep enough in the woods that no one from the road could see me. I could not afford to be seen, not until I knew what danger I was in. Then, amidst the greens and browns of the forest, I saw something bright and yellow. It was deeper in the woods, another few hundred yards deeper. I crouched down low and walked on bent legs toward the splash of yellow. I moved quickly as I could, placing each bare foot carefully. It was a shack. The yellow was a cotton-ribbed top from the Limited, probably. I froze. What? From the Limited? What did that mean? I squeezed my eyes shut and concentrated. Flash. A store. It was a store. Clothing. Tables covered with folded tops in bright colors. I was there shopping with... I know there was someone with me. I could feel the fact that there was someone was with me. Are you guys having the Limited flashbacks? Is this taking you back?
To where? Limited 2 or Justice?
I guess Limited too. But I kind of saw both of them as interchangeable.
Oh, Christopher was asking, got to the part about your own card game. You like Dominion, Munchkin, I played Munchkin. Munchkin's okay. Other than that, I haven't played the other card game that you're talking about.
I played Munchkin a couple of times. I don't remember how to play, but I remember that I played. But I couldn't see anymore. The memory fragment was only a brief snippet of time. It told me nothing. I looked again at the shack. It looked like it had been built a long time ago. It was made of logs, some of which were rotted out. Had I been here before? It felt familiar, this place. A place like it. But no, I was probably just imagining things. The yellow top was hanging on a clothesline. I walked left to see through the front doorway. It was open. There was no light inside the cabin. Could I take the risk? If you want to return the item, you'll need a receipt, the voice said. Yeah! I yelled and spun around. A woman. Old. No, not so old. Just shabby. Wearing so many layers of clothing, she looked fat. Okay, calm down, Rachel. I know you're going through something, but calm down. But she wasn't. She was thin, dragging bulging canvas bag. Not a threat. I forced myself to calm down. I tried to let the adrenaline flow out of me, but my heart was pounding and my muscles were tensed. You'll need a receipt, the woman said again. She stared at me in a challenging way and held out her hand. What? I asked. Do you know me? If you want to return the item, you'll need a receipt, she said again. She said it precisely the way she had the first time, the identical inflection. She was insane. I don't have a receipt, I said. She looked past me at something or nothing. Then she headed for the shack. I don't know why, but I followed her. Don't do that! Stranger danger. She was mentally ill, but she didn't seem dangerous, and I wasn't exactly normal myself. 3 feet high in every corner. I don't know what I expected to find inside the shack, but it was a shock. Clothing, piles of it, 3 feet high in every corner, clothing. Much of it was dirty, filthy. Some of it was stained or burned. Some seemed fine. The mad woman ignored me completely. She opened the dirty canvas bag and began pulling out more items of clothing. Stained shirts, ripped jeans, one old sneaker. Excuse me, I said. Ma'am, if you want to return this item, you'll need a receipt. Can you tell me your name? She stopped sorting the clothing. She turned a sly grin towards me. My name? Or its name? We are two, not one. Yes. Yes, if you want to return the item, your name, please, I said. It's gone now, she said craftily. but it will be back. Oh, yes, they'll be back. They never go away forever. I guess normally I might have been frustrated. I might have even gotten annoyed, but I knew now there was no space there, what it was like to have your brain betray you. What does all this clothing belong? Who does all this clothing belong to? I asked. Mine! She shrieked suddenly. Mine! It's mine! Okay, it's yours. I found it all. People throw it away. It's mine. Yes, it's yours. But I was wondering. I don't have any shoes. I thought maybe you could let me borrow a pair of shoes. Will that be cash, credit? Will that be cash, check, or credit card? I had no idea. Maybe it was stupid. Maybe it was even a little cruel. I bent down and picked up a chunk of pine bark from the floor. I held it out to the woman. Credit card. She took it. She looked at it in confusion. Then she looked up at me. There was something lost and desperate in her eyes. Is this the store? She asked. It's your store, I said. She forced a shaky smile. Let me know if I can help you find anything. I will, I said. I began digging through the nearest pile of clothing. Shoes were stuck here and there. I dug each one out one by one and set them in a pile on the floor. I needed a size 5. So far I had mostly men's shoes. She's a size 5 if she's super tall. She's got tiny feet. Are you one of them? The woman asked. One of what, ma'am? I replied. The others. The ones who live in your head. I don't think so, I said. I was focused on my search. There's only one way to know for sure, she said in a soft, silky voice. There's only one way to know for sure. Success. One size 6 Reebok. One size 5 Converse. They weren't exactly matched, but they were better than being barefoot. I heard a creak of rusty hinges behind me. I turned and looked. The old woman had opened a trap door in the floor of the shack. I started to rise from my crouch, holding the shoes. Whumph. Something hit me from behind. I tried to suck in a breath, but then the blow had emptied my lungs. The woman was all over me, shoving, clawing, scratching, and screaming, Yerk! 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 I struggled to fend her off, but she was strong and driven by her insane vision. I fell, down through the hole in the floor. Yerk! Yerk! She screamed. I landed on dirt. I recovered quickly and leapt back up at the opening. The hatch slammed down on me. I ducked just in time. Yerk! 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 Flash. A gray, sludgy pool, an underground cavern. Something in the pool swimming. Many somethings. Something just beneath the surface of the pool, like fish. No. Slugs. Gray slugs. Yerk! My head swam with the sudden vision, but I couldn't focus on that. I had to get out. I pounded on the splintery wood at the hatch. Lady, let me out of here! Let me out of here! I don't want to hurt you! No answer. I looked around. It wasn't a basement, just a space beneath the shack. Maybe long, long ago it had been some kind of way to escape, or maybe it was a place to store food for the winter. But it had the feeling of great age. It was hard-packed to dirt on 3 sides. The 4th side was a wall of vertical logs. I could see through the gaps in the logs, but I did not see a way out. Lady, let me out of here. I'm not going to hurt you. She spoke in a much quieter voice. No, you don't want to hurt me. You just want to crawl inside my head. Like you did before. Crawl inside my head. Make me give you my husband. Make me give him to you. My children, all for you, controlling me in my head. But you died, didn't you, Yerk? I felt a terrible coldness. She was insane, and yet, why did her raving mean something to me? That word, Yerk, it meant something evil. Was I crazy too? Was that the truth I was hiding from myself? Rachel's really going through it.
Didn't they rescue a woman from the first book?
I'm trying to think back to the first book. Possibly? Or was that the second book?
No, the first book they went down to the cave and then they were escaping. And Cassie had a woman on her back when she was a horse. And they rescued the policeman or something.
Oh, that's right. That's very interesting. That could be.
So I'm pretty sure that's a callback to the lady.
Nice. Hi, Milo. And hi, Chris. Harriet the Spy 2. Harriet the Spy was fun. Nick movies. When I think of Nickelodeon and movies, I think of Snow Day, Clock Stoppers, Good Burger, and the movies for Rugrats and Hey Arnold. I have one of the Rugrats movies that was sent to me. I need to cover it still. Oh my god, Clock Stoppers. I've been trying to remember the title details of that film for years.
I remember it, and it does pop up every now and again on like YouTube movies for free. It just like gets rotated out. What was I gonna say? When I think of Nickelodeon movies, I think of Wild Thornberrys.
Yep. Is this what I think it is? This has one of the most famously brutal scenes in the series. Oh boy, I can feel it going there. It's getting real. Never seen the movie, actually. My brother references it sometimes. The Rescue One Human Woman. Yes. Cassie carried her up in horse morph. I don't think it is because of something that happens later in the book. Okay. Detail that comes up. Okay. Rugrats movie was one of my favorite movies as a kid. I was terrified of the monkeys in that movie. Maybe the original source of my phobia. Oh no. Normal people watching something wicked. I didn't like the flying monkeys in Wizard of Oz. I was apparently very scared of those as a child.
Yeah, I was just scared of that game that we streamed a while back in October.
Oh yeah.
That was where my main fear came from. But apparently, it's just a work of rumors that they recall or not recall, they redesigned the game because it was too scary. Nowhere there are no articles that make that a fact saying that it was too scary.
That's interesting.
So that's just a work of rumors. I think they reworked it. Sorry to digress. I think they reworked that game because it was working off of a different game engine, and so they thought it'd be easier just to go back to the format that they did with all the other Jumpstart games.
Stay safe, Ellery. We appreciate you. Yeah, this book's a lot. These books are a lot. People are always just like, "Oh, you cover kids media. That's so cute. That must be so fun." And it's like, "Yeah." And then every time I'm just like thinking back to like what we call War Crimes, the book series.
Yes, War Crimes book series and the effects of war for those not directly involved.
Yeah, but I hope you're
But
okay. Oh, go
I was
ahead.
gonna say this woman is a product of war, being a victim of war, a bystander in the crossfire. That looks like.
Yep. Yeah, I hope you're okay, Ellery. Have a good night. I'm terrified of monkeys. They are just very sinister, mischievous creatures. Yeah. They're like very intelligent, but very violent if they want to be, you know? Thinks he's a baby. Hangs out with the Rugrats.
Oh yeah, that's the Rugrats gone wild.
Oh.
Nigel Strawberry.
Nigel Strawberry. I don't know if I've ever actually seen that. I need to.
Oh yeah, and then I remember, sorry,
You're good.
Rocket Power. They never got a movie. I wish Rocket Power got a movie. The closest thing that they got was the movie where they go to Australia for some extreme sports competition. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't think so.
And yeah, no, oh yeah, that's the one, Milo, where they get to compete in New Zealand and they go zorbing and then they do river rafting. And their Hawaiian uncle Tito, he's trying to eat Vegemite, and every time he tries to eat Vegemite, something interrupts him, like that fat guy from Lilo and Stitch. Every time he wants to eat his
God.
snow cone, and he never gets a snow cone.
Well, it's like in Hocus Pocus 2, the dad never gets his caramel apple, and I ended the movie being like, I really had fun watching this movie, but damn, I feel wrong that he didn't get his apple. I just wanted an after credit scene where he had his apple. Okay, chapter 11. It's Jake now. Marco and I took the bus to a place close to where the dust beast had attacked Rachel and destroyed the ice cream truck. Oh, there's not a space there. The bus stopped and we climbed off. We were at a combination gas station and convenience store just off the highway. There was a Denny's across the street and a Dairy Queen not far off. Ooh, Dairy Queen, my favorite. Sorry, just peanut butter cups and M&Ms in the blizzard. So good.
Never
Anyway,
been to a Dairy Queen, so I can't relate.
I
We
love
don't
Dairy
have Dairy Queen out here.
Really? Oh, I
Yeah,
love
we don't
Dairy
have
Queen.
Dairy Queen. We barely even
Weird.
have Sonics out here. We only have like
Weird.
one close by to me.
Interesting. Um, Okay, the wreckage of the Ben and Jerry's truck was across the gas station. It had been towed there to get it off the road. There wasn't much left of the trailer. It had been chewed up and ground into splinters. Well, Marco said dryly, this sure looks like the work of the same creature that ventilated Darlene's house. You do realize you shouldn't have been in there in the first place, I said. Someone could have been killed. Like I knew some devil beast was going to come after me, Marco demanded. I let it go. Marco knew he'd screwed up. At least I hoped he knew. Come in, I said. You have the bag? Or come on, I said. You have the bag? Of course I have the bag, Marco grumbled. We headed for the woods. Once well into the trees, we began scanning the tree branches. Up here, Tobias said in thought speak. He was on a branch preening his feathers. He used his beak to sort of comb through each feather. Is this really the time to be worrying about your looks? Marco asked. Preening isn't about looks, Tobias said patiently. I'm cleaning and straightening feathers. Clean feathers fly better. How do you even get dirty? Marco wondered. I mean, flying all the time. I was hungry, so I ate a mouse. A mouse just like the one you became this morning, Tobias said. It wasn't a very clean kill. Any other questions? I smiled as Marco turned slightly green. Where's Axe? I said. He's coming. He's about a mile back. He's fast, but he's on foot, whereas I flew. Did you? No, Tobias answered. I didn't see anything. No humans walking in this area of the woods at all, as far as I saw, except for this crazy woman who lives in a shack out here. No Rachel. Okay, I said. Marco and I are going to morph now. You want to go up top and make sure we're clear? Tobias opened his wings and swept low over our heads before catching a headwind and rising up above the treetops. Ready, Marco? I asked. Sure, I love this morph. It's cool. This is what morphing should always be like. We were planning to use our wolf morphs. For one thing, wolves ran in the forest, so we wouldn't be totally out of place. But more importantly, wolves have a magnificent sense of smell. Marco opened the bag and took out a girl's shirt. It belonged to Rachel. She left it at Cassie's house. We hoped it would smell like Rachel. We were going to play Bloodhound. We shoved our clothes back into the bag and stood there in our morph suits. Bike shorts and tops. Needless to say, we looked just a bit out of place. All clear, Tobias called down from somewhere above. Well, let's do it, I said to Marco. You look so Arnold's when you get that expression, Marco T. Oh, Arnold's when you get that expression, Marco T's. So what? So Arnold Schwarzenegger. I smiled. Oh, shut up. All right, Dan, let's do it, Marco said, doing a pretty decent Arnold accent.
Come on, you gotta do the accent. You got to do the Arnold accent.
Oh
All right,
God.
then let's do this.
I don't know that my vocal cords can do that.
Hasta
I
la vista.
Hasta la vista. I focused on the wolf. We had first acquired the wolf morphs a while back when we were on a mission to destroy a Yerk truck ship. Wolf, I said to myself. The first change was the fur, gray and shaggy, and as rough as carpeting It sprouted from my human skin in a wave that rippled down from my neck all across my body. I could see my face bulging out, growing a long snout. It's very odd because when you're a human, you can't really see your own nose. So it's definitely weird to have this long thing sticking out of your face. Of course, that's not exactly the only weird thing about morphing. Morphing seems like it should hurt. I mean, there are entire organs inside your body that are changing, even down to individual cells. Everything about you is changed within a couple of minutes. It doesn't hurt though. I guess the Andalite scientists who discovered the process made sure of that. If it did hurt, it would have been pain too terrible to live through, especially when you're doing some really bizarre morph like into a lobster or an ant, when there's almost nothing left that's even slightly human. It did hurt, but it could definitely creep you out. I could hear my bones shifting and popping and stretching and squeezing. There was a grinding noise when my knee suddenly reversed direction. Everybody with scoliosis is like, I think I know what that's like. um, and stretching, and I already read that. Hey, Jake, Marco said he still had most of his human mouth. I started to answer him, but the sound came out that was more like yo. Thank you, thank you. Marco grinned at the second, and the second his mouth bulged into a snout, his teeth grew and multiplied and became the fearsome weapons of the wolf. I don't believe it. It's coming. Tobias yelled. It's coming. I didn't need to ask what Tobias meant. I looked up at the sky. A dust storm was blowing just above the trees. It's coming. Okay.
Laser says, well, look, I had to hear Avery do an Australian accent while she was reading Mortal Land. I don't know how she would do the Arnold-esque voice, what he says.
There's only very specific voices that I can do. Australian is not one of them, and neither is Arnold Schwarzenegger's voice.
I remember seeing a post on Twitter of this little kid. He'd be like, you like my British accent? It's really Australian.
That's cute.
And his mom's like, you sound like you're from Texas. Like, and he's like, he goes back to his little British, like, no, I don't. I'm like, no, I don't.
That's cute. Routines. Yeah, they were trying to go for a slightly different audience back in the 80s, and then they realized that wasn't their vibe. Vaguely, I was a big rocket powered kid. And the
Do you remember Rocket Power?
I don't. The giant monkey.
How did Giant Monkey not become a meme?
I can see my own nose. I have kind of a long nose. If I like my eyes kind of crossing, I can see my nose.
I can't. My nose
like,
is tiny.
Your nose. Technically, you can see your nose. It's just that your brain just kind of decides not to. Just kind of edits it out for you.
It edits it out for you.
It edits it out. I mean, it kind of does, yeah. Like if you look, you can see it, but your brain is just kind of like, that's in my
Milo
way.
says that Rocket Power is probably the weakest show Klasky Chupa made aside from the Ronald McDonald tapes. It's not the most memorable, but wait, is Wild Thornberries also made by Klasky Chupo? I don't think so. I don't remember. But I was gonna say Rocket Power. Yes, it's not the most memorable, but I still think it's a great show. It's very of its time, meaning that it's timeless because it's so of its time. That's what makes it time.
I just realized that I have one more of those Ronald McDonald tapes to do before I've done the 6.
Donald McDonald.
Donald McDonald for a McSmiley meal.
For a McSmiley meal.
Wild Thornberries is also classy. Yeah, it looks
okay. So out of all of them, yes, it's the least memorable because it didn't get a movie. Rugrats got 3 movies. Wild Thornberry got 2 technically because it did a crossover movie with Rugrats. As Told by Ginger got 1 movie. and well, you have all the Donald McDonald VHSs.
They're
But
so weird.
we don't get any Rocket Power movie, so yes, it's probably the least memorable out of all of them. As Told by Ginger, though, is probably the best, and Rocket Power is, I'd put it up there with Wild Thornberry's Rocket Power, and then Rugrats after those two, because Rugrats can be freaking traumatizing, and not the good way.
Well, Ronald McDonald, it can be existential, and they reuse so much animation. Like, I think the
But
budget was like $10 in a McHappy meal. Like,
and they said, "Look, we'll give you free craft service of McDonald's, and that's it."
and that's it. Yeah.
And no Happy Meal toys though. That's too much out of the
No
question.
toys.
But oh my gosh, we have to do. I was gonna say you have to do a video with me on the Rugrats All Grown Up special, because that is so. Oh my god, it makes me so sad but so happy at
Aw.
the same time.
Aw.
That one where they go into the closet and then they end up being older, and then they go to a concert. And then at the concert they show like clips from the whole show, and it was supposed to be like the series finale for Rugrats, but then they had a few extra seasons after that.
Milo, thank you for saying that. I really tried to get to the Hanukkah episode or special this past holiday season, because I really wanted to do some holiday stuff that wasn't just Christmas, and I've been told that that's like surprisingly like the most beloved, like one of the most beloved and accurate Hanukkah representations. And I missed that, and I'm gonna try again next year to do that one and the Kwanzaa one. But Passover is coming right up, so thank you for saying that. I was like, ooh, the Passover.
Yep. Okay then.
All right.
We are halfway done with your chapters.
Woo! I'm making all right time. Already on
Yep,
page
it's
31.
9:20 your time.
All right. Nice. Chapter 12. This is Rachel. Let me out, you crazy old woman, I yelled. I was learning something about myself. I still didn't know my own name, but I knew one thing. Whoever I was, I had a temper. But the woman was no longer paying attention to me. I could hear her in the cabin above, sorting clothes and muttering to herself. The anger I felt was good. I realized it kept me from being afraid. There was something about that word, yerk. It meant something. Something bad. Flash. I was looking through strange eyes. Seeing too well, seeing not at all. Then a centipede, bigger than a human, huge, more creatures, some real, some that couldn't possibly be real. An elephant, a massive rampaging bear, ants that were as big as I was, a deadly creature that swung razor-bladed arms and had feet like tyrannosaurs, and Flash. And the creature dying like a horse, no, like a deer, but not a deer, a tail that flashed. These too many eyes and thoughts that were in my head. Get out of my head, I yelled suddenly. I gasped. It had been so powerful, my mind had opened and gushed out horrible images. Then it had closed again. Everything was hidden once more beneath a gray blanket. I smelled smoke, and the scent was strong and near. Was the old woman cooking? Making a campfire? Was she? The shack, it was burning. Let me out of here, I cried. The shack's on fire. I'm not a yerk. You won't get me again, yerk. I'm not a yerk. Let me out. Let me out. The fire spread with stunning swiftness. In less than a minute, there was tongues of flames dripping down through the chinks in the floor above me. I could hear it snapping and popping. The smoke poured down in gusts that blew away, only to come back still stronger. Let me out, I yelled again, but there was no answer. I was going to burn. I coughed as smoke scorched through my throat. I ran to the log uprights that formed the cage. I shoved at them. I shoved and pulled, but they didn't move. I was trapped. I tried to scream again, but I coughed instead. I could barely breathe. Already my head was feeling light. Power. I needed power to break out. Power enough to shatter the rotted logs. I sank to my knees, driven down by the heat. Sparks fell around me, and I brushed them away as they burned my legs and back. I was too weak. I couldn't do it. But within me, I smelled something within me, and then it began. I didn't even notice it at first. I was too terrified. I expected the flames engulf the cabin to crash down on me at any moment. Suddenly, I began to change. I was becoming too large. I was becoming large, so quickly that my head was rising toward the flames. Heavy, dark brown fur was growing from my arms and legs. But what I noticed most was the power. Rippling, massive muscles bulged from my arms and legs and swelled my neck. It was incredible, giddy rush. 1 minute I was weak and failing and nearing death. The next minute, the power. The amazing, straining, bulging, explosive power. Popular opinion, but I enjoyed All Grown Up. I don't think it was bad. I have no opinion. I don't know. I don't know if it was good or bad. I don't
You've
think
never seen the series? It was like a
No.
backdoor pilot.
No, I never really have. We never really watched a whole lot of like Nick shows. My mom didn't like Rugrats, so we never watched like that whole.
She's like, "Oh, those are ugly babies. You are not watching this.
Yes, pretty much.
Whoever drew them doesn't know how to draw." Oh, speaking of classic YouTube, because I remember there was a series. Did you know that?
There was a what?
Jumanji, the animated series, and it
I
was
did
done by
not know that.
Classic Chipa.
That's amazing. Everything had an animated series back then.
Yeah. Except for Animorphs. No Animorphs, the animated series.
Oh my god, that would be.
That's a mouthful. Animorphs, the animated series.
Oh my god, that would be something though. I kind of wish I could see that.
They would have to cut corners and not spend minutes like having us watch the kids morph into their animals. They would just like shift like super quickly into their animal morphs.
I'm thinking like a Sailor Moon style like transformation sequence. But like
Shut up! That would be that would be so great. Just be like, battle morph activation.
Yeah, and then it's
It
just
was
Rachel turning into a giant bear.
or an elephant.
Or an elephant. Or the time that they turned into ants. That'd be very
Yeah.
funny. Alright, chapter 13. Marco. This is Marco. Tobias came shooting down toward us. He wanted to make sure we knew. It's coming! I was halfway into morph. Could I use thought speak yet? I decided to try. We hear you, Tobias. I can see it. Finish morphing, Jake yelled in my head. Better to face this thing as wolves. I was trembling with fear. I had faced this thing once already that day. I wasn't interested in facing it twice, but Jake was right. Better to fight as a wolf than as a human. And this time, Jake was with me. I was on all fours. I could feel the wolf's strength. I could sense the intelligence and instincts of the wolf's brain. All the wolf's incredible senses were mine. But when I looked up to see the beast forming, I knew the wolf wasn't nearly enough. So no animal morph could fight this thing. Look at it, I cried. Yeah, Jake said. He was trying to sound brave, but Jake's been my friend for many years. I know when he's scared. He was scared plenty. Here it comes! The bears are the beast of 100 mouths and 100 whirling blades came for us. There were treetops in the way. The beast shredded them. We ran. It would have been stupid to do anything else. My powerful wolf's jaws were nothing to this beast. I ran, and I ran fast. Wolves have pretty good speed and incredible endurance. A wolf can run for hours all day if necessary, but I didn't think I would get the chance to run that long. The beast dropped to just a few feet above the ground, leveled off, and came after us. The trees were close together, too tight for the beast to fit through, so it simply shredded anything in its way. The noise was shocking. I ran. I leapt over fallen logs. I dodged around trees. I counted on my rough gray coat to protect me as I ripped straight through the thorn bushes. The beast ripped a path 50 feet wide through the forest. It was like some nightmare lumberjack. It reduced trees to twigs and splinters in seconds. Wood shrapnel flew everywhere. It's gaining, I said to Jake. Little by little, it's gaining. The trees, it destroyed them but they slowed it down just enough. More trees, thicker trees. I yelled. I looked wildly around at a world washed pale by the wolf's poor color vision. There were trees everywhere. Too many. I didn't know which way the forest grew. The forest grew denser and which way it might thin out. But the wolf knew. The wolf's own instincts led the way. Jake and I both felt it, I guess, because we began turning north. The trees grew thicker, and there were more of them. The beast chewed its way after us, but it was no longer gaining. It was not falling behind either. Jake, Marco, what are you doing? Tobias yelled. Heading for denser woods, Jake said. Maybe it'll slow this thing down. Is it getting thicker up ahead? Tobias agreed. It is getting thicker up ahead, Tobias agreed, but you better hope it wears out soon. Why? I said. Because you have a quarter-mile of woods, and then it opens up into a meadow, Tobias said. Open grass. Jake and I said nothing. We didn't have to. We both knew if the beast didn't tire out before we came into the open country, it would catch us, and it didn't seem tired. Just then, as terrified as I was, I smelled something that set off deeper alarm bells in the wolf's mind. Smoke. There was a fire not far away, and to my acute wolf ears came the faintest sound of human voice screaming. Just as if beast had heard the same faint cry, I saw the monster shudder. It hesitated. Jake, look! The beast wavered and slowed. I could see the meadows through the trees, the meadow where we would surely die. Except that now the beast was wavering. Suddenly, it turned away. It turned toward the place that smelled of fire and smoke. Metal. Back to Rachel. Has Cassie only gotten one chapter? No. Yeah, only one chapter. You know a guy who did SFX on the Matrix. That's really cool. I think I know.
Oh yeah, I know somebody who was an extra on Stranger Things and was an extra on Family Feud and an extra on all that stuff, and I'm reading with them right now.
Oh my god.
My dad has a gold tooth. Oh yeah, my dad has diabetes.
All that. And Keenan and Kel. Oh. That's it.
I think if I remember correctly, what was I not like allowed to watch? There was like one cartoon. I forget what it was. Patrick, Susan Sarandon. No. What was it? It was a show. I forget what.
Not allowed to watch certain like cartoons, but I was like highly discouraged from certain cartoons. Right? Like my mom would be like, "Ugh, there's probably better things to be watching."
Oh, I remember. My mom was like, I don't know, for some reason, like stuff that was too American, like Freakazoid.
I have seen a little bit of Freakazoid, but it was a long time ago.
Cause I guess I don't know, cause she thought it was like, what is this? And it's supposed to be for kids.
My mom did not like anything that she thought played super down to kids. So like, you know, when we were really little, like Teletubbies, she would literally vault over the couch to turn off Teletubbies. Because she knew that if we watched it and liked it, she'd have to be listening to Teletubbies all the time, and she was not about to do that.
Over the hills and far away, Teletubbies come to play.
He's my granddad's best friend's son, so kind of like an uncle, and he does CGI stuff for movies. Works at. He showed me early sketches from The Missing Link once and told me not to tell, but the movie is out for like 10 years now. Oh, that's great. I was on Family Feud. Yes, I was.
She was a
That
background
was.
character.
I was in the audience. Yeah, I didn't play. My
I was
mom was
gonna
there.
say
My
my
grandma was
my
there.
family would demolish anybody at Family Feud.
My
We're pretty
family.
self-aware.
My family also, I think, would be very competitive on Family Feud, but none of us would actually go on Family Feud.
Name a part of the body that. Oh my god! Some of the things that people say, it's like that's not cute. Why would you
No,
say that?
no.
Make
My
make a
favorite,
grandma just cause you're from the backwoods. Don't make it cute.
my favorite one was the one where the guy. The question was name something that starts with pork, and the guy said "you pine."
Oh my gosh.
I also know a guy who won Jeopardy once. Ooh, I also know a guy who won Jeopardy.
What was
Um,
it? Oh, what was it? Horse in the pie or something like that.
wait,
Horse in the what?
wait, what?
When Snoop Dogg was on Family Feud and he was doing the final round, it's like
Oh, I didn't see that.
name something that says that's like horse in the like some I forget it was, and then he said like horse in the pie or something like that.
Funny. My mom loves Snoop Dogg. She probably has seen that.
Or what was the oh, somebody got all the points they needed in the final round that they were like trolling the second person. They're like, there are 3 students. Name one of their girlfriends.
Favorite sketches, Land Shark. There were a few. SNL is so hit or miss. There are some that are just classic, and then some that are just like
Nah, I'm more of an In Living Color and Mad TV person.
In Living Color was better. Don't at
What
me.
is it? The Yo Mama. Oh no. It was what was it? The dozens. You know that sketch?
Vaguely. I'm thinking. All I can think of right now is the Jim Carrey one where it was Ice Ice Baby, but it was like white, white, extremely white, white baby, and it was like
It
a
was like the
parody.
oh, it was called like the Dirty Dozens or something like that, and it was like basically kind of like Jeopardy, and then it would just be like Yo Mama stuff. Like, so
Oh,
you got
oh, oh, yeah, yeah.
Mama's
I remember
so
that.
stupid. Your mama so this. Um, geographical territories. and, um,
Geographical. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
so let's
Um.
start with your mama so this. Your
Yeah.
mama's so dumb. It took her an hour to make minute rice.
Pretty sure that's where J Lo got her start as a backup dancer on In Living Color.
Speaking of which, isn't that how Rosie Perez got her start too? She was like on Soul Train.
Think so. I think so. Yeah. All right. I'm going back to this. We're on chapter 14. We're back to Rachel.
Yeah.
Rachel
8
is
more
morphing.
chapters.
8 more chapters. Yes. 7 more chapters. 7, right? Am I stopping at 20?
Well, we're including this one.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay.
So 21. So at 21, it'll be my turn. After 21. After.
Okay. Okay. 21. Okay. Cried. I was in a shower of flames as bits of wood and fabric fell from around me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see, but I could hear insane grinding noises from deep within my own body, and I knew that I was changing. All in my despair, in all my despair, I could feel the power flowing through me. Awesome power, but was it enough? I waited as long as I could. I wasn't done changing, but the heat was too great, and the thing that I was becoming hated the fire. A sudden surge of muscles, a forward rush. I slammed into the half rotted logs. Crunch! The logs broke from the force of my huge body. The logs that had imprisoned me. We were were mere sticks now. I hurtled through them and away from the burning shack.
Wait, 1 second. Sorry.
Okay.
Did we do a Discord announcement?
Shoot, I don't think we did. Not think we did that.
So I was like, why is it extra low today? Why are there only like 7 people when we normally have like 10?
It's because I didn't, it's because I didn't pronounce it. Hang on, give me 1 second.
Not your fault. We were just battling with the audio.
I was doing that. Why am I not? Our split screen. I was gonna move the split screen. 1 second. Oh well, that's just.
If you guys I was gonna say,
Okay,
if you guys watch Friends, because I don't watch Friends, another better show than Friends is called Living Single. I'm just telling you guys that much.
I do love
And
Friends, but I'm sure Living Single is very good.
Friends stole the idea from Living Singles.
Not like by any means like a groundbreaking show, but it is a comfort
You're
show.
living sing. It came out before then, but they basically took that idea of like a group of friends, and just made it white.
Yeah, like that's the one, right? It's like, oh, it's way more diverse, but it didn't get more than like one season.
No,
Like
it's basically a group of black friends, and then I'm sure someone from who wrote Friends saw it and was like, oh, let's do that, but with white people.
They really are just all white people on Friends. There's no getting around.
Wait, what's going on with the camera?
Is it just you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't letting me change it to the split screen, and I was just trying to get to Discord. So I was like, you know what? Everybody just say hi to Daniel. Daniel's just, oh, now it's me. There we go.
Yeah, while she's reading, I'm still listening along and all that stuff, but I am working on for anyone that just came in, I'm working on my board game. Not a TCG, just like a regular like board game, but most of the things are cards, if that makes sense.
Hang on. I'm struggling to get
It's like
to this.
mahjong. You're trying to get, like, depending on how many players there are, the less players there are, the higher the objective count. The more players there are, the smaller the objective count. You're basically trying to make an outfit and like a few outfits and then a pair of something with your entire hand, and you do that by drawing a card and then discarding a card.
Okay.
But there are other cards in play, like damaged price tags, meaning that you can take a random card from a player and put it. It says take a random card from one player for price check, meaning take that card from another player randomly, and then put it at the bottom of the draw pile.
Fun.
And then you have layaways, meaning that you can grab an extra card, put it to the side, and then the next turn you can pick it up instead of drawing from the draw pile. And then credit cards, meaning like, oh, you can pick up like 3 extra cards, but then you can't draw for the next 3 turns. You can only discard.
Sounds very fun. That sounds like a game you can play for a while and just be like, this is super cool.
So you think that you're like on the verge of winning, and they're like, nope, broken price tag, and they take a card and put it at the bottom of the draw pile.
Yeah, it's like Uno. It's just like, I'm gonna win. No, you're not.
Or so like when you pick up a card, you can either discard a card into the bargain bin, meaning that somebody else can take it for themselves, or you can put it for price check, meaning that you put it at the bottom of the deck instead of discard it.
Okay. I have.
So anyone can steal that card, and then if they steal it, then it has to complete like an outfit or a pair or whatever.
That's analytics. Let me go back to my book. There we go. All right, I have alerted the media. Okay, where was I? Crunch. My body. 6 now. I hurtled through them and away from the burning shack. At that moment, the shack collapsed in on itself in an explosion of sparks. I stood panting. I stood on 4 legs. I looked down and saw front paws where hands should have been. My paws were covered in coarse brown fur, very shaggy, and I had long, sharp black claws. Flash! A bear on its hind legs, roaring and swinging its mighty paws. Creatures all around, like walking razor blades. They came for the bear, came for me. Yes, I thought, grizzly bear. That was it. I had become a bear, was still becoming a bear, because the morph was not completely done. What am I shouted. But the sound that came from my mouth was not human. Sounded more
Waka
like
waka.
Waka waka. And then she started telling like stand-up comedy jokes. Um,
What do you
kind?
get when you have two yerks in an ear? You get a problem. Waka waka.
What kind of creature was I? How could I do this? How could I become a different animal? It was insane. Insane. Maybe it was that simple. Maybe I was insane. And the woman who had burned down her shack to kill me for being and I was as insane as the woman who had burned down her shack to kill me for being a yerk. Was that it? Was I a yerk? What was a yerk? Suddenly, I heard a wild rush of wind, not free from the burning, crumbling cabin from above. Up in the air, I looked up, but my human eyes were changing to bear eyes, and I couldn't see very well. I only saw a large shadow hovering above me. A flash of swift movement was it was attacking. The last of my human body was gone, and now I felt the full force of the grizzly bear's own mind. It was unafraid, and more than that, it was angry. No one attacked a grizzly, not if they wanted to live. I reared up on my hind legs. I must have been 10 feet tall, and I knew I was mighty. But then, a second flash of movement, another animal racing swiftly toward us. Rachel! Rachel, is that you? A voice demanded, a voice I did not truly hear, except inside my head. I looked at the new creature. It had come to a stop, just a dozen feet away. I peered at it with my dim, bare vision. It had 4 legs like a horse or a deer, but it seemed to have the head of an upper body that almost was human. And there was a tail. I was sure of that. The tail was cocked back like a weapon and ready to be fired. For a frozen moment of time, we all three waited. Me, the beasts, the air in the air, and this new apparition. Rachel. Rachel, is that you in Morph? It's me, Axe. Rachel, I asked silently, is that my name? And then the beast made of dust attacked. Alright, we're getting an Axe chapter! Axe gets a chapter!
Milo says in Rachel, morphs from eagle to human. So I just flew in from Los Angeles, and boy, are my arms tired. Waka waka.
Who would be the 2 guys heckling them from the balcony? It would be Marco and
Jake and Mark.
Probably. Jake and Mark.
No, it'd be like, you call that a morph? I've seen more morphs in the word morphing. Oh. I swear it would be Jake and Marco.
Yeah.
Axe is too pure, and Tobias is in love with Rachel.
It was a fun card game, Pit. We used to play in the social development class that we take. That was awkward. Aw. Screen. Yeah, it was. I put it just to Daniel for a second, just because I needed to get to Discord, and I didn't want to accidentally like dox anybody by opening up Discord.
Wait, what happened?
No, when I switched just to you, it was because I was trying to share on Discord, and everybody was like, "Wait, why is it just?"
Wow.
I was like, "It's Discord." Let's see. I need to fix this because it's slightly askew. There we go.
Let me just double check to make sure that it's in the Discord. I didn't get any Discord announcement.
I pinged everybody. That's weird.
Let me. What are you trying to say there? Okay, it's because I had Discord. This is how I tell you, Daniel. You've been blocked. No, I see it now. It's because my Discord app was closed. But normally it gives me notifications even if it's closed. That's why I was like, wait, I didn't get it.
I was just like, Discord! I literally pinged everybody. What do you mean? Alright. Axe, my boy.
It's your boy. It's your boy X. It's your boy X Emily Escaruth Ishtail. And the light in the his ow, 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 ow. He would say.
He would. My name is Aximile Escaruth Ishtail. I wasn't. I had forgotten how to say it, and then you said it, so I got to copy you.
A+.
I'm an Andalite. It was my brother, Prince Elfingor, who gave the humans the power to morph. He had been injured trying to drive the Yeerks away from Earth, and when he crash-landed his fighter, it was Jake, Rachel, Tobias, Cassie, and Marco who found him. It was Visser Three who killed my brother, so my human friends have told me. Someday I will avenge that death. I must kill Visser Three or be dishonored. It's like the, in Mulan, look at my baby all grown up going off to kill people.
Our baby's off to destroy people.
Yeah. Later, Jake and the others found me. I was the last surviving Andalite from our great dome ship. And while I am on Earth, I have taken Jake for my prince. I had gone along with Marco on his foolish venture to the home of the human named Darlene. I knew it was foolish, but I thought it would be better for Marco to have someone with him. Marco is highly intelligent, but he is also very afflicted by a condition the humans call sense of humor. I have noticed that Marco's sense of humor sometimes makes him do strange things. But when the great beast from the sky appeared, I was powerless. Later, the humans asked me for answers. Did I know what the beast was? The humans assumed that I must know every terrible thing that lives in this vast galaxy. But I did not know this creature, and it frightened me. When we did set off to find Rachel, I traveled through the woods. I live in the forest now. It is my new home. I ran steadily to reach the place where I was to meet up with Tobias, Jake, and Marco. Then I detected the smoke. I looked up and saw a pillar of smoke rising through the trees. My eyes swept around me, checking every direction. I must always be very careful not to be seen by humans. One stalk eye followed the pillar of smoke into the sky, and then I saw not smoke, but dust that blew faster than any wind. The beast, it was coming again. It was faster than before with all my speed. It was coming again. I ran faster than before with all my speed. It had to be looking for me. It had come to hurt me. Try that again. It had come to hunt me down. I was sure of it. Where should I run? Not toward where Jake and Marco were supposed to be. I could not lead the beast to them. Not toward where Jake and Marco were supposed to be. But the fire, maybe the smoke would hide me. Yes, I raced toward the smell of smoke. My hooves flashed. My tail was tucked down tight against my back for speed. I saw a small clearing, and in the clearing a pillar of flame, a building of some sort. It was burning rapidly. The heat blasted me. I could hear the noise of dry wood snapping and popping, flames sucking at the air. But there was a greater noise. The beast above me, above the fire, it swirled and roared like a storm. Then I saw another creature. It was an earth animal called grizzly bear. It reared up on its hind legs and bellowed in defiance, but that mighty voice was swallowed up in the hurricane howl of the dust beast. A grizzly bear. Rachel had a grizzly bear morph. I had seen her use it. It had to be her. Rachel, is that you? The huge bear swung its massive head to glare at me, but there was no thought-speak answer. Rachel, is that you in morph? It's me, Axe. Rachel, is that my name? Suddenly, the dust beast attacked. In a rush of hurricane winds, it descended on Rachel. Not on me, but on Rachel. It was her the beast wanted. She stood firm, unafraid. Rachel, I cried, run! You can't fight it! The beast of 100 gushing mouths descended on the bear. The bear swung a massive paw through. It was a blow that would have knocked my head from my shoulders, a blow that would have punched through steel. The claws raked the dust beast closest mouth. Roar! The beast cried in sudden pain. Its paw was gone, simply gone. In its place was a shattered, bloody stump. What could I do? I was desperate. My tail was my only weapon, but the creature would simply grind it off as he'd done with Rachel's paw. Rachel bellowed in pain from her awful wound, but she struck again, still standing erect in defiance, she struck again with her other paw. Roar! This time the entire leg was gone, and now I could see human terror shining through the bear's eyes. Rachel, I cried in despair. My Andalite tail was useless. I needed something else. Anything. I searched my memory. What morph did I have to fight this monster? Nothing. Nothing. Rachel's bear was one of the mightiest morphs we had, and it was doomed. No, not to escape. To follow this creature. There was nothing left now but to escape. No, not to escape, but to follow this creature, to find where it hid, to find where it came from. An earth bird morph. It was called a harrier. It was very fast. I could morph and perhaps be able to follow this monster, because one thing was certain: I could not save Rachel. The dust beast descended on Rachel. It enveloped her completely. I could no longer see her. It was as if a cloud was swallowing her up. The beast shifted and flowed and reformed to engulf the raging bear that was my human friend Rachel. Shaking with fury and horror, I began to morph, and suddenly, with a speed that was shocking, the dust beast stopped. It lifted away from Rachel. It exploded upward, away from her, and came at me. Right at me. And in the few seconds left to me, I realized the morphing. It was the morphing. That's what it was after. It was reacting to the morphing. It was the morphing energy itself that drew the beast. He said morphing like 25 times just now. It lifted from Rachel. I had a flash of her bare body wrapped in living ropes. The beast had not killed her. It had wrapped her up as if it was wrapping a gift. The living ropes dissolved to rejoin the dust beast and become part of it. 100 mouths and 1,000 whirling blades descended on me. Now it was after me, and I knew that if I stuck it with my tail, it would leave me with a bloody stump. I could not fight it. To fight it was to be shredded. I stood still. I reversed the morph and regained my complete Andalite form. I felt the beast around me. It suffocated me. It choked me. It wrapped me tightly in a cocoon till I could not move an inch. I felt myself being lifted up from the ground, up and up, faster and faster, unable to see, able to only to hear the wild winds of the beast itself. But now I understood. I knew where it was taking me. I knew the purpose of the beast. And with a fear that chilled me to my bones, I realized that I knew its master's name. My poor boy.
It's your boy.
Shiboy.
Shaboy.
Rachel is crazy. I love her. I love her too.
Rachel is just Buffy the Vampire Slayer, except she can morph.
If I ever see a bear talking to a blue centaur, I would question everything. Yeah.
Nah, I questioned everything when I saw on Arthur a bear kissing a chicken. That's when I questioned everything. I'm like, how and why?
How and why?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Okay, we're getting there. 5 more chapters.
6 more chapters. 6. Come on, you gotta include the number.
Oh, that's right. I keep thinking I'm gonna stop at 20, not 21.
21. What's 9 plus 10? 21.
Oh my god,
That's
I
how
forgot
old
about
I am,
that.
if you know what I'm talking about.
Yep. Yep.
Gosh,
I remember
mine
that.
was prototype TikTok.
Yep, it really was. But now you can make 10-minute TikToks, which feels unnecessary.
Yeah, it does. It's like, aren't Instagram reels like limited to like 5 minutes or something?
I think so.
And then TikToks are 10 minutes now.
I just would not want to watch 10 minutes in portrait mode.
Yeah, nobody wants to watch 10 minutes of you making the most horrible meal by dumping everything in an aluminum tray that still has the sticker in it. Nobody wants to see that.
Do you know the lady who's like, what's her name? She's like,
Everybody's so creative.
I love her. You see how it looks like we weren't supposed to do that, but we did.
It ain't what did you say?
It
go down
slide
easy
down
if it's
if it ain't
cheesy.
cheesy. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh God, how the hell is she gonna morph back? I love her. Okay, I'm glad we all know this. We all know the lady I'm talking about. She is so funny. I showed
Yeah.
my brother the one where she was making ramen in the truck bed, where they were making ramen in the truck bed, and she screamed. She's like, ah! All right, you don't even need a bucket. You just get a car.
Yeah. I'm so surprised she hasn't done a one on the toilet bowl punch.
Oh
Have you
my
ever seen that
God.
stupid video?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Nah, if I were there, I would if someone served me that, I'd be like, where'd you where I don't see no punch bowl. Where'd you make it? They show me, I'm just gonna I don't care if they like me no more. I'm gonna just dump it down their backside.
It's bad enough when they do it in the sink, and it's just like, that's the sink. Like, I know you, even if you watched it beforehand, that's the sink.
It's
Oh
like a
man.
toilet. I don't care if you barely bought it from Home Depot. You are not plugging that nonsense in
Yep.
to the wall and then putting punch in it. That's just nasty.
Oh my god. Alright, chapter 16. Jake. Speaking of nasty, we're going back to Jake. Let's see if he hits on his cousin again.
He hasn't done it yet.
Not yet, no. My wolf nose told me a story. The stench of burning wood was everywhere, but I could still smell blood. Something had sprayed blood over a wide area. A bear. I smelled the powerful scent of a bear. I sniffed the ground again. Human. Two different humans. And someone else. A strange alien smell. A smell like nothing I could imagine until I looked at the tracks. A sharp hoof marks. Axe. Axe had been here. Two humans, one wearing shoes, one barefoot, a bear, axe, blood, a fire still smoldering. What do you make of it? I asked Marco. The barefoot person had to be Rachel. So was the bear. It had to be her. There are no grizzlies in this forest, and the blood that's hers, and the blood that's hers too, or the bear's. Anyway, so she was hurt bad. I swallowed anger and fear. I had to stay focused. What can hurt a grizzly? I asked, knowing the answer. A man with a gun, Marco said. Another grizzly, or some animal that isn't from Earth. No Earth animal can mess with a grizzly bear. It was that thing, I said. Tobias swooped down low and slow. Bear tracks head north. I see tracks, but they're weird. Hind legs only, like a bear was walking erect, and blood. So Rachel and Bearmorph tangled with the dust beast, I said. She came out of it alive, but she couldn't use her front paws. Well, she didn't have her front paws. That's the way it looks, Tobias said. The bear tracks stopped down by a stream, maybe 1,000 yards from here. After that, I don't see anything. She must have morphed back to human. Which way did she go? Marco asked. Upstream? Downstream? Tobias came to rest on a branch. I don't know. I looked. I didn't see her. I should have gotten here sooner. I should have known when it let you two go that it was going off after her. Tobias, no one understands this monster. You couldn't have known what it would do. None of us could. I said it sounded reasonable, but in my mind, I was thinking that I should have known. I should have guessed. What's Axe's story in all this? I asked, blaming myself was not the point right now. Axe was coming to meet us. He sees the fire, goes to investigate it. Maybe then he sees Rachel, or Rachel and Bearmorph. Were they both here at the same time? I don't know, Marco said. Maybe. Lots of Andalite tracks all together here. They just stop right here. No, an Andalite sent past this point. It's like he was just lifted up and carried away. Tobias said, so he gets here, he sees Rachel, and the beast going at it. Axe is brave guy. He jumps into it. Rachel gets away. She's bloody, but she gets away. And Axe, why isn't he still here? Or else why don't we see separate set of Andalite tracks leaving? Or at least see his body? No one said anything. We all feared the worst. I was remembering what the beast had done to Darlene's house and and to the trees. Maybe it didn't leave bodies behind. Maybe there was no body left after it was done. Andalites are tougher than they look, Tobias said. I'm with Axe a lot. He out here in the forest. Don't write him off. Yeah? I agreed, trying to sound hopeful. We've been in Morph a long time. We need to use what time we have left to get to civilization and morph back. I have to at least check in with my folks or they'll have the cops out looking for me. We can't just stop looking, Marco said. Tobias only has an hour of good light left. After that, there won't be anyone trying to find Rachel or Axe. I'll use that hour, Tobias said. He opened his wings and flapped wearily back up to the sky. We'll come back tonight, I told Marco. Have dinner with your dad, then we hook up at Cassie's barn. Jake, what is going on? Marco asked me as we trotted swiftly back toward the road. Is this the Yerks? Who else could it be? I asked. But look, if it's them, then they know who we are. And I mean, this thing came right after me and Axe. It went after Rachel, and it went after me and you. It knows who we are. So why don't the Yerks just move in on us? Why not show up at our homes? That's the question, I agreed. We had reached the road. The bus would come by soon. It was time to demorph. That is exactly the question we need to answer. Just like wolves getting on the bus. No big deal. Yes, that and the question of where Rachel is and why she doesn't go home. And one more question I added as I felt my human body emerge from within the wolf. How do we stay alive? Oh dear. The first words are in this next chapter are Radio Shack. What? What's up?
No, sorry. It's because I'm I just got a message on Patreon of the reactor I subscribed to, and I had him watch a movie. He said it was the most boring movie he's ever seen. So I'm like,
What movie was it?
so, Baby Boy.
Never seen that one.
It's got Taraji P Henson. It's got who else does it have? It's got Tyrese Gibson. It's got Bing Rames. It's got a bunch of good people in it, but he's like, oh, it was just such a boring movie, and like none of the characters were good people, and I'm like, you missed the whole point of the movie. It's supposed to be about systemic oppression, dude.
Hello, yeah, I love where she's like, I always quote now where she's like, isn't it different? Like when somebody does something really stupid, it's like, isn't that different? He lost her fucking arms. What the fuck? Applegate, come on, Jack. Yeah, Applegate was working through some things, I think.
So yeah, I just like
heart.
skipped it. Yeah, these books are not for the faint of heart.
I'm sorry,
no, because I saw the message because I got an email, and then I normally like to skip ahead just to hear how he feels about the movie before I like watch it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I did right now. So I'm just like, how do you not get this movie?
Oh, that's funny.
It's a certified hood classic. Oh,
All right,
but
chapter.
he's
Oh,
young.
sorry. Okay,
I was like, he's young. Not everyone gets it.
Chapter 17. Cassie. Radio Shack. August. August Woman. Godiva. The Gap. Mrs. Fields. Casual Corner. B. Dalton. Kinney Shoes. Banana Republic. Bright lights. Color. Signs. The smell of cinnamon buns. The mall. Yuck. And worse yet, the mall on a Saturday evening. It was crowded. It was loud, but the mall was the place to look for Rachel. Poor Rachel. Jake, Marco, Tobias, and Axe had all gone to the spot where the ice cream truck had attacked. Truck attack had taken place. Jake had asked me to look in all the other places she might have gone. He'd said I would know best when she where she hung out. Maybe that was true, but it bothered me a little. It could be a little sexist on Jake's part, or maybe he was trying to protect me. Either way, it bothered me. I didn't want special treatment because I was a girl. Jake would never even think about something like that with Rachel. It bothered me for another reason, too. It bothered me because a part of me was just a little relieved I was safe in the mall. Who knew what Jake and the others were dealing with out in the forest? I told myself I wasn't glad to be safe. I told myself I was just doing what needed to be done. But the possibility that Jake was in danger when I was safe gnawed away at me. It's because you told Jake about the stupid dream, I realize. Now he thinks you're losing it. Not a surprise, is it? Tell a guy you're having nightmares where you face evil and choose who it kills, he's going to maybe think you're losing it. Just the same, Jake was right. I knew the places Rachel might go. I had already checked out the gym where Rachel did gymnastics and the frozen yogurt place where she always ordered key lime pie flavor. I checked the school just because that's where she should have caught the bus, and I had scoped out her house even though her sister said she wasn't there, which left them all. Wait, is that her? I muttered to myself. I thought the gymnasium was in the mall, the one where she did or I guess she was just doing competition stuff that one time at the mall. Wait, is that her? I muttered to myself. I stood on tiptoe to see better. No, it was some other blonde girl. I am not a shopper. To me, shopping is something you do when you have to. For Rachel, it's an art form. If she wasn't at home, she would be here. Rachel, I called loudly to a girl passing by, but as soon as I did, I knew it wasn't her. Sorry. Thought I knew you. Then suddenly, someone I did know. Someone I definitely knew. Chapman. He appeared suddenly in front of me, carrying a shopping bag from one of the department stores and heading toward B. Dalton bookstore. Chapman, if the dust creature was linked to the Yerks, he would know. Chapman was our assistant principal at school. He was also one of the highest-ranking controllers. The slugs who lived inside his brain was an important Yerk. Chapman would know. Following him had to be more useful than just wandering around the mall. But how? Morphing in a crowded mall would be dangerous. So what? I reproached myself. So don't do something stupid just to prove you aren't scared, I argued with myself. While I was debating with myself, I fell into step yards behind Chapman. A few yards behind Chapman. I had already made up my mind. I just had to decide how I was going to spy on him. Housefly. Yes, this was the thing. A quick morph. Hook onto Chapman and stay with him for as long as I could remain in morph. Chapman was in the bookstore, thumbing through magazines. How long would he stay in the bookstore? Long enough? Maybe. And where could I morph without being seen? I went to the back of the store. There was a storeroom with the door ajar. Inside the storeroom was a second door, a bathroom for the employees. Bingo. I glanced at Chapman. He had moved to the history section. What on earth did a controller want with history? I swallowed hard and slid into the storeroom, acting like I belonged, but also moving quickly. No one was around. I went into the tiny employee's bathroom and locked the door. I took off my shoes. No one was around. I went into the tiny employee's bathroom and locked the door. I took off my shoes and outer clothing and stashed them in the trash under a lot of wadded up paper towels. I would have to come back for them later. Then I focused. It wasn't easy because my heart was pounding and I really didn't like insect morphs much. I focused on the fly and prayed no one broke into the bathroom. I felt giddy. I wasn't afraid, not too afraid anyway. Even Rachel would have been impressed. I began to shrink. It's very weird when you morph into something tiny. 1 minute your head feels like your head is like 4 feet above the floor, and then suddenly your head is only 2 feet above the floor, then 1 foot, 6 inches, 1 inch. It's like falling, and it seems like the floor is rushing up to slap you. I mean, that linoleum seemed to be alive, and the way it swooped up at me, it was like being a skydiver spiraling down to earth. But there were other very disturbing things happening too. There is nothing human about a housefly. Everything has to change. Everything. My hands began to split open. 2 of my fingers grew out and became sharp claws. 2 other fingers and my thumb blossomed open, splitting into 1,000 tiny sticky hairs. It's the kind of thing that used to scare me to death when we first started morphing. Let me tell you, the worst horror movie you ever saw in your life is a joke compared to actually watching your own body turn into something else. Morphing is almost never pretty. The others all say I'm the best morpher and I can make it look okay, but nothing can make a fly look okay. There are no Brad Pitt flies. Flies are ugly looking creatures. Nasty, ugly, gross, disgusting creatures. My legs were shriveling down and turning into fly legs. Sploot! 2 new legs exploded from my chest, just at the bottom of where my ribs had been. The legs shot out of me like huge black worms. They grew dagger-like hairs and formed joints and became as hard as plastic. And my face, well, that was definitely unpleasant. My nose split open, forming 2 halves. Each half began sprouting long, sensitive hairs. My mouth and tongue melted together, then grew huge, forming a long tube with an open, spitting, sucking hole on the end. Ugh. My eyes seemed to shatter, like a mirror broken into 1,000 pieces. My vision was gone for a moment, and I was blind. Then it came back, but was so different I almost didn't realize it was sight at all. I had gone from human eye to compound eye, where once my vision was a single picture, now it was 1,000 bits. It was like watching TV with your nose right against the screen while you twist the color control knobs. The bits formed pictures, something kids definitely understand to this very day. The bits formed pictures, but the colors were all wrong. At last, I was done morphing. I was a fly. It is true, I guess, that I am a little faster at morphing than the others, even Axe. I know it's kind of stupid thing to be proud of, but I am. I beat my powerful wings, let go of my grip of the tiny ridges of the linoleum, and escaped from the bathroom by zooming neatly beneath the crack of the door. Once out, I shot quickly up for altitude and safety, and headed for Chapman. Whew. Okay. We get Axe again! Yay!
I was like, oh wait, I'm muted.
I was like, you're being...
All right.
Oh,
4
yeah.
more chapters.
4 more chapters. Oh, yeah. No,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
no,
what?
no. Oh, I was just reading Tooney's thing about, I imagine that's the Return to Oz reference about Dorothy almost getting shock treatment. That was terrifying. Alright. Alright. Chapter 18. Axe. The dust beast carried me up and up. I could feel gravity tugging at me. I could feel momentum as we moved faster and faster. I could see nothing. I could only hear a swirling sound. We began to slow down. Slower, slower, stop. The dust beast hovered. How high up were we? Where were we? Then a gap opened in the howling wall of dust that enveloped me. I saw the earth below, but not from orbit. We were still in the atmosphere. That surprised me. What I saw next did not. It was not a large ship by most standards. It was far smaller than an Andalite dome ship, far smaller than the Yerk mothership. It was all black, with 2 wings like a battle axe and long, sharp, diamond-shaped battle bridge mounted to the front. I knew the ship. It was the black ship, the sharp, diamond-shaped battle bridge mounted at the front. I knew the ship was the Blade ship, the private command ship of Visser Three. It had dropped its stealth cloak for just a few moments. Silently, a hole appeared in the top battle bridge. The dust beast swirled through. Suddenly, I was falling. Slam! I hit the hard surface. Why did I just picture Axe falling to the ground in my head to the slowly to the sound of "Now I'm free, free"? I saw it so clearly in my brain, and it was so cursed. It was anyway.
Oh,
Anyway.
sorry. Speaking of which, just remember, probably so inappropriate to say,
Oh
but I'm
no.
gonna say it anyway. You know
Oh
how it's
no.
like I've chosen Prince, Jake as my prince because
Yeah.
I was playing South Park, The Fractured but Whole, and there's a mission where you have to collect Yahweh, for somebody of these two characters, and so when he's like, um. Of my I've chosen Jake as my prince. I'm like, oh, so probably Yahweh of Axe and Jake.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my god. I know nothing
It
about
doesn't
South Park.
exist, so don't even Google it. And don't get any ideas.
First Avery, not sure about that. Um, it was very cursed the way that I saw it. Where was I? I hit a hard surface. My hooves scrambled to stand up, but I was down on my side. The dust beast had dropped me on a polished metallic floor. I stood up. The dust beast hovered above me, and all around me on all sides stood Hork-Bajir warriors, each with a Draken beam leveled and ready to fire. There must have been 10 of them. 2 or 3 would have been plenty. Once the Hork-Bajir were a decent, peaceful race. Then they were enslaved by the Yeerks. Hork-Bajir are incredibly dangerous and very powerful. They stand on 2 legs balanced by a tail. Each leg ends in a foot, like an earth bird of prey. They have 2 arms. They are curved blades. At there are curved blades at their knees, at their elbows, at their wrists, blades similar to my own tail blade. Atop their snake-like heads are 2 more blades, swept forward, and their tails ended in long, sharp spikes. They are not a species you want to start a fight with, which may be why they were such a peaceful, even poetic species. They had no one to fear until the Yeerks began to make them into controllers. Now there are no longer any free Hork-Bajir. All are slaves of the Yeerks. All are controllers with a living Yeerk inside their brains. 2 or 3 would have been more than enough to deal with me. Having 10 there was a compliment. Well, well, a voice said in my head, so we have our first captive. It was him. As I'd known it would be, Visser Three. Ah, yes, Visser Three. Third most powerful of all the Yeerk warlords, the leader of the Yeerk invasion to Earth, an abomination. Visser Three is unique in all the galaxy, the one and only Andalite controller. He alone of all Yeerks has managed to take and enslave an Andalite body. The sight of him filled me with loathing. My brother's killer, the creature I knew I had to destroy. If I didn't, I would never have the honor of being a true warrior. Oh, Axe, you're a true warrior to us. I had faced him before.
I think the true warrior is the friends we made along the way.
Yes, exactly, Axe. I had faced him before, but always with my human friends beside me. To have attacked the Visser then would have meant risking them. But now I didn't feel But now I didn't have that excuse. Visser 3 was before me, my brother's killer. Visser 3 focused his main eyes on me. His stalk eyes watched the dust beast as it hovered uneasily above our heads. I am ashamed to confess it, but I felt terror in his presence. Evil radiated from him, and power, a great and frightening power. You're not even full grown, Andalite. Oh, you're not even full grown, Andalite. Visser 3 sneered. My Veleek brings me a child? Veleek, I said. Yes, I named it myself. In the Yeerk language, it means pet. It is a rare life form right here in the solar system. The big gas giant, the one with the very prominent rings. Saturn. That's what the humans called it. But I said nothing to the Visser. Answering might have revealed that I was in contact with humans. Visser 3 considered me. So you are an Andalite after all. Some of my advisors have been suggesting you terrorists were human. Not Andalite, but here we have a prime Andalite specimen. The Yeerks believed the Animorphs were all a group of Andalites who had survived the battle in the orbit and made it to Earth. It was important for them to go on believing it. Yeerk, filth, I cried. Suddenly, my uncles will destroy you. Visser Three laughed. You and your uncles can have caused me some annoyance, it's true. You destroyed the truck ship we used to gather oxygen and water. That was very unfortunate. And you destroyed our ground drona. That was even more unfortunate. He stepped closer and showing his complete confidence, showing me that he did not fear me. For that, I will give you a very, very long, very slow death, Andalite. I wanted to strike at him, my brother, Prince Elfingor. He would have had the courage, but I did not. The Hork-Bajir would have disintegrated me before I could twitch my tail, and the awful force of the Yeerk Visser's power had me mesmerized. Yes, you led me a chase, you Andalite bandits, Visser Three said, but my Veleek will capture you, one by one, and bring you to me. If I lacked the courage to attack and die, I could at least try to learn more if I lived. If I escaped somehow, by some miracle. How do you make a controller out of something made of dust? Where do you place your filthy slug body? Oh, the Veleek is not one of us, Visser Three said. He is not a controller. He's not really he. There is no intelligence there, or at least not much. Fascinating life form, really. Unlike anything we've ever found before, it spreads through the atmosphere at dusk. Each particle can sense life form energy, and life form, any life form. When one particular particle senses a prey, the millions of particles come together to attack the life form and chew it into shreds. The energy of each shredded bit is then absorbed by the particles themselves. Visser Three laughed again, soundless but vile in my mind. We lost a lot of soldiers before we figured the creature out. Oh yes, it was chewing up Hork-Bajir and Taxons in a startling rate, but then we realized something. It could be altered. We could use the thing. I could program it to serve me. I nodded, understanding the truth. You changed it to detect only the energy of morphing. Very good, but you Andalites have been clever when it comes to science. Yes, now it detects only the specific type of energy released during morphing. But it cannot feed on that energy. Oh, no, I didn't want it to shred you, Andalites. I didn't want it to eat you. I wanted to have you here with me, so I programmed my Veleek to eat only the energy we feed it from the engines of this ship. Clever, isn't it? The Veleek sense morphing attacks, but brings the morpher to me in order to get its true food. Only a Yeerk would think it's clever to force mutation on another life form, I said, contemptuously as I could. Should I strike? Could I strike? Was I fast enough? Visser Three nodded. Yes, we lowly Yeerks know how superior you Andalites are. Holier than thou, the meddling mortalists of the galaxy, the glorious self-righteous Andalite princes, saving the galaxy from the despised Yeerks. Well, here you are, Andalite child, and soon the rest of your group of bandits will be here as well. How many of you are there all together? I'll tell you nothing, I said. It doesn't matter, Visser Three said, with cold disdain. The Veleek will never tire. I send it back, and it will go out hunting. Your friends will be clever. Sometimes they will escape, for a while, but sooner or later, my Veleek will hunt them down, and one by one bring them to me. He jerked his hand in a signal to his soldiers. Throw him into the cage. Watch him. If he escapes, each of you will die. Oh, and have the Veleek fed. Then release it. Let it go to find me more Andalites. I would want our young Andalite to be lonely. The Hork-Bajir grabbed me roughly. Visser Three turned his back and walked away. I had not struck. I had been face to face with my brother's killer, and I had let him walk away. You're doing the best you can. You don't really have a lot of options right now.
We have 5 viewers right now, which I'm surprised because we normally don't get like that low till like the end of the stream.
It might just be a busy week. There's a lot of stuff coming up.
I mean, is it Easter this week or is that next week?
Next week. But yeah. But there's also the thing about the fact that I always leave my VODs public is because we're basically just doing a live recording of a video too, and then like it lives on, and then a bunch of people watch it afterwards too. So people will basically
True
be like,
Jackson
"Oh,
VP was filmed in front of a live studio audience.
It's just one of those things where it's like people are always like, "Oh, I forgot it was Friday. Like, let me go check that out."
Friday, Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Rebecca Black, I'm glad she's doing well.
She did Friday, Saturday, but never got.
Oh. All right, chapter 19. We're back to Cassie. Zoom. We're apparently just deciding. Fuck everybody else but Cassie and Axe right now. The narrative does not have anything important to say about them or from them. Zoom! I beat my fly wings and zipped under the door. The bottom edge of the door was like a ceiling to me, and then I was out. Zoom! I flew straight up. I mean, straight up like a rocket. Cool! I yelled to no one. Zoom! I spun around in midair and hit the ceiling with all 6 feet. The long claws dug into tiny cracks in the ceiling tile. The sticky pads added extra hold. I rested upside down, hanging from the ceiling. Becoming a fly is disgustingly gross, but being a fly is excellent. I mean, nothing flies like a housefly. You can fly straight ahead, or you can suddenly shoot straight up, or you can stop and just hover. There is absolutely nothing those fly wings won't do. The best jet fighter flown by the greatest pilot ever is a big, slow, wallowing pig compared to a housefly. Tobias on his best day couldn't come close to the maneuvers a fly can do. I rested on the ceiling directly above Chapman's head. It was maybe 5 feet from me down to his balding Chapman's head. It's maybe 5 feet from me down to his balding head. At least I think it was him. Fly eyesight is hard to get used to. Very hard to get used to. Fortunately, he, or at least the guy I hoped was Chapman, had stepped in some dog do earlier. I wasn't sure of my weird compound eyesight, but nothing can smell poop like a fly. I was looked into the location of Chapman's shoe. There was just one problem. Chapman wasn't doing anything but looking at books. My fly brain got edgy, just staying in one place, so I dropped from the ceiling, pivoted in midair, fired up my wings, and took a quick, wild ride around his head. Yes, it was Chapman, almost for sure. For the next 20 minutes, I just stalked him on his slow progress through the bookstore. I zipped around him, always staying out of reach, occasionally resting on the spine of a book or rocketing back up to the ceiling. After 20 minutes or so, it was all starting to look like a pretty stupid idea. I was supposed to be looking for Rachel, who might be in some kind of trouble, and instead I was staring upside down at Chapman's scalp. Then a man and a woman were talking to Chapman. Understanding speech is difficult when the hearing flies have available. Fortunately, I had been a fly before, so I knew how to translate the vibrations the fly felt into sound. You're late, Chapman snapped. The man said it couldn't be helped. Our job isn't easy with all this going on. Not here, Chapman said. Walk with me. He walked away, and the 2 newcomers fell into step alongside him. I dropped from the ceiling and buzzed quickly after them. It was easy to keep up. I just kept Chapman's head a few feet in front of me. What was hard was hearing everything they said. Out in the mall itself, there was a din of noise, dozens of voices, music, footsteps. It was all vibrations to my antenna and hairs. To make sense of it, I had to take a risk. I shot forward at full speed and pivoting sideways and landed on Chapman's collar. The threads of his shirt fabric looked as big as ropes to me. It was easy to hold on, but I kept my fly instincts hyper alert in case some big human hand came reaching to swat me. I don't see why we're meeting like this, the woman said. It's a little melodramatic, isn't it? Like some stupid human spy novel. Visser Three does not trust our communications lately. Visser One has supporters among some of our people here. Don't forget, our leader trapped these Andalites once before, and they were freed by Visser One to embarrass us. Has that been proven? The man asked. Chapman snorted derisively. If it had been proven, Visser One would be screaming in the torture chambers at the Council of 13, but we know it. It just the same, Visser Three isn't going to let anything get in the way of this time. This new creature of his is Veleek. This Veleek will finish the terrorists once and for all. Veleek, I thought. The enemy had a name. And maybe a huge mess doing it. And make a huge mess doing it, the woman grumbled. I've been running around all day trying to keep this story covered up. That's why you've been placed on the police force, Chapman said coldly. It's your job to control police investigations that could be difficult for us. Police corruption! Teaching kids about police corruption. Let's go. There's only one of me, the woman said, not intimidated at all by Chapman's tone. 10% of the police force are our people, but that leaves 90% who are human, and the humans are not complete idiots. We have witnesses talking about monsters made of dust, not tornadoes. It's the same at the newspaper, the man said. So far, the story is under control. People believe the tornado nonsense, but you have to tell Visser Three to... Suddenly, I was swung wildly around. I released the collar and flew upward. Chapman had stopped, jerked around, and grabbed the man's arm. Chapman had his face an inch from the man's face. Tell Visser Three? Tell Visser Three. No one tells Visser Three. People who tell Visser something he doesn't want to hear end up cut off from Kendrona rays, slowly starving, dying inside their hosts. With the rationing of Kendrona rays since the bandits destroyed the Earth-based Kendrona, the Visser has been looking for excuses to eliminate hungry Yeerks. Now, if you want to go tell the Visser not to use his Veleek, that you go right ahead. He released the man, and they all started walking again. Veleek, the woman grumbled. Do we have to rely on such things? Down a handful of Andalite terrorists? Yes, Chapman said, and be glad Visser has his morph hunter. It distracts him from asking why you haven't caught the Andalites. You'd better hope the dust creature succeeds. The pressure is building on the Visser to clean up this mess on Earth. There's talk he may be denoted to Visser 4, even 5, if Visser 3 loses rank because of your failure. Take my advice. Unalive yourselves. Don't wait for the Visser to do it for you. The two newcomers fell silent after that. Chapman gave them some instructions, mostly just to stick to the tornado story, no matter what happened. He told them the humans were fools who would believe that any sort of nonsense. And if any witnesses became too troublesome, they should be eliminated or made into controllers. It was a chilling conversation to hear, and there was nothing in it about Rachel. But just the same, I had learned something important. The Veleek was a tool of Visser Three's, and they had called it Morph Hunter. And it was time to head back to the little bathroom and demorph. I needed to talk to Jake and the others immediately. Morph Hunter. As it had struck Marco and Axe where they were demorphing in the basement of Darlene's house. It had almost killed them. Had it succeeded with Rachel. Okay, 2 more chapters. Woo! Glad I'm here to watch your bots. Thank you, Knights of Bot Table. We appreciate you.
Wait, I thought you only You only have chapter 20, and then I'm gonna take over.
Oh, are we?
Yeah. So from chapter 21, and then because that's like half and half, because it's like
Because of the
uh
pages. Yeah, I was confused.
yeah,
I thought I was just going to 20, and then we were saying 21, so I was just confused. Yeah, one more chapter. That
yeah,
works for me. My
yeah.
voice is like
So
just getting ready
chapter
to go.
4,
So
and then no, not chapter 4, page 4. So 90, right, 96. Yeah, 96 divided by 2. That would be 48.
yeah, and I'm
And
already
so
on.
if we get
Yeah, and I'm on 51, which 48. Yeah, so like yeah, this last chapter, and then that'll be just over half. So
yeah,
yeah. All right.
my math is mathing today.
The math is mathing. We're doing great. I've made all right time. It's only 10:30. We're on page 51. I think that's acceptable. Sorry.
A little lab break in between. Stretch and lab break after your turn.
Yep. I think
This
the
is the
pain would
final chapter of side A. If you'd
continue
like to
on to
continue to
side B.
side.
Please flip the
What were you
cassette
saying?
and press play. I was just gonna say you're gonna wake up once you have reading to do, especially since you've got the second half, so it's gonna get real crazy.
Yeah, I do all the voices.
I like doing Visser's like old timey announcer voice.
Yes, the old timey announcements. One hen, two ducks. Isn't that what your dad does? One hen, two ducks, three squawking geese, four limerick oysters.
What?
For the radio, isn't that like some sort of like radio exercise warm up? One
Well, I'll have
hen,
to
one hen,
ask
two
him.
ducks. One
I'll
hen,
have
two
to
ducks,
ask.
three squawking geese.
I'll have to ask him what warm ups he uses. I asked him once like how he keeps his voice from going at hours on air, and he was just like tea and lemon, tea and lemon,
One hen,
tea and
two
honey.
ducks, three squawking geese, four limerick oysters, five corpulent porpoises, six pears. Don Albert. It goes up to like 12. I think it's like to so that way you're not so tongue tied or something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
All right.
Chapter 20.
I think the pain would have killed me if I had been human, but I was not just human. I was the bear, and because of the bear's strength, I held on. My front paws were gone, chewed off by the terrible dust monster. This is a terrifying sentence, by the way. There's just no getting around that. That is terrifying. Blood was
Just
everywhere.
getting your arm chewed off.
Just getting your arm casually chewed off. Blood was everywhere. I could not walk like a bear, but I could wallow along on two legs until I had gotten far enough away from the terrifying creature. I found a stream, no more than a foot deep and 3 feet wide. I sank down into the water and tried to change. I didn't know if I could. I didn't know how I had become a bear, so I wasn't sure if I could become human again. And if I did, what about my hands? Did this terrible injury to my bear body mean that my human body would have be gone, that my human hands would be gone too? Rachel, that's what the other creature had called me. The creature that looked like a deer and a scorpion and a boy. He'd made no sound, but I had heard his voice in my head. He'd called me Rachel. Was I Rachel? I focused on becoming human again, but all this time I braced myself for pain beyond endurance. I lay on my side in the stream. Cold water bubbled and rushed around me. I kept the stumps of my paws in the numbing water, and I slowly grew smaller and weaker. I held the blood stump up so I could see them, and I would have I held the bloody stump up so I could see them. I would have cried if I'd had human tears. Human fingers, were growing from the gore. My hands grew back. The carpet of rough fur was replaced by skin and the black fabric of my leotard. Massive bear legs became my own human limbs. My sense of smell grew weak as my senses of sight grew strong. I stood up, shaky, weak, but no longer in pain, and what was stranger was that the scratches and scrapes I'd gotten from walking barefoot through the woods were gone. I was renewed. I looked fearfully around for the dust beast, but I saw nothing. It was growing dark. Would darkness protect me, or would it help my enemy? I looked closer, searching for the alien who knew my name. Alien. The word stuck in my mind. Yes, yes, that creature could not have been from Earth. I knew that. Those memories were still intact. I didn't know whether I knew the alien or whether he was good or evil, but he had to be an alien. Like the dust bear, yes. Yes, of course, the old woman ranting about yerks. The way aliens weren't. The way they were aliens, weren't they? Flash. Hang on. A construction site, half finished building all around, heavy equipment, dark night, a light in the sky, something landing, something alien, people around me, faces I knew, light in the sky, something. Wait, what faces? I cried, but the vision was gone. I yelled, but I yelled in frustration. I wanted to kick something. I wanted to reach inside my own head and tear down the gray curtain that hid the truth from me. Get a grip, Rachel, I told myself. At least you know your name. And you know that you have some very weird powers. And you know that you have some very serious enemies. And this was not reassuring. The dust beast would have destroyed me, except he'd been distracted by the alien. Was that alien a friend? Had he been trying to help me? The answers aren't here in the forest, I told myself. You need to get back to civilization. That's where the answers are. Back to the world. But which direction? The bear would know. He would have been able to sense it. Could I do the same? I stood very still. I listened. The wood rustled the leaves. Squirrels chattered. Things I couldn't see skittered behind bushes. Birds sang songs of love and threat. The stream chuckled over rocks and fallen branches. The stream. Of course, follow the stream, I told myself. Doo-doo. This is the end of Side A of Animorphs Megamorphs 1, The Andalite's Gift. To continue on to Side B, narrated by Daniel Alberto, please flip the cassette and press play.
All right, then let's take a quick lab break, stretch break for everyone. Grab your waters, grab your juices, take your lab breaks now.
I'm gonna go grab another drink.
Passing period. It is passing period right now, children.
But will
Please be
she
back before the
find
bell
her
rings.
clothes in the woods? I don't know where her clothes are. She's in her leotard. And I guess her clothes don't really matter right now. She's barefoot in the leotard.
All right, then. Ready and break.
And break. Alright, we'll be right back, guys. Break, guys. I'll be right back.
know why. Oh, okay. Because I was like, okay, while we wait, let me go ahead and educate people on the equivalents of Hostess products in Mexico. Because we have Marinelas. Marinelas is the brand that we have. So we instead of ding dongs, we call them penguins or pingüinos. So they look like you got the penguins on there and all that stuff. They used to be a lot cuter. They used to be a lot more cartoony. I guess they went to they're going through their 3D phase. And then we got, instead of Twinkies, we have submarinos, submarines. So those we have in chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla. And then the only thing that Hostess doesn't have that we have in Mexico, ganditos or geese, little geese. So it's basically a snack cake. It's got chocolate on the outside, raspberry jam, I think it is, on the inside. And then whipped, like, it's like a frosting over it and a sponge cake at the bottom. So yeah. 210 calories though, just for one.
Oh, hey, they couldn't hear me until right now. But here I am.
310 calories for a ding dong or a penguin, and 280 for a submarine.
I love the snack cakes. They're so good.
Nah, I tried the Reese's snack cakes. Those things might as well just be candy because those things are like overkill on how sweet they are. They're disgustingly sweet. I can only like one before I feel sick.
Oof. I feel like feeling sick is not the ideal purpose.
Sorry, I'm looking at the Popeye that I got. I always get a little concerned when it's like a little bit fleshy. Like, but then again, that's just me because like when I eat chicken, I expect it to be like either like really, really white. But I mean, it's not like, I don't know. I might just put it in the air fryer later.
You're like, it's probably fine.
I'll just put it in the air fryer just so that we can cook an extra minute or two. Right. So, Animorphs.
You get to start off with Marco.
Yeah. My child. My son. Animorphs. Megamorphs Volume 1. The Andalite's Gift. This is side B of the narration. If you would like to start with side A, please flip this cassette over and press play. Otherwise, continue with this side, narrated by Daniel Alberto. Chapter 21. I didn't see anything, all right? Tobias said angrily. No bear, no Rachel, no axe. How many more times do you want to ask me? I didn't see them. He was in the rafters of Cassie's barn. We sat on bales of hay or paced back and forth, glaring and angry, and worst of all, afraid. Jake, Cassie, me, and Tobias. 4 of the 6 who should have been there. All right, calm down, Tobias, Jake said. No one is blaming you. No one is blaming anyone. We just need to get a grip on this. Axe was supposed to hook up with us in the forest, I said. He never did. If he couldn't meet us, he'd know we'd worry. He'd know he should morph into his human form and come tell us he's okay. So he's not okay, Jake said. Axe is not okay, and Rachel is not okay, I agreed. And I think we know why. That thing. I turned to Cassie. What did Chapman call it? A Veleek. A morph hunter. That's why Rachel and Axe have both disappeared, I said. It almost got me and Axe at Darlene's. It almost got us again this afternoon. Cassie looked at me, her expression troubled. Why almost? What do you mean? Why didn't it get you? Cassie asked. She was frowning. At Darlene's house, it had you cold. Today, you say you outran it, but actually, it stopped chasing you, right? It went tearing off to the cabin where you think Axe and Rachel were. Why? Why stop chasing you two and go after them? I don't know, I yelled. I was frustrated and scared at anyone. I wasn't in the mood for puzzles. Ask Tobias, he's the predator here. He should know. I meant it to be mean. I felt bad. I felt bad about it as soon as I said it. But Tobias didn't lash back at me. He instead he said, movement. What's that supposed to mean? Jake asked. Marco said it. I'm a predator. When I hunt, I look for movement. I chase what moves. Same as a cat. If the prey stays still, it's harder to see. If I listen and I don't hear movement, it's the same thing. The hawk's brain is wired to pay attention to the sight or sound of movement. That's it, Cassie yelled. I jerked back about 2 feet in the air. Cassie is not a person who yells. That's it! It's been bugging me ever since the first attack. How did the Veleek know who we were? How did it decide Marco and Axe were prey? Marco, what were you doing just as the beast attacked? I shrugged. I morphed back. Yes, Cassie said. Coincidence? The beast just happens to attack while you are morphing. And today, when you guys were attacked in the woods, we were morphing, Jake said. We were morphing into wolves. Both attacks at the very same time. You were morphing, Cassie said. The very time. Interesting coincidence. We all just pretty much didn't say anything for a few seconds after that. I was trying to think through what this would mean. As long as I didn't morph, I was safe, as safe as a mouse who stays frozen. Rachel doesn't know this, I said quietly, if she's even alive. Why did the Veleek drop us and take off for the cabin in the wood? Jake asked. Then he answered his own question. Because we were done morphing. So we weren't as interesting to it. It sensed some other creature actively morphing. 2 mice in a field. Maybe I'm chasing one and he's running, but then he freezes. No movement. And at the moment, I catch a glimpse of another mouse running. Or at least the hawk, goes after the second mouse. The hawk brain thinks they're the same mouse. What's important is the movement. And for this morph hunter, what counts is the morphing. That's what it locks onto, Jake said. So why didn't it come after me when I morphed at the mall? Cassie wondered. Because it can't be at 2 places at once, I said. There must be a limit on how far it can spread. It was too far away. We're safe as long as we never morph again, I pointed out. You mean as long as we don't fight the Yeerks, we're safe? Jake said. Is that what you think we should do, Marco? They all looked at me. I shrugged. Rachel isn't here to cast a vote. So on her behalf, I'll say what she would say. We need to do this. What we need to do is find a way to kick this Veleek's butt. Cassie smiled. And what would the real Marco say to that? He'd probably make some stupid but funny remark, I admitted. Then he would start thinking about how to do just that. Kick this very big windbag's dusty butt. I cannot talk tonight. I don't know why.
Oh, I was struggling too. I don't know. When were these books published in relation to the other books? Like,
Let's see. Megamorphs 1. Give me a sec. I'm on Cirospedia.
that's where I go to get all the rundowns every time I populate one of these streams.
Let's see. It's wait, it took me to the big Wikipedia page of Megamorphs. A Megamorph is this. It says 97, May 97.
That during the other books being written? Like,
Oh, 97 was when book 7 came out.
okay, that makes sense. I wasn't sure if this was like we wrote them after all the other books, but it takes place in between, kind of thing.
Nah, I think they do it like I was joking about how they do mid-season finales. I'm pretty sure the Megamorphs are the mid-season finales, just so that way they have time in between to write more books. But I don't think that's the case because June 97 was when Axe's first book came out.
Okay.
And this came out in May. So okay. Oh, I already know the namesake for the wiki. Avery's never read these, and I've listened to recaps, so I know why it's called Cirospedia.
Yeah, I'll get there eventually, but I know that you know a lot more than I do.
She will get there. All right then, Rachel. I reached civilization, or at least I reached a suburb development. Maybe it was familiar. I don't know. Maybe I'd been there before. I don't know that either. What I did know was that my feet were scratched and torn. My legs were aching and sore. My entire body was sore. I was hungry and thirsty and scared. And I was tired beyond belief. Fact or fiction? I needed sleep. I could see lights on inside many of the homes I passed. For a while, I considered just walking right up to the front door of any house saying, "Look, I don't know who I am. Can I sleep on your couch?" But I was being hunted by someone or something. I didn't know who I could trust. And until my memory returned, I had to be cautious. Besides, I was dirty, messed up, barefoot, and wearing a stupid black leotard. No one was going to let me in. Then I saw the house with no lights on inside. There was a sign on in the front lawn that said sold. I crossed the damp lawn, which felt wonderful on my sore feet. I peered in through the front window. No furniture. It was empty. It's a trap house, Rachel. Wait, I think you're muted. Are you muted or?
Can you not hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, cool.
But I was being hunted by someone or something. I didn't know who I could trust. Okay, I was at that part. I quickly went around the back. The house had a pool, and I saw a faucet down behind some bushes. I fell to my knees and turned the knob till cool, fresh water flowed. I drank my fill, because faucet water from the garden hose is the best flavor. Gotta get all your minerals, children. Well, that's one thing taken care of, I whispered to myself. I checked out the house on either side. There was a high fence all the way around. No one could see me. I tried the back door, locked. I tried the garage door, locked. I tried the window. Yes. I hoisted myself up and slid inside. It was dark. The house smelled like fresh paint. Is anyone here? I called out in a trembling voice. My voice fell flat in the emptiness. I went to the kitchen and opened up the refrigerator. The light surprised me. Inside the fridge was nothing. I checked the cupboard. Empty, empty, empty. Aha! Right there on the counter, a box of vanilla wafers. They must have belonged to the painters. There were paint fingers on the box. It was open, and half the cookies were gone. But I didn't care. I wolfed the cookies down as I prowled through the rest of the empty house. I'm sure they used it for like insulation. The vanilla wafers. You know, like how they use like ramen super glue to fix like faucets, or not faucets, but like sink basins.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to my brain, but I've definitely seen people do that.
So I'm pretty sure they were using the vanilla wafers to like, I don't know, patch up the holes, the little holes from like, I don't know, the paintings.
And they're like, throw some ramen in there, it'll be fine.
Yeah, just put a vanilla wafer, put some spack, and it should be good. Okay, hold on.
Oh, Dirtbrex, I'm sorry. I know what it's like to have internet problems. It's not fun.
Okay, sorry. I was just getting a text from a client about telling him, oh, it's gonna cost you $200 to fix your problem. Let me know if you want to do it, and then I'll buy it, and then we can set up a time. So that was just okay. So I checked the cupboards. The place was empty, but I had water and cookies, and the carpet was soft enough to sleep on as tired as I was. I sat in a corner of the abandoned living room and finished eating the cookies. I wondered who had lived here and who would be moving in next. Alex. Lived here. California Diaries. Alex lived here.
Oh god. If the California Diary kids met the Animorph kids, it would just be horrible.
It would be a goth. What is it? A metal off? Oh yeah. Well, I had my arm chopped off. Oh yeah. Well,
Yep.
this happened.
It'd be like
This happened in this other book series, and I'm not going to go into it because we're not reading that.
Not there yet.
We're not there yet, and I don't think anyone wants me to start revealing all the terrible things that happen in the New York, California Diaries. But most of all, I wondered about who was I, what I was, and why some terrible alien creature had tried to kill me twice. I don't remember falling asleep, but later I remembered the dream, the nightmares. Flash! I was at the construction site, dark, a light coming down from the sky. Others with me. Was one a girl? Yes. But I couldn't see her face, or the faces of the others with me. Just one, a boy. He turned to look at me. A bird! He had the face of a bird of prey.
It's a bird.
Classic
it's a plane.
Classic cartoon trope of a nightmare.
Yep.
Kids in the middle of a wedding pull back the veil and see the face of an animal.
Yep.
Flash! I was balancing, putting one foot carefully in front of another. I was on a beam, 4 inches wide. I felt clumsy. But when I looked down at my feet, they changed. They weren't my feet at all, but the dainty paws of a cat. People applauding. No, not all. Some hated me, wanted to kill me. Something wrong with them. Something terribly wrong with them. Worms. Worms in their head. Flash! I was underground, a vast open pit, but covered by a dome of rock and dirt. A pool of sluggish gray water. The worms! They were in the water, and all around me. Blades everywhere, heads like snakes. Huge ants! No, I was an ant too, reeking acid smells, hundreds of them swarming, attacking. Ants as big as I was, huge pincers cutting into me. Morph back, I cried in my dream. Morph back, morph! Animorph! I wake up screaming. I jumped up off the floor and ran my hand frantically over my body. What was I? What was I? What was I that I had these dreams? Humans did not dream of being ants. Dreams that were so real you could feel the huge grains of sand pressing in the airlessness, the terror, the eerie vision of swarms of ants crawling over you, ripping you apart. I was gasping for breath. My heart was beating twice as normal. My forehead was dripping, sweating even though it was chilly in the empty room. Animorph. That's what I had screamed. What did it mean? What does it mean?
What does it mean?
Then, whoever's in there, come out. This is the police. Ah! I yelped. I covered my mouth. Flashlight beams pierced the darkness around me. Spears of light searched for me. I rolled quickly into the corner. Don't make us come in there after you, the policeman said. Neighbors reported someone climbing in, so just come out. Trapped. I should just give myself up. No. There were they there were enemies. Enemies everywhere. I couldn't. I'm gonna count to 3, and you'd better come out with your hands over your head, a policeman yelled. I had to get away. Had to think. Had to find out who I was. What I was. But I was surrounded. Morph. Like when I became a bear, only not the bear. I didn't know if the bear inside me was injured. I searched the jagged memory from my dreams. What had I seen? What pictures had I seen? The ant? No, never the ant. Never again. I felt that in my bones. Larger, more powerful. Yes. The cops were banging and yelling. My skin was still electric from the terrifying nightmare. But I calmed myself. I stayed focused on one image from my dream. Large, very large, too large for the police to handle. Oh! I cried out as my nose and upper lip suddenly exploded outward, exploded in a long, massive growth that reached the floor. I was growing larger, filling the room. Come on out now, or we're coming in. Don't worry, officer, I thought. I'll be out soon. I just think of Mrs. Puff when she's like, no, not again. I have to go to a new town, change my last name, and start my life over. No, not again. Alright, we're on chapter 23.
Oh, fuck no. By the way, can we just appreciate the fact that Perry just exited out of the book, jumped up here, exited out of the book, and then just typed FFFFF in the new folder tab?
How funny.
Oh my god.
Hold on, let me just check some text while you get back there. I just put my phone on silent. I tell people, I'm just like, I just tell people, oh, I'm busy on Friday, so I can't do repairs on Friday afternoons. So I make sure to tell people. I even tell my mom, like, Mom, don't schedule any repairs for Fridays because I have something going on. Like, she knows, what was I gonna say? She knows how the internet works, but it's like, for her to figure out what streaming is would take her a good month to, like, get a good grasp of it.
Yeah. Different generation.
Different strokes for different folks. We grew up in the, like, most interesting time because everything was being phased out and everything was being phased in.
Yep.
Telephones and pagers are being phased out, but we know what they are. And then we get cell phones, touchscreen phones, dial-up internet, Wi-Fi internet, like just this explosion of stuff.
Yeah, if you're like a millennial Gen Z cusp, you're truly like on that brink of like the movement from like
We're the jack of all trades.
Yep.
Okay. You there. So basically, the Dirtbrick says, so basically, morphing causes some kind of electromagnetic radiation. I don't think that's what they meant. I think it's more of she felt electric and then she was jolted. She was still like high off of the nightmare she was having.
Yeah, she was.
I felt electric from the nightmare I just had. You don't hear that anymore. Oh, my body felt electric. It's such an old-fashioned, like, descriptive.
Yeah, some of the some of these books, it's just like it becomes very obvious from time to time that like an adult wrote for children because it's just like
Yeah,
what do
it's
kids
very,
say that?
how do you do, it's very, how do you do, fellow kids?
Yeah.
Chapter 23. It was just dumb luck that we even saw what happened. Our meeting broke up with all of us mad and scared and upset. No one wanted to believe that Rachel and Axe might have been killed. Axe was a new friend, sort of, and an alien, not someone we had grown up with. But Rachel was my cousin. Here we go, everybody.
Boy.
She was Cassie's best friend. Okay, thank you. I thank you. I thank you.
The bar is so low, Jake. We're just like, oh, thank God he didn't hit on his cousin.
And now, Jake Berenson with an analogy. She was Cassie's best friend. That was Jake Berenson with a narration in his life. Okay. And we looked up to Rachel. She was fearless. She made the rest of us braver than we might have been without her. We went out into the night, the four of us. Tobias flew off towards the forest. We watched him fly away, flapping hard in the dead night air. Marco and I picked up our bikes. Cassie, are you out here? It was her mother, framed in the doorway of their home. Yes, Mom, right here. That show you like is on. Do you want me to tape it? That's how old we are because we used to have to videotape things.
What
We
do you
put
think she?
the
What do you think the
probably
show was?
97. Probably Living Single
Probably.
or In Living Color. I was gonna say the
Uh,
Cosby Show, but the Cosby Show kind of ended around that time.
yeah,
Maybe.
97. Fresh Prince would have been off. Like
There we
just
go.
off.
Or no. Oh wait, no.
Fresh
Fresh
Prince
Prince
ended
was
in
early
96.
90s.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it would have been
So
just off. Could have
okay.
been.
So
Was Sister out yet? It could have been that.
yeah, you know what? It could have probably been Sister. That would have been it.
Could have been
Cassie,
that.
your favorite show, Sister's on.
Sister was just a good show, or it could have been like it was too early for like Phil of the Future, that kind of thing. I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, Sister was around that. But anyway, um, I'll be in a minute. Cassie said. I'm just talking to Jake and Marco. Hi, Jake. Hello, Marco. We said hello back. Hi. Well, don't stay out too late, Cassie's mom said. It's almost 9 o'clock. She went back inside. 9? Man, I better get home, Marco said. I'll be toast. I'll walk you guys to the road, Cassie said. We walked in silence down the long driveway, then down the dirt road that connected the farm to the highway. Marco and I pushed our bikes, and the only sound were our footsteps and the rattle of Marco's bulky bike chain. Maybe she's home already. Maybe we don't even have to worry, I said. An axe is probably fine. I mean, who knows what an andalite might be. At least it's warm out, Cassie said. If Rachel is out there somewhere, at least it's warm. It's a warm night, and there's a bright moon to help her find her way home. She added softly. I followed her gaze. The full moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by millions of stars. You can always see a lot more stars out past you. Look! Marco yelled. Something was obscuring the moon. It passed swiftly, and the moon shone clear again. I saw what looked like sparkling fairy dust, a swirl that raced away towards a development whose light were just visible in the middle distance. What is that? Is that a cloud? Cassie asked. I looked at her. I don't think so. You know what it is, Marco snapped. What are we going to do about it? Morph Hunter, Cassie said. It's after someone. Axe or Rachel. Two choices, I said. Do nothing or try and distract it. Distract it? Marco demanded. How? Like playing keep away, I said. It chases morphs, right? So give it something to chase. We have to get away from those houses, Cassie said. The thing chews up everything in its path. Marco nodded. Keep shifting targets. Keep it guessing. Oh man, this is going to be really unpleasant. How do we get there? Cassie demanded. We can't morph here and fly over. If we morph here, we'll draw it to my house. She was right, and the house where the Veleek was headed were half a mile away. Are the keys in that? Marco asked. Cassie and I looked where he was pointing. Cassie's father's old beat-up pickup truck, the truck he used around the farm. No way, Cassie said. Way, Marco said, which left it up to me to decide. Let's do it. So now they are criminals, not they are committing grand theft auto.
Oh, it could have been like she could have been watching like Are You Afraid of the Dark or Goosebumps or something. Or maybe
Wait, what are you talking about?
I'm still thinking about Cassie's favorite show would be.
Oh. Sorry, hold on. Something's like I feel like some sort of staticky stuff from my headphones.
Yeah, Toonie, I'm not really sure. I'd love to hear more about the behind the scenes work of Labyrinth. Such a good movie. And Dirtbrex, yeah, I know what you're saying. You're saying Dirtbrex, to clarify, is saying that the morph hunter has to hunt it down somehow. So, like when they morph, they must give out like some kind of signal.
I have no idea why it's giving me such a static. Why your voice is so staticky? So I'm just gonna.
Why?
It's from my end.
Okay.
My earphones, for some reason, are deciding to
just
think
like,
that they're broken.
It's just like,
Give me a sec. Maybe if I unplug it. Okay, let me try again. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
No, it's still doing it. Whatever. I don't care right now. But so now they commit grand theft auto. They're gonna steal Cassie's dad's car, and they expect it to go. They expect no one to pay attention to that. Okay. Chapter 24 had become very, very large. The cops were still outside pounding and yelling and ordering me to come out, so I decided I'd better do what they want. I aimed for the front door. Not that the front door was going to be big enough, but I figured the front wall would be just about big enough. I could feel the morph progressing. In a minute now, as soon as the morph was complete, behind me, some terrible noise like a circular saw going through steel. I trumpeted in terror and rage. Suddenly, Oh wait, no, sorry. I was supposed to go. I trumpeted in terror and rage. That's why. Brah. Suddenly, the wall of the house was gone. The beast. The beast. Head down, trunk curled under. I charged the front door. I hit the front door. The door popped out like a champagne cork. The frame around the door exploded into splinters. Then the wall around the door frame bulged out and popped open like a pimple. And they just sold that house. I wonder who has to pay for it. Or is it under the house insurance?
Hopefully it would be. It's like, oops. House is broken
What?
now.
An elephant? Did you have elephant insurance? Oh
Oh
no? Oh,
no.
then we don't cover that.
We can't
Oh, I
cover
know
the-
this is State Farm, but we don't cover everything, you know. We're good neighbors, but we're not that great neighbors, just saying.
Like a good neighbor, we don't expect elephants to run through your house, you know?
Yeah, we're good neighbors, we're not great neighbors. If you want great neighbors, go to like Allstate or something. We're just good neighbors.
The construction company Derprex says, probably, yeah.
And I came out. Several tons of me. An insane, horrific combination of human and African elephant. The unpredictability of the incomplete morph had resulted in a huge creature with a long, tiny trunk, tiny human ears, big elephant legs, and blonde hair. The police officers were surprised. I
Sure they were.
trumpeted again. I raised my massive trunk high in the air. 4 police officers stared with identical expressions of total, absolute disbelief. 4 mouths hung open. They blinked. One of them rubbed her eyes. Then they had something even more amazing to say. The dust creature ripped through the house, just a few feet behind me, leaving it a mess of chopsticks. I bolted. You would not think to look at an elephant that it can even run at all. But believe me, an elephant can move out when it needs to. Elephants can go 25 miles an hour faster than the fastest human runner at the time, because I'm sure Usain Bolt can outrun an elephant.
Yeah.
But there is a problem with elephants too. They are huge, too huge to dodge and twist, too huge to hide. I barreled down that quiet suburban street, completing the morph as I ran. But I knew I could not escape. Bam, bam, bam. The officers were shooting at me, at the dust monster. I didn't know. I didn't care. The bullets meant nothing to me, and nothing to the monster that was after me. It was after me. 100 feet back, a huge flying wall of gnashing teeth and whirling blades. It was gaining. I stomped through someone's garden, crushed flowers beneath my huge round feet, and annihilated a fence. I turned around an alleyway between 2 homes. A parked Winnebago was between me and the beast. Brrrah! The Winnebago was gone. Didn't even do anything. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a single tire bounce down the street. The rest of the camper was shredded. Right then, I knew it was over. If I kept running, the beast would chew its way through houses where innocent people were sleeping. I couldn't let that happen. This is it. I realized this is it. I can't run. I can't win. I turned to face the beast. I saw it slow down. It hung in the air before me, a nightmare, of gnashing teeth and wild eyes and whirling blades. The last of the morph was complete, as 2 gigantic ivory tusks sprouted from my mouth. From the beast's tendrils emerged. They were like ropes, living ropes that wrapped around my huge body. I felt myself being smothered. I couldn't breathe. I struggled, but the ropes just tightened their grip. The dust beast swirled around me, covering me. I couldn't see. I could barely breathe. Then the beast lifted me up, or it tried to. I felt myself raise up, maybe a foot off the ground. Then we settled back to earth. Once again, the beast tried to lift me. This time, we rose 2, maybe 3 feet, and then settled down to earth again. At that moment, a tiny flicker of hope was reborn. I looked it up in the book once. The largest elephant ever found weighed 22,050 pounds. Mostly, they weighed between 7,000 and 13,000 pounds. I had no idea how much I weighed in this elephant body. Probably not 22,050 pounds, but I was big just the same. Very big. Too big for the dust beast to carry me. Ha ha ha. Too much for you to carry, creep? Penetrating the swirling, angry sound of the dust beast as it strained to lift me came a sudden grrrr. It sounded like squealing tires, like a very bad driver was racing towards us. The whole trying to lift her up reminded me of A Bug's Life. Remember when that "I'm a beautiful butterfly" and he had to be lifted.
Yes. Love that movie. Maybe you should have been an owl. Look, she's doing her best out here.
She's got amnesia. Leave Dawn alone. She has amnesia. Leave Brittany alone.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare compare Rachel to Dawn. To the likes
Nah,
of
Rachel is what Dawn wishes she could be.
Yes. What Dawn thinks
Rachel
she
is Rachel is what Dawn would be if she chose the dark side.
Yep.
They are two halves of the same coin.
Yep. Paula just says,
Except
God
one likes
dang.
to eat meat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what the goddamn is referring to, but honestly, given its Animorphs, could be a multitude of things.
I'm sure Paulo was referring to when we were talking about Sister Sister, like, God damn, I haven't heard that name in a while. Go home, Roger.
A good show, though.
I'm sure Cassie would have been like, go home, Marco. Alright, chapter 25.
I mean,
Ah! Cassie screamed. Look out! Look out! Look out! Look out! Look out! Jake yelled. Would you both shut up? I demanded. I'm trying to drive here. Car! 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 Jake yelled. I yanked the wheel left. The car sped by, horn blasting. The driver stuck his hand out the window and made a sign with his finger. That's rude, I said, and totally uncalled for. Ah! Oh, it's just a trash can. Chill out, I said. Okay, so it's 4 trash cans, I said. Get off the sidewalk, you lunatic! I yanked the wheel to the right. We bumped off the sidewalk, sort of grazed a parked car, and... How do you hate trash cans? Jake asked. Is that your problem? Do you just hate trash cans? I can't drive with you screaming in my ear. You can't drive at all. Left! Turn left! There! Turn left! It's that way! Cassie said, taking time out from screaming. I turned left. I missed the actual street, but fortunately, the people who lived on that corner did not have any trees in their front yard. Over the corner. Rear wheel was over the curb. I stepped on the gas and tore across the lawn. Cool, I said. I'm going to kill you, Marco, Jake said in a weirdly calm voice. If I survive, I'm gonna kill you. You said you could drive! Cassie accused. I shrugged. Actually, what I had said was I scored millions of points playing Wipeout, this excellent video game. Okay, so it's not exactly Wipeout. I'm doing the best I can. I was back on the road. Suddenly, an elephant went tearing across the street a block away. An elephant with little pink ears. The Veleek was right behind it. That's Rachel! She's alive!
Wait.
Not for long, maybe, Jake said grimly. I'm gonna morph. Marco, follow that elephant! The elephant ran behind a Winnebago. The Veleek chewed the Winnebago into sawdust. The elephant turned to face the animal. The elephant turned to face the animal. Make that make sense.
Elephant turned to face the animal. Yeah. That doesn't make sense. I have questions.
The elephant planted its feet firmly, raising its trunk in defiance, and faced the beast of 100 mouths. Yeah, that's Rachel, all right, I said. I floored the truck. The rubber burned and shot forward down the block. Come on, you big dirtball, I'm right here! Jake yelled. Orange and black fur was already sprouting from its body. Tiger teeth were growing, bulging down beneath his upper lip. Suddenly, living ropes, like tentacles, wrapped around Rachel's huge body. Dust beasts enveloped her, covered her. No! Cassie cried. Rachel! No! The Veleek began to rise from the ground. Then it slipped back down. Oh, duh, I gasped. It's not trying to kill us. It wants to capture us. It's trying to carry Rachel away. It can't lift her, Cassie said. She's too heavy. Just then, the Veleek noticed us, or at least noticed Jake, who was morphing into a tiger. The Veleek dropped Rachel. She fell just a foot or so, but still cracked the road surface. I'm going to Rachel, Cassie yelled. She then started climbing out over Jake to get out. But it wasn't working because Jake was already half tiger and he was squeezing out of his seat. Jake better climb in the back, man. You're getting large, I said, and put on the brakes. We're not human. I missed part. Jake pushed open the door and climbed out of the truck. He was clumsy because he had legs that were not human and not tiger, but were some weird halfway mix. Hands were fur-covered claws that could barely work the door handle. But Jake piled out and jumped into the back of the pickup. Cassie piled out right behind him. Good luck, guys, Cassie said. She slammed the door shut. Don't slam the door, girl. That's how you get the door stuck. With a rush of wind, the Veleek came after us. I put the truck in reverse and gunned it. Wait! I groaned. Someone had parked a car right where I needed to go. Turn it around! Jake yelled in thought speak. I spun the wheel, and at the same time, I floored it. It was totally Hollywood. We're talking squealing tires, smoke coming up off, then boom! I had a tiger in the back of a pickup truck. I could barely drive, and I was being chased by the most powerful monster I have ever seen. Later, I would be terrified. But right then, at the moment, I was just thinking, this is so cool. Okay, so what did I miss?
Melissa said the goddamn was in reference to you screaming while he was trying to chill.
I mean, the car could have been an Autobot, the Dirtbrick says. Look, I'm an actor, okay? I used to be an actor. You can't tell by my voice, but I used to be a child actor a long time ago. In a galaxy far, far away called Mexico. So if I'm going all out, I'm going all out. Not halfway, not some way, half or all the way. If it says to scream, I'm gonna scream. So sorry for scaring you, Paolo. Chapter 26. We are 26. We still have 19 chapters. I think.
I think so, yeah.
The good news was.
It's okay, Paulo says.
Yeah, Paolo said, it's okay. I'm a Paolo. Paolo Versare. Lizzie, you look like her twin, like a two pods and a pea.
Oh my god.
Isabella's my singing partner. Maybe you could be her twin.
Every time I forget about that movie, it just comes back somehow, some way.
The good news was Marco had gotten out of the neighborhood, so he couldn't destroy any more trash cans. The bad news was he'd gotten onto the highway. Pass on the left! Pass on the left! Not on the right!
Sounds like me and
Hey,
my
I'm
mom
cool
driving
now.
together.
That's like my mom when she first. My brother, he always jokes about how taught him how to drive. She'd be like, in Spanish, she'd be like, frena, frena, like brake, brake!
Yep.
All the time.
Yep. I think that's a parental thing. My parents did the same thing. But to be fair to them, I'm not a good driver, so they might have had a point.
Nah, I pat myself on the back for being a good driver just because my mom had to get surgery and well nobody could pick her up, so I had to go pick her up, and it was like maybe like my first year driving, so they told me just be you have to drive slowly and try and avoid like bumpy roads. So I pride myself on that. I was like, I need to find a road that's not like super bumpy. Spending an hour on Google Map. All right. Hey, I'm cool now. Hey, I'm cool now, Marco yelled back through the open back window of the truck. This is just like the game now. No problemo. It isn't dark on the video game. Sure, that part with the tunnel. You mean the part where you always crash and burn? We were tearing down the highway at 70 miles an hour, weaving through a stream of bright red taillights. I was halfway into the tiger morph. I was deliberately dragging it out, keeping the Veleek interested. It was working. The Veleek was interested. I was standing in the rattling, swaying bed of a junky old pickup truck. And just about 5 car lengths back, there was a beast 50 feet wide that was nothing but sheer destruction. Occasionally, the other motorists on the road would offer us advice. I could hear bits and pieces of it as we shot by. Idiot! Why don't you?
Advice.
What kind of moron? Where do you learn to drive? Jersey? You stupid! It's gaining on us, I told Marco. This thing won't go any faster. Good. Off-road! We're going off-road! No! But it was too late. Truck plunged off the road, jumped a ditch, slammed through a wire fence, and aimed straight for a tree. Tree left! Tree right! Tree! 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 Branches scraped at the side of the truck. And behind us, chewing through the trees, came the Veleek. Marco, I'm almost morphed. I'm gonna bail. Give me 5 minutes, then it's your turn. Yeah? Marco yelled. Jake, be careful, man. Try not to destroy Cassie's dad's truck, okay? Get ready. Slowing down. He slammed the brakes. The side of the truck slid into a tree. I sprung from the bed of the truck. Marco floored the truck and sped off through the brush, engine roaring. I landed like the cat I was. The tiger inside me knew where we were, knew in its bones. This was a cat born and bred for dark nights in dense forests. In a rush of sensory information, I heard, smelled, saw the environment around me. Dark, penetrating eyes, ears attuned to very small sounds. A sense of smell that told me stories of deer and wolves and wild pigs that had passed through this area. But what I needed most was the cat's agility and speed. I completed the morph. As long as no one else morphed and distracted it, the Veleek would chase me. At least, that's what I hoped. It was on me. I turned with lightning speed and did the one thing the Veleek could not expect. I charged straight at it. The dust beast hesitated, then stopped. Ugh. Let me try that again. I let out a roar. Gosh, I don't know what's going on. Maybe because I'm yelling too much, I can't really get that roar out. That would
Voice
make a
started
grown
going
man
out.
wet his pants. I unleashed the incredible power of my coiled muscles. I leapt through the air, claws outstretched. It was an attack that would kill just about any animal walking around this planet, but it would have had no effect on the Veleek. At the last second, before my paws could encounter those rows of gnashing teeth and spinning blades, I tucked my head, drew my paws back, and hit the ground directly beneath the dust beast. Right under him, right under the Veleek, and out the far side, I hauled my orange striped. Sorry, I hauled out my inner child, my intrusive thoughts. I hauled my orange striped tail out of there at maximum warp. Let's see how fast you can turn, creep. Ha, not fast. It took the Veleek several seconds to turn itself around. And I thought, well, so it does have some weakness after all. Some weaknesses, not enough. It ripped through the trees and undergrowth like the out of control mulcher it was. Tigers are fast. Tigers are mightily powerful. But tigers do not have great endurance. I was a sprinter, not a marathon runner. I moved out, racing wildly through the trees, turning sharp left, then sharp right, doubling back again. And the somewhat clumsy Veleek couldn't catch me. But I couldn't keep it up. I was winded, panting, tongue hanging out, exhausted. It was time for a distraction. I hoped Marco could provide it in time. Plan was to run the Veleek back and forth from one morph to another. It wanted to hunt morphs. We would give it morphs to hunt. It wasn't much of a plan. It only worked if the creature could be worn out. But the odds were we'd all wear out first. I fired myself up a tree. Claws bit deep into the bark. Tired muscles propelled me up and through the branches. Brrr. The Veleek chewed the tree I was on. I looked down and saw it was right below me. The tree was still standing, but the Veleek had shredded the base, and it was chewing its way straight up the tree. I leapt into the darkness. I fell, claws outstretched through the night air. Okay. What did I miss? Okay. Dirtbrick says, a pickup truck with a tiger in the back is normal in Florida.
Yep, it really is.
Inhale, exhale, Daniel. And a 1 and 2 and 1 and wait. What do you mean inhale, exhale?
I think they
Am
just
I
mean like
breathing through?
take a breath. Take a breath. Just a little bit I had left of Ponyo.
Okay.
I've seen Ponyo yet. Not all the way through.
No. Did you see the Disney version of My Neighbor Totoro with Dakota Fanning and her sister?
No, I didn't know that existed.
It's not like live action. It's dubbed, but with Dakota Fanning and her
That's the
sister.
dub. Yeah.
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 All right. Chapter 27. dust beast dropped me. Hit the road. I hit it hard. The concrete cracked, cracked and popped open, revealing the gravel beneath. Flash! I was flying. I was a bird, an eagle, going to see Tobias, going to tell him I was going to what? Something. Birds, suddenly out of nowhere, swarming around me, attacking in front, the side, turn, and dive to get away. A tree. What? What? What did it mean? Tobias. I'd remembered a name. I watched the dust beast reform to go after a truck that was careening backwards up the street, careening straight into a parked car. Then a tiger. No, not quite a tiger. Half human, half tiger. A freak. It climbed into the back of the truck, and someone else was left behind. A girl, short, wearing overalls. Flash. The construction site. The one where the alien had landed. See, we always get a recap every book. She was there. She was there. I knew this girl, but was she a friend or one of them? One of the enemy? Rachel, the girl yelled. Are you okay? Rachel. Yes. What the dear scorpion alien had called me at the burning shack. Rachel. Yes. That was my name. Yes. It was my name. Flash. A woman saying, Rachel, I know you don't like lima beans. Eat them anyway. They're good for you. Flash. A girl, younger than me, saying, Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. Everything is always Rachel around here. Flash. A man's voice out of nowhere. And now, next on the balance beam, Rachel. Yes, I remembered. I was Rachel. But who was the short girl calling me? And what was I? Rachel, can you hear me? Who are you? I asked. What do you mean who I am? Who am I? Who are you? I yelled in thoughts. Who are you? Tell me or I'll crush you. Rachel, it's me. Cassie. Cassie. Are you okay? No, I'm not. Are you my friend? Rachel, I've been your friend for years. The girl who called herself Cassie said. My memory. I don't remember. Cassie. What am I? The girl stared at me for a moment. I could see doubt in her eyes. She looked around at the street. The first cop had taken off after the wild pickup truck. But more sirens were blaring, coming closer and closer. You're human, Rachel. No, I mean, yes, I know, but I'm something else too. Look at me. How can I do this? What am I? Cassie met my gaze. Human to elephant, woman to woman. I guess it seemed bizarre to be frightened, sleepy people who were peeking out of their window. You're an Animorphs, Rachel, an Animorph. And I guess something has happened to you to mess up your memory. But right now, my friend, you have to trust me. You have to trust me. Animorph. That's the word for my dream. Trust her? Trust this girl who called herself Cassie and said she was my friend? I looked down at her through elephant eyes. Could I trust her? How could I know? How could I be sure? Cassie, I said. Yes? Tell me what to do. Alright, that was a short one. Disney helped dub a lot of Ghibli films. Ghibli!
Yeah, they,
Disney. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, the last time, and it's been years, but the last time I was in Epcot, they have all the Studio Ghibli stuff. Like, when you go to Epcot Japan, like, they really, really are like, hey, did you guys know that we have ties to Studio Ghibli? We really, really want you to remember that.
Wow, that watch number. I can't tell if it still was 5 the whole time or it went up high a little bit. So right now it's
Better.
8. It's about to be midnight on your side. I think we're doing fine.
Oh, we're fine. We're fine. We got this covered.
We're about to finish like probably at 1.
Yeah. Honestly, we finished later on shorter books.
Yeah, because we go into full-on discussion.
Yeah, we just
Oh look,
chat.
I get my first axe chapter, y'all. Get your popcorn.
I love Axe.
The Yerk put me in a box, not a cage. Remanite box with seamless walls on all sides. I was in that box for a time that spanned many Earth hours. I felt despair, special despair that comes from dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow, dishonor on your whole family. Visser Three killed my brother. By the law and customs of my people, I was supposed to avenge that murder. I was obligated to kill Visser Three if I ever had the chance. I had just been face to face with him, and I had done nothing. Yes, I had been surrounded by Hork-Bajir, and because I was young and not a full-fledged Andalite, I could say the full burden of revenge had not yet fallen on me. But it was a bitter feeling, a bitter, terrible feeling, knowing I had been face to face with Visser Three and had not struck. Had I missed my one chance for revenge? In my mind, I pictured it again. I had been surrounded by Hork-Bajir, but was Visser Three himself within range of my tail? Could I have struck? Could I have hit him before the Hork-Bajir fired and disintegrated me? No. Logic said no. But I felt a sick, twisting doubt inside me. Honor is a terrible thing. Worse than death for an Andalite warrior. Suddenly, one wall of my cage shimmered and became transparent. Remanite is a metal that can be stretched open and be made clear or opaque by molecular realignment. I could see the room beyond the bridge of Visser Three's blade ship. The Visser stood on a raised platform in the center of a triangular room. Aligned on 3 sides of the bridge were various workstations, manned by Taxxons and human controllers. Taxxons are worm-like creatures. They have rows of needle-sharp legs, similar to an Earth centipede. They hold the upper third of their body erect, and along the upper body, rows of legs, pairs of but agile arms. A series of globular red eyes surrounded the end of the worm, and at the very top is an always open circular mouth. The Hork-Bajir were a race of peace-loving creatures enslaved by the Yerk. The Taxxon chose to ally themselves with the Yerks. Each Taxxon now has a Yerk inside its vile head, adding Yerk intelligence to the Taxxon's own deep evil. Taxxons usually handle more subtle work. Hork-Bajir are used as soldiers. The Yerk Empire was only just beginning to integrate its human slaves into the Empire. In the era before, Visser Three was a hologram. It was obviously being shot from a great distance. The scene was distorted and light enhanced, which gave it an eerie, dreamlike quality. I thought you might enjoy watching this, Visser Three said to me. We were lucky to get a visual look. My Veleek is closing in on another of your band. Soon you will have company. The hologram shimmered, wavered, but I could see the Veleek tearing through trees in a forest, and then a sudden flash of orange and black. Tiger. Prince Jake. There are some magnificent animals on the planet, Visser Three said. I'll have to acquire one of those. Look how it moves! but it's wearing out. The fast killer. It can't handle a long battle. Suddenly, the tiger that was Jake shot up a tree. The Veleek was eating its way up the tree. Prince Jake leapt into the air. I could just barely see the tiger hit the ground. It bared its teeth, but was too tired to run anymore. In a second, it would be over. The Veleek would envelop the tiger to bring it to Visser Three. Just then, the Veleek hesitated. Visser Three stiffened. The Veleek disintegrated and, like a tornado, swept away at extreme speed. What is happening? Visser Three cried. Every Taxon, Hork-Bajir, and human controller on the bridge flinched. One of the human controllers stepped forward timidly. Visser, the Veleek must have sensed another morph. Why didn't it bring me the first one? Visser, as you know, our knowledge of this Veleek is not perfect. I can only speculate. Suddenly Visser Three stabbed its tail at the cowering controller. The blade pressed against the human's throat. Speculate quickly! Visser Three said. Visser, it feeds on energy. It senses energy. We have made it sensitive to the energy field created during morphing, but this tiger creature had stopped morphing, so the attraction had weakened. The Veleek would still capture the tiger, only some other morph energy must have been created. The Veleek senses this new field and goes after the new energy source. Visser Three withdrew his tail from the man's neck. The human controller collapsed to his knees, sweating and shaking. Launch both bug fighters, Visser Three said. Keep a visual lock on the Veleek. The Taxons spoke in their strange tongue. Faster than the eye could follow, Visser Three lashed out at his Andalite tail. The Taxon screamed. The Taxon was sliced open. Its inside sloshed all over the floor. The Taxon collapsed in a heap. This creature said that it's difficult to keep a visual lock on the Veleek. Does anyone else think it is difficult to follow my orders? No one did. Clean up this incompetent filth. Launch the bug fighters. Keep a visual lock on the Veleek. All this was said very calmly, but I'm Visser, so I contest that calm statement. Two Taxons rushed forward and began to eat their fellow Taxon. The others on the bridge all paid very close attention to their work. Very, very close attention. I guess it isn't going too well for you, Visser, I sneered. He turned his main eyes at me, while his stalk eyes swept the room, looking for any slackness on the part of his creature. Yes, your Andalite brothers have found a weakness in my Veleek, Visser Three said. They are playing games, morphing here, morphing there, whipping it from place to place. But you forget, my little Andalite friend, I inhabit an Andalite body with full morphing powers. I know your weakness too. They can't play this game for long, and I am about to add to your troubles. He turned all his eyes to me in a leering, deadly gaze. I would like to take them alive for my own reasons, but if I can't, I will make do with their lifeless bodies. Ha 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 ha! I got a little, I felt my moment there. I got my Oscar moment.
That was pretty fun. I was enjoying that. Yeah, You need to do more Around the Twist at some point. It's always a good, weird time.
Okay. I get to start with onomatopoeias this time.
Yeah, I love a good onomatopoeia.
Chapter 29. Out of the trees, I roared in what was left of the pickup truck. I plowed up through a ditch and onto a road, kicking up dirt and mud and gravel. It was dark. It was a dark, narrow road that ran behind the housing developments. I'd come full circle. I don't care what anyone says. I drove okay, or at least I was getting better. I was running into things less, anyways. I began to morph. I didn't want to give up on the truck. After all, I was supposed to get it back to Cassie's farm when we were done with it. So I chose the one morph I had in my arsenal that could drive. Time for the monkey suit, I muttered as I barreled down the road, hitting only the occasional mailbox. I focused. I concentrated as well as I could. Fortunately, this was a morph I had done before. I was familiar with it, but still, the first sensation on my shoulder, that first sensation on my shoulders, doubling in size, tripling, quadrupling. It was a rush. I mean, I'm not the biggest guy in the world. I'm kind of short. I'm kind of small. But when I do this morph, I am so massively powerful, it's incredible. In this morph, I have lifted guys up and thrown them through the air. In this morph, I have punched Hork-Bajir and they stayed punched. In this morph, I could kick the butts of the entire Dallas Cowboys all at once. 400 pounds, give or take a few, but not 400 pounds of fat. No, I was becoming 400 pounds of hardcore, bad as bad can be. Don't even look cross-eyed at me. Shoulder like a cement truck, neck like fire hydrant, fist like sledgehammers, dominant male silverback gorilla.
Hell yeah.
Sweet, gentle animals. Unless you insist on making them mad. At which point, they are capable of ripping up a small tree by the roots and playing baseball, with you as the ball. I glanced at the rearview mirror. My eyes had become little gorilla eyes. My mouth was puffing out and turning dark. And I was scared. See, as tough as my gorilla might be, I was nothing to that dust monster. I wasn't morphing the gorilla to fight that thing. I was morphing the gorilla to draw him on. I was bait. I was the bait, and the creature was the shark. And the fact did not make me happy. I heard the roar of a tornado behind me. I pressed my growing foot down on the accelerator.
Short chapter.
It's still in one piece, yay. But can a gorilla drive a car? With Marco's consciousness in the gorilla, I'm sure he can figure out how to get it to drive.
Gorilla has driven a car before. I would not be surprised if a gorilla could just drive a car.
I mean, they have the thumbs, the thumb flexibility to grip the steering wheel. Yeah. But like I said, I'm sure Marco will not let the gorilla instinct again.
Yeah, they can feasibly do anything they can usually do as an animal, because if they can control the instinct, then they can keep their human brain, and then just use the animal advantages.
Chapter 30. We are 15 chapters away from being finished. Chapter 30. I was in the trunk, held high, trumpeting defiance. I ran towards the line of trees that hugged the housing development. I crashed heedlessly through the yards and lawns. I was in a hurry, and the lawns could be fixed. Your name is Rachel. You're an Animorph. You were created by a dying Andalite prince. We were given the power to become any animal we could touch. We were running, or I was running anyway, with this girl riding on my back. She told me we had to get away from the homes. We had to get to the forest. The dust beast would kill innocent people if we didn't get away. That made sense. The rest of what she was telling me seemed utterly insane. I'm Cassie. We're best friends, Rachel. There's Jake. He's your cousin. There's Marco. And Tobias. Tobias was trapped in his morph. He's stuck as a flash. A terrible place, deep, deep within the bowels of the earth. A dim cave, as big as a sports dome. In the center, a pool that looked like molten lead. Reaching into it, cages around the edges. Cries, terrible cries of terror and despair. The battle raged. I was there. I was an elephant, just as I was now. Yes, a battle against monsters. And a bird screamed down from high in the cave. It screamed down, wings back, hooked beak, and terrible talons ready. A hawk, I said to Cassie. Yes, that's it. That's Tobias. I crashed through a flimsy fence into someone's backyard, then crashed through it again on my way out. Open field! We were out of the houses now, and running for the cover of the woods. I remember what had happened in the woods. The old woman was yelling about Yerks, I said. She was crazy, yelling about Yerks coming for her. The Yerks are real, Cassie said. Look, Rachel, you don't have to remember everything at once. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Everywhere, I tell you.
But we were in a terrible fight here. We're in a terrible fight here. We need your help. What help? I asked suspiciously. We're trying to keep the Veleek distracted. It chases after morphing energy. It's drawn to anyone morphing. So we're morphing every 5 minutes or so, hoping to wear it out. How do you know it wears out? We don't. This isn't much of a plan, I said. Are you Animorphs always this hopeless?
Well, sometimes.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
Cassie said ruefully. The bad guys have all the power. Sometimes we think it's all a hopeless fight. A hopeless fight? I asked. Isn't that the best kind? Cassie laughed. You may have lost your memory, but you're still Rachel. It's about time for me to morph. Let me jump off. No, I said. The beast couldn't lift me. I was too big. Stay on and morph where you are. It will come after us. But if it can't lift me, it may not be able to get you. I felt her pat my back on my massive head. My girl, Rachel, she said affectionately. Here goes nothing. What are you going to morph into? Something small enough that maybe the dust beast won't be able to separate me from you. A squirrel? We can morph into small animals. Sometimes smaller is better. Morph an ant. I felt the strange, scraping, tickling feeling on my back as the girl who said she was my friend became smaller. Just morph an ant, Cassie, or morph a roach.
Not an ant. They're like, not an ant. I will morph anything other than an ant. Never that.
It's like when they reference the Michelle in Fuller House.
Yep.
We never mentioned her.
We don't talk
She
about
who
Bruno,
shall
we
not
don't
be
talk
named.
about Fight Club, we don't talk about becoming ants. Those are the three.
We don't talk about Michelle Tanner.
Nope.
So Durbrick says so basically it's because his ape he can okay, I like an app. He's an app. Yes, he's an app. I'm a Borat. I live in Kazakhstan, which is way better than fuck off Uzbekistan. Have you seen Borat?
Yes.
Have you seen the Amazon sequel to it?
Part of it. Have you seen the one where he tricked a bunch of like conservatives into doing interviews with him?
Well, that's the first movie, isn't it?
No, it happens in the first one, but then like he like recently got sued because a couple years ago he like managed to somehow dupe like a bunch of conservatives into like thinking they were doing some like right wing media outlet thing, and then it was really funny. It was very classic
Uh,
Borat. Um,
but I must speaking of Borat, I still haven't seen his other one. Kind of like completely different.
oh yeah, I haven't seen that one either.
Bruno.
Yeah.
Fun fact: Wi-Fi is a form of non-ionizing radiation. Well, fun fact too: Wi-Fi is connected to a cable at the bottom of the ocean.
It's another fun fact.
Fun fact: puffins are real.
Muffins are real. I think it's funny that
Sorry,
that's the funniest
I'm
thing you.
I'm I'm just gonna ride that to the ground.
I just think it's funny that you think that's the weirdest thing I've ever said.
Cause I'm like puffins, puffins. It's not the weirdest thing, but it's like that is so outlandish that you didn't think that they were real until you were
Yeah.
10.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I
We
blame.
learned about puffins in 3rd grade. So I'm
Look.
like, what?
Look.
How
I
did
was
you not know that?
homeschooled. I was homeschooled. Blame my mother. She left that one off of the curriculum.
She probably had an issue with what is it? Puffin books or whatever.
No. No. I need to ask her. I
Mom,
should ask
why
her
do you
that.
hate puffins that you made me think they weren't real? It's
She's probably gonna be
okay.
like, I told you they were real, and I'm gonna be like, because I didn't know until this happened.
Honey, I told you they were real. When? When was
When,
this lie, you lie? Is your
when,
name even Mother?
or if that's your real name. Oh my
No, it's
god,
okay. There's people that think reindeer aren't real.
that one is funny. I guess no.
Puffins are a little exotic, so I can understand that. It's just that my 3rd grade curriculum we read about puffins. But reindeer, that's freaking hilarious.
That is pretty funny. If you don't know that reindeer are real, I'm sorry that you had to find out like this. And also, we're not judging you. We just have questions, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm not judging you, but I just think it's funny, and I think it's a good-hearted like an inside joke between friends.
It is pretty funny. Like, just genuinely, that is funny. I'll allow that one.
So I'm not making fun of you. It's our in joke.
You're good.
This is just like the puffins, huh?
Yeah, this is the puffins all over again.
What happened with the puffin? None of your business. It's none of your business.
I will allow Daniel to make fun of me for not knowing what puffins are.
I'm not making fun of you. I'm just, ribbing you. Just joshing with you. All right, chapter 31. Ah! I thought of the Veleek blade after me. I yelled. I had a weird desire to pound my chest with my massive fist, but I stuck to my driving. I heard the tornado behind me. I shot a look at the rearview mirror. The mirror was filled with gnashing mouths. The truck was moving as fast as it could move. Suddenly, flashes of brilliant red lights coming from the sky. Draken beams. Then, in my headlights, an elephant. What? I slammed on the brakes. Too late. Everything upside down, rolling, pain, flames on the side of my face, burning, resting, suddenly flying. Things hit me. Bushes ripped at me. I hit the ground hard. I was in a ditch filled with water. One of these days, I'm going to break this glass tabletop.
Oh, it's a glass
um,
tabletop? Oh no.
it's fine. I'm hitting it near the edge, so not the
Okay.
middle.
Okay.
One day you're just gonna hear like a little clang and be like, it's okay. I just broke my thing. It was time for it to break anyway. um, the truck was overturned on its back a few feet away. The wheel was still spinning. The headlights were still shining. Draken beams sliced the ground a few feet from my head. Bug fighters, I tried to move. Pain shot through my head. I moved my arms. They were still in one piece. If I had been in human form, I would have been killed. But it took more than a 70-mile-an-hour crash to kill a gorilla. 70 miles, Marco? Jesus Christ. From somewhere, I heard an agonized trumpeting sound. The dust beast was over me, a tornado of mouths and blades. But it didn't want me. It was after someone else. I could feel consciousness dimming. I had to morph. Let it take me if it had to. Let it take me.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Goodbye, cruel world. Mother? Mother, is that you calling for me? I'm coming, Mother. I'm coming, Elizabeth. Let's see. Has anyone seen the show Yellow Jacket? Reindeer. No, Dirtbrex. It's Reigner. Reindeer. Not rain as in the clouds. Rain as in like raining them in.
Like the rains.
Jesus, he got me again. I'm not prepared. I'm sorry, Paolo. Like I said, I used to be a child actor at the age of 7 a long time ago. Galaxy far away. Man, I miss misfiring in these streams. The awe from him. Yeah, whatever happened to misfiring?
Stream a few days ago. I think it just depends on his schedule. He's either here or he isn't. Hi, Misfiring, if you're watching this back, we miss you.
Yeah, we miss you. But Jesus Christ, Marco, 70 miles an hour. Geez, probably gonna end up growing up to be one of those guys who drives like one of those really fancy sports cars for the Instagram and does not use their turn signals.
I literally used to know a guy who was like, "Oh, I can drive 85 on the highway." I'm like, "No, you can't. No, well, I'm in the car. You're not going to. I'm not gonna die today. Please don't do that."
And he seems like the type of guy who would let his S curl pattern, grow out. Wear the most obnoxious Miami clothes, and not use this turn signal and cut through traffic, while his car is making that loud noise.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, "I'm so cool."
Chapter 32. I felt myself shrink. Rachel's elephant back began to grow and grow, spreading out from me like some heaving, wobbling gray blanket. A tail sprouted behind me. My face bulged out and grew pointed. Pale gray fur spread across my body. I had morphed a squirrel before, of course. I knew what to expect. Body was wonderful. Senses keen and sharp. The mind lived in a state of perpetual terror. Always looking for predators. The only other emotion was hunger. But I could control the squirrel's fear. If I could control my own. Easier said than done. I was drawing the monsters to us. The energy that was allowing me to become a squirrel was bait to the dust beast. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw headlights. Something big was in the air behind the lights. A dark shadow that swallowed up stars. The beast, the Veleek. I stopped the morph. I could feel my own fear. And if my fear met the squirrel's fear, I would never gain control. Suddenly, predator! The squirrel's terror shot through me. Something overhead, like a giant bird. My squirrel brain was screaming, "Run! Run! Run!" Stabbing beams of brilliant light, Draken beams. Bug fighters coming in low above us. I felt a surge as Rachel powered her huge body faster. What is happening? Rachel cried out in thought speak. But I was not morphed enough to use thought speak. My mouth was no longer fully human. groaning sounds I made mean nothing to Rachel. Light so bright it blinded me. Rachel screamed. I smelled burned flesh. I blinked, trying to clear my half-human, half-squirrel eyes. I saw a seared line of blackened flesh drawn down Rachel's side by a dragon beam. Headlights, too close.
Oh my god.
I flew, tumbling through the air, a twisted, half-formed creature. I landed hard, but my fall was cushioned by dense bushes. Through eyes half human, half squirrel, I saw a horrifying scene. Rachel was on her side, trumpeting in pain and rage. A pickup truck lay on its back, wheel spinning just beyond the truck. A gorilla struggled to get up. Marco! A bug fighter zipped overhead. I stopped morphing. I froze. I was a 2-foot-long creature with a tail and human hands and patchy gray fur poking through spandex and flesh. The dust beast, settled above us. It spread above 3 of us, Rachel, Marco, and me. I looked up into the phalanx of gnashing teeth and whirling blades and eerie, staring eyes. It would take whoever drew it by morphing. It would take me if I morphed. And if I did nothing, if I just closed my eyes and hugged the dirt and did nothing, the dream, evil had come, to choose between me and another, just like in the dream. I heard the Veleek's tornado roar. It had found its prey. I closed my eyes. This is the book where they all die, you guys.
Oh god.
Just letting you know ahead of time, this is the book where they all die.
Guess we don't have to worry about like 50 more of these.
This is just, this is the canonical final book, and the rest of the books are just filling in the adventures before that.
I see.
Chapter 33. I watched in a wavering, shimmering hologram, the elephant running, the truck racing with the Veleek in hot pursuit. The picture suddenly became much sharper. We were now seeing the scene through the gun camera of one of the bug fighters. Flashing light came on, an indicator the bug fighter preparing to fire its dragon beams. Red beams lanced towards the elephant. The elephant ran in terror. The truck hit. In a flash, it was all over. The elephant lay sprawled across the side of the road. The truck was overturned. Veleek was hovering over the scene. It dropped swiftly down, enveloping a ditch. It rose with something concealed inside it. The Veleek arsed swiftly towards the sky, out of range of the bug fighter. Come to me, my little pet, Visser Three crowed. Bring me my second Andalite bandit. Visser Three turned his stalk eyes toward me. What?
You know what I just thought of? If there was a movie
What?
version of this movie, right? Whoever played Visser Three, everybody would have a crush on him.
Everyone would be like, no, I'm sure that everyone would reference them as like an icon, a gay icon.
Oh, yeah.
Drag race. Every drag queen would want to be like, oh, for Snatch Game, I'm gonna be Visser 3 for Snatch Game.
Honestly, that would be. I can see it. I can see that would be wonderful.
I'm serving Yerk in your brain, Andalite controller realness on the runway.
Sorry, continue.
No, Visser, that's Visser as Visser 3 is Visser. Let's see. You'll have company soon. I felt a sinking sensation. Who had the Veleek taken? Rachel, Cassie, Marco? Call the bug fighters, Visser 3 said. You always know where to find the boys and the booze. Tell them to land. Hold that large creature. The Veleek can't carry it until it demorphs into something smaller. Visser, one of the human controllers said timidly. The bug fighters has a crew of one Taxon and one Hork-Bajir. May I suggest we contact some of our Earth-based human controllers? This will be less conspicuous than Hork-Bajir. Do it, Visser Three ordered. But tell those bug fighter crew they will contain that beast. They will not let it go, or I'll see that they become the main course at the Taxon's next meal. I'm going to my quarter. Call me when the Veleek arrives with my prize. Blank
I'll be in my trailer.
the Andalite's cage. What?
I'll be in my trailer.
Yes, I'll be in my trailer. My name is Russell Crowe. And if you make me mad, I will throw my phone at you. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
My cage wall became opaque. I was alone again, unable to see out. I was left to imagine the fate of my human friend. I have never felt more worthless, more powerless. I felt a sudden sharp pain on my arm. What had Marco said they were? Fleas? I swatted it absent-mindedly.
He
Wait,
never got his fleas taken
flea.
care of.
A flea? I hadn't heard Jake say he had done it. Yes, I was sure it was a flea. He had morphed a flea. No, that's just a regular flea. He's just losing it in his prison.
Bless him. He never got his fleas taken care of.
And he was, after all, just a human, surely. I reached for the flea, easier said than done. It hopped away. I found it again. Again, it escaped. On a third try, I caught it, but it died. I squeezed the flea carefully between my fingers. I focused on the flea. Yes, it might just work. We had very few. Oh, I see what he's doing. I was like, that's not Jake. We had very few animals that small on my own world. Perhaps the same was true of the Yerks. The Visser would not expect me to morph something so tiny. So he's using the flea that latched onto him as a morph.
That's smart.
In which case, I might have one slim chance. I had morphed a fly, and I had morphed an ant. But as small as they were not small enough. An ant was far larger than a flea, many times larger. But a flea is nearly invisible, and it was time to get very small, time to morph. I began to shrink at a startling rate. Each morph is unique. Things don't happen logically. Some parts of your body change in shape when they are still far too large in size. Other times, the parts of your body shrink down, becoming very tiny, and only changing shape at the last minute. This explains why even as I was still a couple of feet tall, I suddenly felt two large tusks come shooting out of my mouth. Two long teeth, and I knew immediately what they were used for. These were what the flea used to pierce my skin and drink my blood. Why a flea should have a taste for Andalite blood is a mystery. But now I know. That's a grammatical error. But now I knew. Oh no. But now I knew now I knew how the little monster did his dirty work. And I really did not want to dwell. My legs and arms began to segment. Joints appeared where they should not. Primitive joints that scraped as I moved. My tail withered away, and my body swelled. I was bloating up. At the same time, my blue and tan fur gave way to an exoskeleton. A shell. I could hear my bones dissolving. I could feel sickening lurches as my internal organs all. My complex Andalite heart became something that was barely a valve. Long, spiked hairs shot from my joints. A sort of shell helmet fringed, backward raked spikes replaced my face. And all the while, the door of my cage grew wider and closer and closer. I felt I was on an endless landscape of smooth black light. My stalk eyes went blind. They became short, stubby antennas. My sight and my main eyes dimmed and shattered in 1,000 points of gray light. I was almost blind. What I could see was nothing but shades of gray. Dots, not shapes. I could not hear in the usual sense, but I could pick up subtle vibrations through my antenna and through all my hairs in my minuscule. I stood on my 6 invisible small legs, protected by plates of shell armor. I was unable to hear, afraid. The next move was up to the yurk. I waited and ticked off the minutes. Flea's brain was scarcely a brain at all. It contained almost nothing.
So
Sum
Flea's like,
total.
hey.
The sum total of what the flea knew was this: jump towards warmth and the smell of life. Hey, I take that offensively. I be a flea and I be knowing dang a lot of stuff. I went many places and have lots of experiences.
The Flea went to Yale.
Yes, it was just a dog named Yale. Not everyone can get on Yale.
It's late. Thought I heard Daniel say floaty nuts.
Floaty nuts.
Yes, that's our clever boy, Derprex. Look at him. He's making us proud.
Great. Now a port controller is going to get fleas.
But they're
All right.
controllers, so you know.
Since there was no warmth and no smell of life, the flea brain had nothing much to say. I waited and hoped and feared and listened for the Visser's thoughts. There are two kinds of thought speak: open and closed. One thought speak can be heard by anyone. Closed thought speak is like human whispering to only one person. The Visser gave his orders in open thought speak, so everyone heard. That was how I knew. From a distance I heard, "You, and you, and you too. Follow me to the bridge." I tried to control the fear welled up in me as he approached. I hated him. I knew I had to live on that hate and try not to let the fear overpower me. My time would come, I told myself. I would avenge Elfing. I would save my honor. Where is the Veleek? Then open the hatch, you idiot, and let it in. Yes, right here on the bridge, and brighten the Andalite's cage. I want to see these old friends meet. I saw a light, which was actually just an increase in the number of gray dots. There was a silence from Visser Three for about 2 seconds, then an explosion of enraged thought speak. Fools! Where is it? Where is it? I'll kill every one of you if it escaped! Suddenly, a rush of air. I felt it waft across my bristles and antenna. Then the scent of exhaled breath, a sensation of some warm object, the smell of a living creature. No! Don't open the cage! Visser Three yelled. Too late. I thought, jump. I think it's my my friend on the other side of the wall telling me to be quiet.
Sorry.
Above.
You just texting back. So have you ever read Animorphs?
No, he knows that I do this, so he shouldn't be surprised. Above my back legs was a biological. If he's gonna slam the door, because I wrote in the, let me just say something. Because I told him yesterday, because he's been slamming doors, and it's like I just replaced the doorknob on the front door.
Yeah.
And so he keeps slamming the door because, oh, I'm just so used to doing it like all the time. It's like, yeah, because your old one was broken.
Yeah, the old
It
one
wouldn't
broke.
close all the way.
Oh no.
That's why you slam it. And I'm just like, and I was like, look, I'm like, can you not slam the door or door? That's how the door is gonna get messed up. like, oh well, I can't say it. I'm like, just say okay. Like, no, I'm not gonna say okay. Well, it's like, I'm just like, I'm the one that's putting in the door. You don't need to slam the door. Just close the door. And if your dog's getting out, it's probably because you're slamming it, but you want to blame me for that. And the fact that you're not taking out the trash when you need to, that's not my fault. That he doesn't want to blame me for all that. I'm just like, that's why I'm. All right, so too late. I thought jump above my back, legs was a biological spring. It fired. The energy went to my leg and I went flying. I've seen humans jump. They cannot jump their own height. Even we andalites can barely jump our own height. But the flea can jump 100 times his own height. It was as if a human being could simply leap over a 60-story building. Oh hell no, that sounds crazy. That sounds
It's like the
really,
original
really
Superman.
scary. I would hate that if I was born that way. Oh, you didn't know you could just casually jump like however high? I'm like,
Yeah, that'd be
I don't
kind of
care if I would
terrifying.
land safely.
Yeah,
It
that'd
is
be kind of
just
terrifying.
yeah. Where was I? Okay. I flew through the air, and as I flew, I somersaulted over so that I was flying legs first. I hit something and stopped very suddenly. Close the cage! Visser screamed. I felt a swift movement in the air just above me. The thing I was attached to fell, and even as he fell, I could sense that he no longer smelled like life. I wonder what it is. Chapter 34.
Oh, shoot.
11 more chapters.
11 more. You need a new friend, Daniel, because that one seems like.
Like,
It's backing you up.
It's complicated simply because he's my childhood friend for 20 years since we were in first grade. And so it's just a matter of, well, he's epileptic first off, and then on top of that, because he's epileptic, he has to take a lot of medication. So that means like, but also because of his epilepsy, he's can't like necessarily live just like a regular life. So he has disability checks that he gets every month, but he wants to do more. And so like when I push him to do more, like yeah. So it's like it's not that I burden the responsibility, but I feel like he's my best friend, so I want him to be, to succeed as far as I can succeed.
Yeah, it's just a big, complicated situation, huh?
So, but at the same time, because we're so opposite of each other, he helps me to mellow out, but I help him in. So, I'm very like high strung at points. I can be like very high strung in my head, and you're
Cut
like,
to
just do
Paolo
this.
getting the shit scared out of him.
Yes, we're like the odd couple. He's an Aries, I'm a Capricorn. Ram. I try and have a system for everything, and he just wants to be in his very basic meat and potatoes type of mindset.
He's gonna text you and be like, "Are you talking shit on the internet about me?"
I mean, I would say yeah, I am doing. It's not like I don't say bad things about him, but it's not like I don't say bad things in a way of like, oh, I secretly hate him. No, it's like those are my frustrations, and I've already told him about my frustrations about how he is, and it's like, you know what, frustrations come and go, but that shouldn't stop you from being friends with him, as long as you benefit off each other.
Yeah.
He gets on my nerves as much as I get off his nerves, probably because of how high strung and uptight I am.
I feel like I feel like you can't be living under the same roof with somebody without occasionally getting on each other's nerves. I feel like that's normal.
We literally have gotten into fights. He wanted to fight with me because they put an extra light bulb or brighter light bulb in the bathroom. He's like, oh, it's too bright. I don't like it.
Oh no.
Why are you fighting with me about a light bulb?
It's like Monk where he's like, no, it's not 100 watt. It has to be 100 watt.
All right. Chapter 34. Despite the fact we had kind of figured out that the dust creature wasn't actually trying to eat us, I was still slightly worried it would, as it wrapped me up out of the ditch and carried me away. Not my son.
Not my child.
Slightly worried, as in crying like a baby. Aw, my baby. My son. If only I could caress you.
He'll be fine. He'll be
There, you always remember the last time you.
fine. Our poor son. I'm telling myself that he'll be fine because I
I
don't think
raised
they
my
kill him
son
in a Megamorphs, but I also don't want to lose my favorite character.
I could feel that we were rising upward, but I was more concerned with just breathing, which was hard enough. The dust beast swirled around me, choking me, binding me, imprisoning me. Suddenly, I sensed that we had stopped moving. A few moments later, the dust beast released. Oh, I was reading Paolo's comment.
Okay, good. I just
It
thought
was
we were frozen for a second, and I was like,
sorry.
no, don't you dare.
Anticipation. Um, I've never gone into a fist fight, but there was a point, and I'll just make a long story short, that my friend, when we were in high school, he wanted to go, let his social butterfly, fly free, but at the cost of him, basically cutting me down, so that way he can look good. And at one point, I got so frustrated with him. He was like sitting on a low brick wall, and I got so mad I pushed him off of it, and there was mud right underneath, so he fell into some mud, and I was like so upset and so mad. But, I mean, there's never been a point where we'd fist fight each other, but if you can stay friend, I mean, a real friend is somebody who can argue with and then go back to being friends without it feeling weird.
Yeah, it's true.
That's the real friend, right? Which we haven't done, Avery. Why haven't we done that, huh?
You haven't fought yet. Oh no.
No, I know why. I'm just like, nah, let's not get you in any anxiety. So I'd rather just be like, okay, and that's it. Just because I don't want to have. I know you well enough to know you don't like direct confrontation, because it gives you a lot of anxiety. So I just feel it's easier just to say okay, because things can be fixable.
Just thinking you don't want to mess with that bad motherfucker. Oh yeah. Only Murders in the Building, where she's like, and then I take my knitting needle, and then I take him to the bone with that thing. It's like Jesus Christ, Selena Gomez. It's like, is that the general vibe of me crocheting? It's like the Wallace and Gromit knits angrily.
All right, but yeah, there's no reason for, like I said, there's no reason for me to ever, because I feel like anything can between you and I feel like I don't feel the need to ever like get like loud or in your face about anything. I feel like everything can just be discussed, which is like very few people that I can kind of do that with. Like my older brother, I can do that with, and then I think that's pretty much it. Where it's like he's the only person where I can like cordially disagree with him and then get into like a civil argument of like, that's what you think, but here's my viewpoint of all. I feel like it is necessary for things like this to happen. Like, yes, I see your viewpoint, Daniel, but no, that because my brother was a philosophy, so I'm just like, so he's just a little flowery with his speech pattern sometimes. I love my brother, but like, yeah, he's one of the very few people where I can civilly argue with them and disagree, but also move on from the disagreement. And that's how I feel like between you and I, where it's like that we were one of the few people where I can like civilly disagree with, and then after we disagree, we just move on. Oh, that's your viewpoint. You see my viewpoint. I see your viewpoint. We grow from this experience and we move on.
Yay!
So
I was gonna say something else, but I lost my train of thought.
Just please
Anyway.
don't say, you know how you say that thing, Daniel? It made me feel a certain. I don't want you to feel that way.
We just start having a confrontation right here. What chapter are you on? I think I haven't been scrolling for like a very long time.
I've only read a paragraph of Marco's on chapter 34.
Okay, so I'm where I need to be. I looked back at one point and I was like, oh, I'm 2 chapters behind. Whoops. Sorry, guys.
Okay. So what were you going to say?
I forget. You can go back to reading for Marco.
Okay. I don't know what to expect to see, but it sure wasn't this. I was on something that looked like the bridge of the Starship Enterprise, only triangular. Instead of Data or Sulu or Worf or Spock, there was a bunch of Taxons and a circle of Hork-Bajir with their weapons drawn. I also saw an open, empty box that looked like it could be a cage. And just in front of the box was a dead Hork. Finally, and this was the worst part, instead of either Captain Kirk or Picard, there was Visser Three. Visser Three with Hork-Bajir blood on its tail. Visser Three not looking happy. Not that he's probably ever looked happy. Exactly. Visser Three, the dust monster hovering above us, filling the top of the room like a storm cloud. Taxons at computer screen. A circle of Hork-Bajir armed with dragon. And me, a gorilla, in the middle of all this. What do you get with a room full of Taxons, Hork-Bajir, Visser Three, and a gorilla? Deep shit.
Oh, Visser Three.
It would have been funny if it had been happening to someone else. Morph out of that stupid form, Visser Three snapped. I said nothing. We had faced Visser Three before. We never spoke. Fear he would be able to tell that we were human and not Andalite. Someone remove that garbage, Visser Three said, pointing at the dead Hork-Bajir. And find that Andalite. Bring in bioscanners. He didn't disappear. He had just morphed something very small. Andalite? He had to mean Axe, which meant Axe was still alive, and he had escaped, which explained the poor Hork-Bajir. Visser Three is the hard guy to work. Visser Three is the hard guy to work for. I felt a surge of hope. Axe was still alive. See, my son and your son are best friends.
Yay! They make a good team.
They are better best friends than Jake and Marco. Possibly.
Yep.
Marco, he jumped. Not far, because gorillas aren't big jumpers. I just sort of jerked in surprise. Every one of the Hork-Bajir tightened his grip on his weapon. Marco, is that you? It's Axe. Axe, it's me. Are you sure Visser Three can't hear us? Just keep thought to speak directly to me, Axe said. Where are you? I morphed to flee. Good. Maybe you can get away then. You're practically invisible. I'm in a gorilla morph. I'm kind of noticeable. I have a plan. Oh, good, I said. All our plans are working so well. Where are you? The safest place I could think of, Axe. I'm on Visser 3. I stared at Visser 3. Somewhere in his Andalite fur, Axe was hiding. Visser 3 glared at me. I told you to morph out of ludicrous Oh. I told you, morph out of that ludicrous shape, Visser 3 said to me. Don't force me to use painful measures. Did you hear that? I asked Axe. Yes. He was thought speaking openly. Don't morph. Don't say anything. Just tell me, do you see a computer console nearby? There will probably be a Taxon working it. I see a bunch of consoles. I see a bunch of Taxons. And Visser 3 looking like he's ready to barbecue me. Any console will do. Do you see a small square pad that the Taxon is touching? Yeah, all the Taxons are pressing one hand. if that's a hand on these little squares. Why do you defy me, Andalite? Why can't you give me the respect I'm entitled to? You blatantly disrespected me in front of a reporter. Getting my Joan Crawford on. I live for the pageantry. To what possible purpose? Sooner or later, you have to emerge. Those are interfaces, Axe said. Like your human keyboards. When you touch it, you can transmit commands directly to the computer. It's similar to thought speech. However, the basic scientific principle is actually Axe. I don't need a science lecture. Visser Three is looking at me like I'm his beef jerky. So, you have a plan? Just do it. Okay, everything will go a bit crazy for a few minutes. Just go for the console. Press your hand on it and think, open hatch. Just think, open hatch. What are you going to do? Axe laughed. He seldom laughed. It surprised me. Ha 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 ha. That Veleek goes after morph energy. So I'm going to give it some morph energy to go after. Visser Three was still staring at me. I could practically see the wheels turning in his evil brain. Why? Why are you afraid to demorph? Why won't you speak? The other Andalites spoke. Why don't you? Then, over all our heads, the dust monster began to rotate faster, faster. Visser Gulahadrash is Murag Veleek, the Hork-Bajir said in a weird mix of English and their own native tongue. But Visser Three had already noticed. It would have been impossible not to. The Veleek was going totally tornado, a tornado with sharp teeth and slashing blades. Anything that wasn't bolted down was flying around the bridge. Suddenly, ropes of dust shot down from the twirling cloud. Ropes that wrapped Visser Three up like a package. I caught a glimpse of something on Visser Three's back. It was a bug, growing slowly larger. Already an inch. Axe! The Hork-Bajir all leapt forward, trying instinctively to rescue the Visser from the dust creature. Big mistake. The first Hork-Bajir tried to slash at the whirling dust cloud with his bladed arm. In a split second, he no longer had an arm. The Hork-Bajir screamed. This was my chance. I barreled toward the closest computer console. A Hork-Bajir, half fixated on the dust monster and half on me, got in my way. I hit him full force with my head down like a charging bull. The Hork-Bajir staggered back and splayed across the Taxxon. The Taxxon's weak legs collapsed. It didn't wait for me to get up. I didn't wait for them to get up. I punched a second Taxxon with my big gorilla. It scuttled back. I was in the clear. Water! Visser Three cried out within a swirling dust cloud. Water! He was thirsty. At a time like this, he was thirsty. I pressed my hand on the computer console. Open hatch, I thought. Open hatch, right now! To my utter amazement, it worked. I could barely see through the tattered edges of the dust monster's swarm, but the ceiling of the bridge seemed to split down the middle. It began to open. I could see stars outside. This was Axe's plan, to open the bridge up to the vacuum of space. We would all be sucked out instantly and die. I considered reversing the command. I wasn't ready to die, but then I noticed something. We were not getting sucked into space. And then I noticed something else, a cloud above us. We were in the atmosphere. Fools! Visser Three screamed. They are trying to escape! Get him! Get him! Get that monkey! Monkey? Monkey? I'd show them, monkey. I turned. 6 Hork-Bajir warrior advanced on me, their blade wrists and elbows flashing. Axe, I've opened the hatch, and whatever you're planning on doing next, now would be a very good time. Right now.
Get
Hold
your
on.
Andalite ass over here.
Just checking to make sure I didn't miss any text.
Back to X.
Let's see.
Getting close
I
to the
see.
end.
Oh, you don't finish your arguments with "eat my poop, you booty face." No.
No.
Give it all your hot, daddy boy. Actually, it's a great ape, not a monkey.
He Marco seemed very insulted by being referred to as simply a monkey.
All right then. We have how many chapters now? We have 10 chapters left.
And they've been getting short because you've only got like 15 pages left? No.
18 pages
18
left.
pages left.
All right. I morphed out slowly. I had no intentions of going. My plan depended on my remaining asleep. As I began to morph, I could feel the air swirling wildly around me. It was working. My morphing had drawn the Veleek. I had sensed the morphing energy, and it was now doing what Visser Three had programmed it to do. It was capturing the morph. Of course, in capturing me, it also captured the Visser. I heard Visser Three yell for water. Why? What was the purpose of that? Then I heard Marco say, "Axe? I've opened the hatch, and whatever you're planning on us doing next, now would be a very good time. Right now." I reversed the morph back to a total flea. Hairs on Visser Three's back, which had shrunk to the size of tall trees, now rose up again around me, taller than the tallest building. I felt my flea armor plate clank back into place. I was once again not much bigger than a comma on this page. Fourth wall breaking is fourth wall breaking. It was time to move. I released the massive spring power in my hind and fired myself away from the Visser's body. I hit a wall of wind. I was caught in a swirling mass of dust. Particles were roughly my own size. They shot past me at incredible speeds. I hit a particle hit me. It stuck to me. It was impaled on my own flea combs, the spikes that protected the joints of my armor. It was stuck to me, and only then locked together with it. Was I able to see through the weak flea eyes? It was alive. It was a creature my own size, but with 100 minuscule wings that beat the air. It had antennae, but different than any seen on Earth. These antennae were covered with tiny upturned bowls, like dishes of primitive human radio telescopes. Those were the structure they used to sense energy sources. There were no eyes and no mouth, but two long filaments, like strands of wire swept back from the front of the creature. These must be how it fed, by channeling the energy down the wire. The Veleek was not one creature, it was a billion. It was a swarm of billions of these tiny creatures. They had evolved into a swarm that could come together and become a destructive entity of gnashing teeth and slicing blades. But in reality, they were separate insect-like creatures that fed on energy. Ugh, that sounds disgusting. I motored my tiny front legs and shoved the Veleek away. Its wings beat, and in a flash it was gone. Suddenly, a huge silvery globule the size of a human house came shooting past, hit several of the dust creatures, and knocked them away. Then more. The a spinning globule hit me. It wrapped itself around me. I was trapped, falling. A strange substance pressed all around me, enclosing me, smothering me. Water! The Yerk had turned on the water hose. That's what Visser Three had been calling for, water. The drop of water had enclosed me, splattering against the wall. I could not get away. It clung to me. It was like glue to my flea body. Then I was out. I was on dry ground, but water droplets, loaded with powerless dust monsters, were showering all around me like a meteor storm. Marco, stamp your feet. I need to find you. I'm a little busy, Marco cried. I got Hork Bajir here looking for trouble, and someone turned on the sprinkler. Stamp your feet. I need a new vibration. I felt a new vibration rumbling through the floor. I knew where it was coming from. I leaped. I tumbled through the air. I landed in a forest of gigantic hair, each as thick as the biggest tree. Where are you? Marco yelled. On you, I said. We have to get out of here. How? Jump through the open hatch. I'm a gorilla, not a. Wait, I have an idea. I felt a shuddering vibration like an earthquake that rolled through Marco. Then movement. Then wind, whipping past at incredible speed. Where are we now? The good news is we're out of the ship. I used a couple of Hork-Bajir as a ladder and climbed over them. That's the good news. You seem to be implying that there might be some bad news too. I said, oh yeah, Marco said. The bad news is we're about 2 miles up in the air and we are plummeting to Earth.
Good. That's good.
They're trauma bonding. Our son, they're trauma. They're best friends now. They're trauma best
trauma
friends.
bonding. Trauma buddies.
So basically, the Veleek are a bunch of naps.
Okay, that makes sense, honestly.
Hold on, give me a second. Okay, there we go. My computer likes to freeze for like.
Oh, isn't that fun?
Okay, we have 9 chapters left.
Woo!
Chapter 36. The truck hit my back. The truck hit my back right leg. I must have shattered the bone because the pain is incredible. The impact knocked me several feet. I fell and my head slammed the concrete. Maybe that's what did it. I lay there on my side, breathing with difficulty. My eyes were closed. Flash! A construction site late at night. The light in the sky was gone. Now it was in front of me, resting on the ground. A spaceship. It had landed. There was a voice in my head. It came from nowhere. No, it came from him. The alien. I could see him, lying there injured. The Yerks. The Yerks, he said. They have come to destroy you. Flash. Barn full of animals in cages, birds, foxes, raccoons, bats, and Cassie was there. Yes, Cassie, my friend. And the others, I could see them now. They had been with me at the construction site. And ever since that night, we had been joining together. We had been joined together. Animorphs. That was the word. It was Marco's word. Flash. I was flying. I was flying on my wings that seemed to stretch forever, soaring high on the thermal. An eagle that's what I was. Bald eagle. Then yes. They had swarmed me. A bunch of blackbirds. They had swarmed me and had hit the tree. Then I had hit the tree. And then Rachel! It took Marco! I opened my elephant eyes. A squirrel stood nervous and jumpy, tail twitching, mouth working almost as if it were talking. Cassie, I said. It took Marco, Cassie said again. It took Marco, and I didn't do anything. Marco, I remember. You do? Is your memory coming back? Yeah, mostly. I still feel shaky. Over our heads swooped 2 bug fighters. Bug fighters. Words right there in my brain. I knew what they were. Bug fighters. Crew. 1 Hork-Bajir, 1 Taxon. I could form mental pictures of the Hork-Bajir. Taxon was still hazy. But both were Yerks. That was the important thing. Each had a Yerk in its head. I can't stand up, I told Cassie. The elephant's leg is broken. I'm morphing back to human. Me too. It's gone for now. Veleek is gone. Cassie said. Rachel. should have morphed while the dust beast was here. I could have drawn it away from Marco. I was scared. Of course you were scared. So was I. I could feel myself shrinking, my leg as big as telephone, becoming normal human. The tusk sucked back into my mouth, split to teeth to form front teeth. The trunk, weak, lost its muscle, and shriveled back to form my nose and mouth. Why didn't the dust beast attack us? I wondered as soon as my mouth. It's off carrying Marco, maybe killing him, Cassie wailed. I should have. Look, Cassie, I said. That's what happened, all right? It's in the past. We have the present to worry about. That's just Rachel code for I really don't care if Marco. I pointed. Wait, can you hear me?
Hey, are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, because I was like, wait.
Oh no, I was just being quiet. Sorry.
I pointed the two bug fighters that had looped around back towards us at a much slower speed. Cassie, I don't remember. Can we morph again so quickly? Yes. Yes, we can. Exhausting, though. We don't have a choice. We can't let them catch us in human morph. It would blow our cover forever. Cassie, we need a morph that can move fast, and I don't remember everything we have, I said urgently. Cassie, Constance, Night, Woods. Let's go airborne. Both acquired owl morph. We used them to guard Jake, taken by the Yerk. Great horned owl. I squeezed my eyes shut. An owl. I had morphed an owl? Yes. Yes, I remember. I could feel it. Bug fighters took up position, hovering in the air just 100 yards to either side of us. In the distance, I heard sirens screaming in the night. Police car growing close. Probably controller. Not real police. I focused all my thoughts on making my eyes shut, and when I opened my eyes again, it was broad daylight. No, not daylight. I was seeing the world through the eyes of the owl. I might as well have been noon. I could see everything. I could see every detail of the bug fighter. I could see deep into the black woods. I could see flashing lights as if they were right in my face. Ready? Asked Cassie. Yeah, I think so. Follow me, Cassie said. She flapped her wing. I flapped mine. Flew foot off the ground. Suddenly, a large creature dropped from the hovering bug. It dropped more than 50 feet, hit the ground, and was up. My owl vision saw him as if he were bathed in a spotlight. Hork-Bajir! I yelled. Straight ahead! A second later, another Hork-Bajir dropped. With amazing speed, they were up and running. Their arm blades glinted in the moonlight. We were flying straight at them. Too low, and not enough time to get off the ground. If we turned, we would lose altitude. They could get us before we could get clear. Straight at them, I said. My girl, Rachel, Cassie said grimly. Then, go for the eyes. I flapped my wings with desperate energy. I raked my talons. Bajir came straight at us. We went straight for them. I knew right then that my fate was not in my own hands anymore. If their orders were to kill us, die. I could measure the distance. I knew my own speed. And I could see the superhuman speed of the horse flashing bladed arms. Something big flew through the air. I saw a flash of orange and black. My Hork-Bajir went down hard, with a huge tiger on its back, slamming him down into the dirt. The Hork-Bajir in front of Cassie turned to see for a split second. Cassie blew past him. The tiger leaped back off the downed Hork-Bajir. I sailed above them, flapping for dear life. Let Let's get out of here, Jake said. Definitely. What about Marco? Have you seen Marco? Jake asked. Chapter 37. All right.
So Marco.
Let's see. Said the girl who's in love with Bird Boy.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Derp?
Rachel, when Rachel said, give it all, yeah, her daddy boy.
Oh, you barely saw that?
Wait, what?
The whole give it, put your heart into it or whatever.
Yeah.
Give it all your hot daddy boy.
Yeah, Rachel.
So are you saying something about Rachel?
Rachel, I believe that's just a comment about Rachel being very much in love with Tobias.
She's in love with the bird.
Yep.
All right then. Okay. You.
I love how she's like, I definitely wouldn't date an Andalite, even though I keep saying that he's cute. But hey, that bird friend over there.
But that bird right there. I mean, those eyes and that brooding forehead, like so primitive. I mean, I'd love to be like those two dogs in Lady and the Tramp, except one of us is a bird and the other is me. Says Rachel.
Says Rachel.
As Tobias struggles to pick up even a strand of spaghetti, Rachel mama birds it to him as she gets the other end.
Oh my god.
Okay. Chapter 27. Ah! I don't think in the entire history of the planet that any gorilla has ever plummeted through the night from a height of 2 miles. So it was a first for both of us. I was spinning wildly down, down, down through the cold night air. Far below me, way too far below me, I saw streetlights and car lights and neon store lights, and right beside me, almost all around me, clouds. I was a 400-pound gorilla who had just decided to go skydiving without a parachute. Marco, why are you screaming? It hurts my head. We're gonna die, you alien lunatic! No, we won't die. Don't be foolish. Don't be foolish, Marco. We're the main characters. Maybe you won't. You're a flea. You'll bounce. I'll hit the ground like a rock. Marco, morph into a bird. Oh, duh. I said, feeling a little foolish. Is there time? I don't know. Maybe we should hurry. Axe said in his annoyingly calm Andalite voice. Now, the problem we had was a simple one. You can't morph from one animal into another. You have to return to your natural form first. So I had to become human. Then I could morph into a bird. A minute later, we were no longer a gorilla and a flea falling. Now, we were a human and an Andalite falling. And now, the ground was way too far, was no longer way too far below us. Now, it was way too close. Ah! I yelled. Arg! Axe screamed in thought speak. I felt relieved that at least he was screaming now too, but mostly I was busy noticing that I could make out individual houses, ringed by faint light. I could see individual car headlights and tail lights, and I could see the mall parking lot, which was almost empty except for a crew painting new stripes on the blacktop. Ah! I focused so hard as I could. I had long ago morphed an osprey. That's the type of hawk. It's mostly dark gray-brown with a sort of mottled white underside and a dark beak.
I cannot hear you. on.
Smaller brain.
You're gonna want to go back because we took.
I can see people.
Yo.
It was going to hit me. It to hit me. I could see what the just saw.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can't hear you either.
Oh gosh. I can hear you now. I don't know why I said that. Can't. Can you guys remember that old? You guys remember that commercial? Hear me now. How about now? Sorry, you only cut out for like a minute, but I was just like, oh no, oh no.
Focus on the it's mostly dark gray brown. These were modeled white underside and dark pink. Be careful what kind of bird I became. And the wind screaming past my face blew the words right out of my mouth. Feathers began to form on my skin. I felt myself shrink. I felt my bones grow light, hollow. I could hear a grinding noise as the bones in my skull scrunched down to hold a much smaller brain. Too slow, way too slow. I could see people now. The guys working in the mall parking lot I could see people, and I was still falling. No way I could morph in time. No time. The ground, and it was going to hit me. It was jumping up to hit me. And I could see one of the work crew look up at me. I could see his eyes. I spread my arms wide. No, not arms, wings. Wings! The wind snapped my wings back, straining every muscle. I blew at 90 miles an hour, just inches off the freshly painted blacktop. Yeah! I yelled. I glanced left. Axe was right beside me, in his own Harrier morph. That was exciting, Axe said. Yes, it was. Let's never, ever do that again. Ever. Axe agreed. Oof. I was about to say, what? You're a liar. All right. Chapter 38. We spent a bad night. Cassie and Rachel and I. Cassie and I went to our homes. Rachel spent the night at Cassie's house because otherwise she'd have to explain to her mom why she wasn't at gymnastics camp. Rachel was still shaky, but her memory was almost all the way back to normal. I figured the best thing for her would be to spend some time with Cassie. As for me, I dragged myself home at almost midnight. There was no question. I was grounded. I didn't even argue. No TV, no Sega. Inside the house by 5 o'clock. Wash all the dishes. Take out the trash for 2 weeks. And, oh, by the way, clean out the garage. I didn't say anything but yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, and I'm really sorry I worried you. Then I went up to my room and tried not to imagine what Visser Three was doing to Axe. And I've never felt so tired and so bad. I fell asleep in my clothes, face down, on my unmade bed. He was having for dinner. That's what he was doing. If people know when you don't have, when you live on the struggle, sometimes you don't have food, you just have sleep for dinner. We were beaten. That's what I fell asleep thinking. We were done. The dust monster would be back. We had survived, most of us, but we'd never be able to morph safely. We Animorphs were finished. The battle was done. Nothing now stood between the Yeerks and complete control of the earth. And you know what? That thought just made me feel relieved. I was too tired to fight. Too tired. The next thing I knew, I sat up, spun around, twisting myself in the sheets, then promptly fell out of my bed. Marco laughed so hard he started crying. How did you get here? I demanded. Then, you're alive! No, I am the ghost of Marco. Yeah, me! What time is it? Like 10 in the morning, Marco said. He went to the window and opened the blinds. I recoiled from the bright sunlight. Cassie said the Veleek carried you away. Yes, it did. And now we're going steady. Look, get with it. Get with it. Look, get with it. Wake up, fearless leader. We're all alive and waiting for you to come and lead the counterattack. Counterattack? I glanced at the door. Don't worry, Marco said. Tom's out. I checked. I can't go anywhere, I said. I'm so busted for coming in late. Yeah. I talked to your dad on my way up. He mentioned that little fact. He said if you clean the garage, you can go out for a while. It seemed very important to him. Like maybe if you clean the garage, you'd be the happiest guy in the world. Sure, why not? My mom has been after him for a month to clean the garage, so now he gets to dump it off on me. Why wouldn't he be happy? You're gonna help me? Me? Help clean the garage? As if. I smiled. I'm glad you're not dead, Marco. Me too. Get everyone together. Give me 3 hours to deal with the garage. We'll meet at the edge of the woods. No one morphs. Got that? No one morphs. 3 hours to clean the garage? That's very little. The leader of my province is 2 dons in a trench coat, says Dirtbrex. Okay, so chapter 39. 10 more pages. Yeah, but Jake is tolerable. Someone be grounded. Not potentially underage driving. Marco was underage driving. He had a Grand Theft Auto. Ducky was just underage drinking. Yeah, that's why I say he probably would have like one of those fast sports cars, an obnoxious color, and not use his turn signals. Okay. Chapter 39. Finally another Cassie chapter. Yeah. I can't believe you guys were doing all this while I was sleeping. Tobias raged. Tobias got a more raw deal, but I really don't care for Tobias. Playing tag with some dust monster from Saturn? Rachel, having amnesia till Marco plowed her into her with a truck, escaping from Visser Three's blade ship, and I'm sleeping the entire time? No way. I missed all the fun. You're the only one who can't morph, Jake said matter of factly. So the Veleek isn't interested. Lucky you. See, even in danger, no one cares for no, not poor Tobias. He chose to stay in that moorhome. He chose to be a bird on that first mission when he could have been a cat or that's all I'm saying. Alright. It's the morphing that the Veleek goes after, Marco said, grinning his taunting grin. It or they, I should say, eat energy. Yes, because we like a considerate pronoun inclusive person. I raised him right. It's not interested in your deep fried hawk legs. KFT, Kentucky Fried Tobias. Come stand over here, Marco, Tobias said. Stand under my branch. Everyone laughed, except me. I hadn't slept much. It wasn't the dream this time. It was the memory. The dream had become real. And what sleep I had was by images of myself, scared and shivering while the bird finally dove Marco. I didn't like that memory. I don't mind being scared. But I didn't like knowing that I had kept myself safe. Only one word who would coward. I didn't like that word. It twisted inside me. Okay, here's what we know, Jake said. One, Veleek is sort of an insect swarm. The individual particles spread out so they sense a type of energy they can eat. Then they call the swarm together. Form bees anything. Two, Visser Three has altered this creature. Yes, Hack said. It is fairly simple. The Yerks reprogrammed the bees to hunt morph energy, but to eat a different kind of energy. The power of their spacecraft engines. Rachel nodded. Like a hunting dog chases fox or whatever, but only because its master will give food of a different kind. The Veleek chased morph energy, brought the morph to its master, then it was rewarded with energy from the ship. I just imagine it being a dog now, just like holding them in its jaws and then dropping it while it like pants and wags its tail. Yes, good, good doggy. No, 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 that's not what I asked. Not on the carpet. Oh, just someone clean up that mess. And then when it's eating through all the woods and stuff, I just imagine those little tiny cartoons with like the swarm of like locusts or termites where it's like, "Meow," and then you just see the swarm. Meow. Okay. Exactly, Jake said. Veleek is Visser Three's dog. See, how did I know that? I didn't. And unfortunately, it was awesome. It is awesome. Maybe unbeatable. No, I said quietly. Not unbeatable. It couldn't lift Rachel when she was in elephant mode. She was too heavy and has limits. Also, on board the blade ship, the Yerks used water to control the balloon. Everyone was looking at me now, Jake said. So what do we do with this information? I I have a plan, I said. I took a deep breath. But I have one condition. I have to be the one who does it. See, this is why we like Cassie. Cassie's. I told them my plan. Cassie, this is beyond dangerous, Jake said when I was done. Why should you do it? Because I looked at Marco and met his gaze. I let the Veleek take Marco. I could have morphed. I could have drawn it to me. I let it take Marco. Marco smiled wryly. Cassie, it's no big deal. Here I am, fine and healthy, and as cute as ever. It's not the point, I said. I was a coward. Rachel rolled her eyes. Good grief. Cassie, you have been in every fight we've been in. You are the farthest thing in the world from being a coward. Easy for you to say, Xena warrior princess. What? Don't you remember what Marco calls you? Rachel made a face. I guess there was still one or two holes in my memory. She looked suspiciously at Marco. Do I like it when you call me that? Or do I kick your butt? Nice try, Rachel, but you can't distract me. I'm doing this. I said flatly. It's my plan. I'm doing it. It's my money and I need it now. No, that's a different commercial. I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call JG Wentworth 877 cash now. I have an annuity. Yeah. I have an annuity and I need cash now. That is probably that is that is the most I think that is one of the most historically important commercials in marketing because only because it's like how the hell can you listen to it like maybe once and still remember practically everything from it? Yeah, but if I heard it once, I could probably remember the whole thing. They have thousands they love you too. One lump sum of cash they will pay to you. If you if you have an annuity, need cash now. Call JG Wentworth 877 cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. It's your money. Use it when you need it. Call JG Wentworth 877 cash now. Call now. Okay, let's see. That how is Animorphs? You're asking Bernie. Just wanted to check in on everyone. I hope y'all have a good night. I have and um how is it? You can always play it back and see me act a fool. All right then. Cassie, Jake said, pleading with his eyes. I took his hand in mine and gave it a. You know it's a good plan, Jake. And you know I'm the person to do it. And in a new morph, with no chance to try it out first. I'm the best morph. No one said anything. I could see worry in Jake's eyes. Rachel put her hand on my shoulder. All right, he said heavily. Let's go to the beach. He envelops me. He envelops me in a hug as we embrace. No, it's always like whenever whenever Cassie and Jake have like an intimate moment, I just can't help but like put on my 900 voice. Cass- Cassie reads romance novels. Kathy reads romance novels. But what was I gonna say? Oh, Jake's like that monotone weirdo. Like he's really smart, but then he said like the most out of pocket things. Like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if like I kissed you and nobody saw? But I'm just saying, I'm just playing around. No, that's not. I wasn't gonna do that. I was just, you know. Wouldn't it be funny, Rachel, if like we kiss? You're like, what? What are you talking about, Jake? No, all right. So no, it's a prank. It's a prank, Avery. It's a prank. Don't fall for it. All right then. Chapter 40. I caught a beautiful thermal rising up from the cliffs along the ocean. Just perfect. I spread my wings and felt the warm updraft grab me. It was like being fired out of a slingshot. I rose and circled above the ocean. I needed all the altitude I could get. I could not believe that Cassie felt like the weak link in our group. I mean, I was the one who had slept through half of what happened. It was embarrassing. I was frustrated. The only good thing was that at least I had played a role in Cassie's plan. Normally, a red-tailed hawk is not a water bird. We don't fly that well because over water you don't get thermal. But I was way, way up, and with a little luck, I could stay aloft long enough to find what I was looking for. I headed out to sea. As soon as I was well out over the gray blue water, I felt the air grow slack. I worked the headwind to compensate, though, and I was able to hang on to most of my altitude. All the while, I scanned the ocean beneath me. I have amazing vision, but it isn't adapted for seeing through water, like a bald eagle's or an osprey's. Still, if what I was searching for was down there, I'd see it well enough. I was getting tired by the time I spotted the spout. I was actually back, closer to shore than I was flying. That was lucky. I turned south a bit and veered at an angle that brought me near to though still more than 2 miles out from the beach. And then it was just below me. I could see it plowing majestically through the waves. It rose and blew out its lungs, then dove again. It reappeared 100 yards farther south, always south. I wheeled to my left and headed back toward. I was tired and glad to see land, but I wouldn't get much chance to rest. The real test was still ahead. With my hawk eyes, I swept the beach below. It was not crowded, but still, it took a few minutes to find them. I spilled air and dropped down to meet my friends. I have one for you, Cassie, I said. I found a whale. Oh, I know what they're gonna do. Kind of pieced it together. So what they're gonna do, I think, is Cassie's gonna morph whale, and so the Veleer is going to try and catch it, but because heavy, it won't be able to lift her, and so Cassie will spout out water to dissipate them, and then they're gonna fall into the ocean and die. Yeah, I think like never read this book. I don't read. Don't think I'm cheating you guys because I don't read these books. I only read the first three. I don't read on the regular. I only watched like the summaries and retrospectives of Animorphs, but I've never read and I've never read past book 3. So that's all I'm gonna say to you guys. Cap- I read like someone who has an advanced vocabulary, but yeah, I don't read books. That's the funny thing. I just I just hear you should say what? I just hear people talk, and by hearing people talk, and it's probably because I religiously watch reality shows. So like I was watching older people talk and use words like chastise, criticize, um, circumvent, and all this other stuff. It's like you tend to pick up on what those things mean. Every now and again though I'd get words. I'd honestly just say, what does that mean? What does this word mean? No, like if I'm talking to people, like I'll literally like in the middle of my conversation with them, like if my brother said like a word I don't know, I'm like, what does that mean? But other than that, like I'd be watching Project Runway or Real Housewives or Survivor, and then just by seeing the context of like what people are talking about, that's how I would pick up on what the word meant. Like yeah, like volatile. Oh, that person's volatile. Oh, like that's how I figured out words. Okay, chapter 41. I'm just saying there are people who should be lying out on the beach, and there are people who shouldn't be, Marco said. Do you see a fat, hairy old guy? Do you see fat, hairy old guys in Speedos on Baywatch? No. No. On Baywatch, they have a law against it. David Hasselhoff kicks anybody off the beach who isn't good looking. We need the Hasselhoff law here. That's all I'm saying. Marco, you would probably get kicked off that beach. I'm just saying. Oh, I thought you were talking about SpongeBob SquarePants maybe. So you wouldn't mind never going to the beach, Marco? See, Rachel gets me. Rachel said wanly, not really interested in playing put down games with Marco. We walked along the beach pretending everything was normal, pretending we weren't worried, pretending everything was fine. La-di-da-di-da. All day at the beach, it says. Oh, thank you. I think it's a beautiful day too. We should play frisbee. Next. That's how I can imagine they're like. They're like, yeah. Rachel was still quiet. I think the experience of losing her memory had shaken her up. Rachel is someone who is always in control. She's very brave at dealing with threats. This was something new to her, a threat that had come from inside. Rachel is like outwardly brave, but like emotionally, she is a little more fragile. Marco was trying too hard to tell jokes and make everyone relax. He felt somehow he was responsible for my feeling bad. Aw, my son. He wanted to tell me that he didn't blame me, but he'd already told me, and I said thanks, and I still felt bad. Marco didn't know how to deal with that, so he tried to make everyone laugh. Jake was just one big tension machine. He hides it well. No, he doesn't. But I know him. I know. Well, actually, I guess so because he always looks like he probably looked like he's always serious. It'd probably look weird to see him smile, if anything. It's not brooding. It's more like he looks deadpan and like unimpressed all the time. I know when
Can you hear me now? There we go. Now they can
I
hear
would
me.
say they're lying. They're pranking you, Avery. It's April 1st. They're
Or two,
pranking
and then I
you.
realized I genuinely was muted. Just like, haha, guys, very funny. You can't hear me.
Jeannie, I can't see that far. Jeannie? Alright, and then Tobias was back. No, I've skipped a part. I knew when he was upset. It's something to see in the way he presses his lips together a little too hard, and a certain hooded look in his eyes. And then Tobias was back. I have one for you, Cassie, he said. I found a whale. I waved at him. Tobias told us where the whale was. Jake stopped walking. You don't have to do this, Cassie. The force of the impact. If you hit too fast, besides, maybe the Veleek isn't even around anymore. I couldn't look him in the eye. He was offering me an easy way out. I didn't want to be tempted. I'm going in, I said as calmly as I could. I could do this, Cassie, Rachel said. Do 3 morphs, 6 changes, including one that's totally new. All that quickly? I asked her. You all say I'm the fastest morpher, the one who gets control over a new morph easiest. I'm the person for the job. To my surprise, Jake nodded. Cassie's right. It's her job. He took my hand, but will never be there for you. The 4 of us walked into the surf. Axe had to sit this one out. He wouldn't have had to morph back to his original form, and that probably wouldn't have gone over too well at the We had chosen a spot far from the lifeguards. We didn't want someone deciding we needed to be rescued. I splashed into the cold surf. Water bubbled around my ankles. Then my legs, my waist. I plunged forward and swam away from the shore. The, the others were right beside.
You good?
Yeah. The others were right beside me. Tobias had flown to the top of the cliff to rest for a few seconds. I swam out to sea, and as I swam, I focused on the first morph. Some morphs are terrifying. Some are disgusting. Some overwhelm you with the animal instinct of fear and hunger. Other morphs make you feel invincible with their power, and some morphs, not many, but a few, are simply wonderful. As I swam, I felt my face bulge out and out and out. I felt my legs begin to fuse together. I felt my skin become thick and rubbery. Not true, because dolphins have hair. I could feel even my lungs shut down for a moment, and a second later were sucking air from a hole behind my head. From far off, I heard Tobias' thoughts speak, faint but understandable. It's coming! The Veleek, it's coming! I was a creature with feet but no legs, hands that were flat and gray, and no arms. I had human eyes that still stung with seawater, but a blowhole in my back of my neck. I was half human, half bottlenose dolphin. Sorry, I thought it said butt-nosed dolphin. I rolled onto my side. Oh, sorry. My mouse decided to be funny. Okay, because it's a touch scroll mouse, so I like move my finger a little too fast. Okay, okay. Bottlenose. And where did I see it? Okay. I rolled onto my side and looked. There it was. Visser Three's hunting Veleek, the dust monster. Tornado of energy-hungry particles. Felt like a small tornado. I dove beneath the waves, and when I surfaced, it was still there. But it had not come closer. It doesn't like water, Marco said. I guess not. You were right, Cassie, Rachel said. Let's hope so. I felt the last of my changes as I became a true dolphin. The joy! I had forgotten how happy the dolphin was. It seemed strange, given that we were up against. But still, with all our worry, the dolphin joy, hard to contain. Let's go find this whale, Rachel said. We took off at full dolphin speed. I fired a series of clicks from the organ in my head. Y'all. The clicks resounded through the water and came back to me in echoes. The echoes painted a picture of what was in the water around me. Did you know that when you spell someone's name, you can put an exclamation point, and that's just a tongue click?
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
So if you see someone with an exclamation mark in their name, it's just a tongue click.
Learn something new every day.
I forget what comedian I heard it from, but apparently because they went to like somewhere in Africa, they went to a casino. And so like they were looking at the card dealer's name tag.
Oh, because like our native languages don't. Okay, I see. So native languages that deal with the clicks. That's how they. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. I have him on echolocation, I told the others. Yeah, Jake agreed. A little left, not far now. Soon I could hear the whale crashing through the water. We raced up alongside him, faster than he was, but insignificant beside his huge bulk. It was like running next to a truck or a train. His flank was a gray wall, scarred and dotted with crusts of barnacle. Little one, the whale said in a voice that was not a voice, in words that were not really words at all. Strange cloud above. He kept moving, not really caring whether we were there or not. The Veleek kept pace above us, not able to attack, but not drawn off either. Okay, guys, it's time, I said. Get ready. I began to demorph. Easier said than done. I was moving at whale speed. Much faster. Oh, look who it is. It's a semi-chaotic.
She's like, where are my pets?
That song I think she's a semi-chaotic, door-kicking mammal of action.
Yep. Hi, babe. Hi. You know, you cannot. I don't know. You have so many places that you could lay down, and you just want to lay on the computer, where all the
She's like,
buttons.
haha, April Fools, haha, April Fools, April Fools, ha, haha. You thought I was just coming up here for pets, haha, I tricked you.
No, I knew that you were gonna do this. It's inevitable. Let me crochet your tail in anything.
Okay, guys, it's time to get ready. All right, great one. Do not dive, I asked the whale. Whether he heard me or understood me, let alone agreed, I could not say. Hard to describe the way a whale communicates. The whale can hear their thoughts, but it isn't words, really. More like strange, beautiful pictures that simply appear in your mind. Jake and Rachel each sidled up next to me. They pressed their snouts against me and pushed me through the water. I demorphed, and slowly my dolphin tail split to become legs. My flippers sliced into fingers. I was fully human again and gasping for breath. With my face. Do you want me to wait?
No, you're good. Perry just was like, oh, what's this button do? And I was like, get down.
Let's see. With my face out of the water, just 2 feet off the water, the Veleek hovered, hungry, waiting for a chance. I pressed my human hands against the side of the whale. I focused my mind on the process of acquiring. It felt wrong somehow, as if I should have asked the whale's permission. But slow, vague communication of whales allow for explanation. I needed his DNA. He slowed and almost stopped. It was the acquiring. All animals become calm when they are being acquired. Avery, maybe if you acquired Perry, she'd probably calm down.
Perry? Harry.
Just acquire her. Just think of turning into her. Imagine her and you will go calm and limp.
Like, please
But it
be
was
calm.
hard. But it was hard to think of the whale as being just an animal. I had dealt with whales before. They are not intelligent in the same way humans are. They have minds, and I believe souls. All animals have, even the ones like ants that are programmed to follow orders, they have souls too. Otherwise, they have no purpose in life.
That's very
When
existential.
when I was done when sorry,
Night, Paulo.
Paula says leaving stream on. Good job as you still don't understand the series, but that's okay. Casual moral support.
Thank you. See you next time, Paulo.
Okay. Um, but it was hard to think of the something about. Oh, when I was done acquiring the Great One's DNA, I took my hand from him. I'm done, I said, getting a mouthful of salt water. Like, oh, blah, blah, blah. My friends slowed down, and the whale pulled away. Now I was one of the most awkward things in the world, a human being in the ocean. I didn't fear drowning because my friends were all around me and dolphins. But with the Veleek hanging above us, like a low ceiling of gnashing teeth, it was creepy. Is Tobias ready? I asked. He's up above the Veleek, Jake said. How are you holding up? So far, I spat salt water out of my mouth. So far, so good. I'm ready. All right, 4 more pages.
Woo!
All right. Well, we're finishing up at the right time we normally do.
We are. We did it.
Not yet. We have to finish it first. Then we can say, we did it. We did it. We did it. Yay. Lord.
Yeah.
We read all 42 chapters of Animorphs Megamorph. We did it. We did it. We did it. We got through halfway with Avery. Then Daniel took over and finished it. Yay. Yeah. Woo. Hooray. We did it.
Yep.
I have no idea where I can come up with these lyrics. They just pop into my head. I really do not understand how I can come.
Well, at least we know we can do a Megamorphs book in a night if we have to.
Yeah, as long as it's less than 100 pages.
Yeah.
Chapter 42. I was not afraid of. It was not my favorite kind of flying. Hawks are not like geese. We can't just power fly hour after hour. Personally, I don't know how geese do it because geese are freaking metal.
I was gonna say they're full of spite. That's how they do it.
They're metal. They're metal as hell. That's
They
why
are.
when I have money after I establish myself, I am going to have guard geese, pet geese that are guard.
Oh yeah, geese are terrifying.
You can never give a geese a treat to have it be friendly towards you.
Nope.
You can always give a dog a treat to make it friendly, but you cannot read them with a geese
Nope. Nope. Peace has never been an option for geese.
unless you raise them from birth. Then they are your bodyguards.
Bodyguard goose.
Yes, that's what I want to do when I get older. I squad of geese, 4 geese, one on each side of me, and I'm gonna give them little bonnets. Yeah, so one like each a different color: red, blue, green, and yellow, so that way I can distinguish them. Okay, that's north, and then you're going to be south, and then you're going to be west, and you're going to be east, and those are your names.
Naming them like Kanye West kids.
North, no, honey, north, north. You're in front of me. East, west. Stop trying to trade bonnets. Trying to trick me into thinking that you're the other twin. All right. The hawk likes a bit of headwind to get lift for the takeoff. I had that, at least. But most of the time, we hunt from trees, swooping down on unwary mice or rabbits. We don't go for serious altitude unless we can get some free lift from the thermal. Otherwise, it's hard work. Flapping, flapping and flapping for hours. But I couldn't complain. Cassie had a worse job. She rode my back in cockroach. She had to finish with the morph while literally underwater to keep away from the Veleek. She had morphed from human to dolphin to human to cockroach, and more was coming. Hanging in there? I asked her. Yeah, I'm fine. Is the Veleek following us? No, the others are keeping it distracted down below. They're doing partial morphs. Parcel tongues. Keeping it down near the surface of Harry Potter is a parcel morph.
Parcel morph.
Good. How are you doing? No problem. It was a lie. I was straining for every foot of altitude I could get, and I was wearing down. I had to get as high as possible. Cassie would need every foot I could give her. We were making progress. At about 100 feet, I caught a nice gust of wind that I rode up 1,000 feet or so. But then it was dead air for a while. Totally dead air, and I was struggling. Bias. Yeah, Cassie, think this will work. If I get you enough altitude, it'll work. Are you ever afraid? She asked me. Who, me? I'm afraid of everything. I know I'm a predator and all. Do you know how many predators I have after me? Every golden eagle, every. You know how fast they are? It's like getting hit by a bullet. They make me look like the Goodyear blimp. Then there are the raccoons and foxes and snakes, and even the occasional nervy house cat. And that's just the natural environment. Add to that the yerks, and the fact that I wake up sometimes and know what I am, boy or bird. Yeah, Cassie, I'm afraid a lot of the time. How do you handle it? Who says I handle it? There's only one way to deal with fear. Be afraid. Be afraid, and then go ahead and do whatever you have to do anyway. Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yes.
Listen,
Wise
bias.
words, boy.
If I don't make it, oh, shut up. You're going to make it. If I don't, you know, tell Jake that someday he has to tell my parents. Okay? Someday, if it's ever safe. Tell them what happened to me. Promise? Sure, Cassie. I promise. As I crossed my talons. Psych.
You're like,
Just don't tell my dad what happened to his truck. Oh, sweetie.
oh god, not the
She
truck.
she added, forcing a brave laugh. He thinks it was stolen. We better leave it at that.
Oh
Oh, sweetie.
god.
Even in her doomed moment, she still has some sense of humor. Just don't tell my dad his car, what happened to his car. Just tell him it got stolen.
Justice for
She already
Cassie. Cassie never gets any love.
all right, he already lost one baby. He doesn't need to know what happened to the other baby. I'm sure that truck was his working project. It was his baby, aside from Cassie.
Yep.
Cassie, this is it, kid. I can't go any higher. Okay, Tobias. Thanks for the ride. I felt her scuttle down along my wing, and a second later I saw her falling, spinning. A girl had become a cockroach, now falling from a mile up, trying to draw a monster to attack. A girl who thought she was a coward. It's amazing how people just can just not know themselves. With my hawk eyes, I saw her grow and grow. As human DNA reasserted, and I saw the Veleek turn its many mouths towards the Oh, she's gonna turn into a whale. I think that's what.
Yeah, I think you were right.
No, I thought originally she was gonna turn into gonna attract the Veleek, and then she was gonna spat out.
Oh, okay.
That's what I thought, but no, she's doing some complicated ass non where she acquired the whale. Okay, I get that part. And then she goes back from the ocean, and then she hops on Tobias as a cockroach, and then Tobias has to lift her up all the way up, and then she has to go back to human, drop down about a few thousand feet, then turn into a whale.
Yeah.
That's a lot of nonsense.
Convoluted plan. I hope it works for her though.
I think she could have just turned into a bird. No, actually, no. Maybe. I was gonna say she could have just turned into a bird herself.
Probably a reason. I don't know what the reason was, but there probably was one.
2 more pages.
2 more pages. Woo! Godzilla versus the Veleek. Oh gosh. I guess
The Veleek.
the Veleek. Yeah, that. It's so late.
Godzilla would lose. Godzilla would totally get bought.
Yeah. That thing is pretty unstoppable unless there's water involved. Harry, do
I
not jump
fell.
back up here.
Almost blind with roach eyes, I fell. Oh, she's scrolling. Oh no, that's you. Never mind. I was looking at my phone. I focused my mind on one thing: morphing. No time to wonder where the ocean. No time to worry about the bleak. Morph, morph, morph. Hands, legs, arms, eyes. Eyes. I could see. Below me, as far as I could see, in every direction, water. Tiny, white peaked waves. Ripples that caught the sunlight. It was beautiful. Blue sky above, blue water below. Water that would be as hard as concrete if I hit it too fast, which is true.
Yep.
The surface tension of water is like a net.
Oh yeah, I was at camp with a girl once who was ziplining and she fell off like too far up and she hit the water at the wrong angle and ooh, I've never seen just a bruised up person to that extent.
I was watching it was one of the earliest episodes of Game Theory. I don't see Game Theory, or I don't watch Matt Pat anymore.
Yeah.
But one of his first episodes was, can you like swan dive into water like in Assassin's Creed? The answer is no, you cannot, because the surface tension of water is actually really, really, really well, that it might as well be concrete. The only reason why we can dip into it is because, well, we're slowly putting ourselves into the water. Whereas if you go too fast, you're not letting the water displace.
Yep. You gotta let it displace or it's just like hitting the ground.
Yeah. All right. I could see Tobias circling above, and in the water below, a tiny pale gray cylinder of Jake, Rachel, and then coming up to meet me like a tornado. Veleek. It had sensed energy from my transformation back to human. Was I fully human? Yes. It must be, because the exhaustion that hit me in a wave made my eyes flutter and my limbs go weak. Too many morphs, too quickly, and now morph. Morph, I ordered myself. Focus, concentrate, believe. But the changes were slow. So slow. I focused my mind. I was tired. It was so easy just to fall and morph, Cassie. Do it. I felt changes. I felt myself. And then it was on me. The Veleek fired ropes of dust at me. They wrapped around me like the tentacles of an octopus, wrapping around my hands that had become flippers, around my legs that were melting together. Ignore it. It's the only hope. I felt the Veleek taking my weight. My momentum was slowing, but we were still dropping. Me and the Veleek together. Through the dust storm, I caught a glimpse of the ocean below me. Cigar shapes of my friends. Too close. Morph, Cassie. One more time. Morph. But it didn't have the strength. Beaten. And then, at that moment, I felt the edge of the whale's brain brushing against me. Its instinct. its DNA memory. Help me, I pleaded. In a dream of falling and falling, I reached out to a dark, vast being that I could not define. I reached out for whale strength. Morph, finish the morph. Finish it. And then you can rest. How come Rachel gets the last chapter, but this is Cass? Look, I think it was secretly Cassie was the hero of this book this time.
Just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Final chapter. At first, I could see her, but then the cockroach grew and became larger. I could see her as a dot, way, way up in the sky. Here she comes, I'd said. The Veleek shuddered, sensing this new prey. Should we try and keep the Veleek interested any longer? No, Jake said. It's up to Cassie now. Someday, Jake will be a general or a president. No, let's not have him be that.
No, don't.
He had the ability to make hard decisions, even about people he cared about. No, I'd rather he be like a director, like a film director of some kind.
Yeah.
Maybe like an NBA coach.
Yeah.
Not anybody in power.
He like yells at
She
everybody
fell.
super hard and then gives like the pep talk.
She fell and grew and became human again. She's too close. Not enough time, I yelled. The Veleek, it will slow her down, Marco said. None of us had ever done so many morphs in such a short time. It was mind-boggling. It was impossible. And yet, as the Veleek wrapped itself around her, she was already sprouting the flukes of a humpback whale. Now all we could see was the Veleek. The dust storm wrapped around Cassie. It slowed, and then... Am I crazy, or is it falling faster? Marco asked. Yes. And yes, I cried. She did it! She did it! She did it! She did it! Yay, lo hizo! She did it.
Mm-hmm.
She acquired a whale morph, then turned into a cockroach. She did it.
Yay!
She did it. She did it. She rode the updraft and fell from the sky. Yeah, she did it. She did it. She did it. Yay, she fell from the sky as a cockroach and now is falling to the ocean as a whale. Yay! Woo! Hooray!
People don't appreciate me. I am holding this entire team together.
She is a strong black woman. Black excellence right there.
Yep.
The world is held on the shoulders of strong black women. That's all I'm saying. Like a rock. Solid as a rock. Sorry. I just got reminded of that song. The Veleek fell. Faster. Faster. I cannot support the growing weight. It had not been able to lift an elephant, and what it was holding now was so much bigger. It was wrapped around a full-grown humpback whale, and it was falling toward the ocean. At the last second, the Veleek tried to break free, but it had wrapped itself too tightly around the prey and was no longer prey. I dove beneath the surface, just in time to witness the tornado hit the water. All the billions of particles slammed into the ocean waves. In a split second, it was gone, washed away. And exploding away from the doomed Veleek, emerging from the wasted tornado, was a huge, sleek creature that depth charged 50 feet straight down. Cassie! 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 Are you all right? There was no answer. The whale fell through the ocean. Cassie, answer me! And then there came a kick from a massive whale tail. Ha ha! Cassie yelled. Take that, you big bag of wind. Cassie power kicked her way to the surface and shot clear out of the water. No way. That's the only part I don't believe. Whales cannot do that nonsense. They cannot like jump out. This ain't Free Willy.
Unbelievable part.
Like with the Free Willy thing, even then I was like, that's not true. They can't do that. Now she shot out of the sky the humpback whale? No, I doubt. Hey, Visser Three, Cassie crowed. I washed your dog for you. You killed the dog. Why would you do that? The dog was just being a dog.
That's the dogdie.com.
Cassie, you killed the dog. Why are you celebrating? You killed the dog that was loyal
The
to
dog
its
was also gonna try to
master.
kill all of them, so you know.
It wasn't gonna kill them. It was just playing fetch.
It was just playing fetch.
It was.
You know, it really was.
She fell back with a mighty splash, and we raced to join her. Good job, Cassie, Jake said. Scratch one, Veleek. I can't believe it, Marco said. We actually won one. We won. We flat out kicked butt. Cassie, you must be exhausted, Tobias said, swooping down and slow above us. Not anymore, Cassie said. I feel great. I thought we would be, and guess what? We weren't. Not yet. Not by a long shot. Then, to my total amazement, she began to sing the deep, strange, haunting sound of the humpback. Like in Finding Nemo. The sound waves thrilled me. I don't quite know why. What are you singing? Jake asked her. What are the words? It isn't words exactly, Cassie said. But if it were, it would just be one word. Hope. Cue the Obama hope poster, but with Cassie's face in it.
I was gonna say cue the '90s freeze frame with like the inspirational music. That goes to black. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
That's a
god,
good
we
one.
did it! We read a Megamorphs.
We did it. Woo! We did it.
Thank you
All
guys
right,
for
yeah.
being here. It is 2:21 in the morning where I am, and we have I have a few hours to sleep before Gabe gets here. And then
Yeah.
we get to read more Imagines. Aren't you guys excited?
Yeah. Ask him if you've seen ask Gabe if he's seen Canada's Next Top Model.
I will. I'll ask him. Yeah.
All right, you guys. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the yerks in your ears at night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
We will not be here next week. We will be here the week after.
Yes, we are taking next week off. Friday, Saturday stream will be off next week, and then we'll all be back. But until then, you'll see, regularly scheduled broadcasting and all the good stuff.
Yeah.
So, bye.
All right, then. Good night.